Chapter 28 of Tell It All by Fanny STENHOUSE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. What Women Suffer in Polygamy, the Story of Mary Burton. One bright summer morning, about 6 months after our arrival in Salt Lake City, I was sitting in the workroom, busy with my girls, when a light tap was heard at the door, and the next instant a lady entered, and coming straight up to me, was about to kiss me. I started back a step, held out my hand, looked her full in the face, and in a moment we were in each other's arms. It was my old friend, Mary Burton. I could with difficulty find words to express my astonishment when I recognized her, so greatly was she changed in every respect. From the very first, whenever we met after a long separation, I had noticed a more than ordinary alteration in her appearance, but it must be remembered that at the time of our first reunion she had grown out of childhood into womanhood. When I met her again in New York, she had passed through the most interesting phase of a woman's life. She had forsaken maidenhood for matrimony, and now I met her once more after she had endured those horrors on the plains, of which the reader has already heard, and she had entered into a life of sorrow worse than any she had known before. No wonder then that now, as upon previous occasions, I noticed quite a startling change in her appearance. Her dress was of the coarsest and plainest kind, but neat, as was everything she touched, yet not so carefully arranged as in the old time in England. She used formerly to have a way of adjusting a dress or a bonnet so that it set her off 10 times better than it would a girl who had not naturally the same taste. But now, although, as I said, her clothes, if coarse, were neat, she evidently had not taken any pains to set herself off to the best advantage, and in a woman, what a story did that simple fact tell. But it was in her features and manner that the change was most remarkable. Looking at her face, you would have been puzzled to say in what the alteration consisted. Her cheeks were thinner and sadly pale, but that was not the cause of her appearing as she did. Had she been older, I verily believe the anguish she had passed through would have blanched her hair and left upon her brow deep marks of thought and suffering. As it was, however, though no one feature in particular was very greatly altered, the whole expression of her face was that of one whose heart was utterly crushed and broken. And when her eyes met mine, I could hardly refrain from tears as I saw the mournful look of subdued pain, which told in them the terrible conflict which her heart had endured. I took her to my own room. Poor girl, how my heart bled for her! And again I held her in my arms and tried to comfort her, for she was very weary, and at last she wept. I was glad to see that passionate flood of tears, for I knew it would relieve her, and in that I was not mistaken. She threw her arms round my neck, and kissing me repeatedly sobbed out, "Don't blame me, Sister Stenhouse. Don't blame me very much. I cannot help it." There, Mary," I said, "be calm, and you will soon be better. You must tell me all your troubles, and I will do all I can to help and comfort you." "There is no help, Sister Stenhouse, no comfort for me. I'm past all that," she answered. "Don't say that, Mary," I said. "I know that you have passed through a terrible amount of suffering and have had much to trouble you in every way. But your husband is still alive, is he not? And there may be many years of happiness before you." "It is the thought of him that makes me so wretched," she said. "Oh, I could have borne death 1,000 times rather than this. I would gladly have seen him die rather than see him changed as he is now. You do not know, Sister Stenhouse, how my whole soul was wrapped up in that man, how I almost worshipped him. When we suffered so much together on the plains, I felt happy in comparison to what I feel now. I remember that terrible night when I believed he was dying. I remember the anguish that I felt. But oh, I knew then that he loved me and that his heart was all my own. Had I lost him, if I could myself have lived, I should have felt that he had never loved another beside me. I should have known that we would meet together again in heaven and be happy in each other's love. After all we went through together, I loved him more and more. We seemed to live with one life. We had the same thoughts and hopes and pleasures. I leaned upon him, and I loved him, so fondly. And, Sister Stenhouse, I know he loved me then. We were getting over the effects of our sufferings on the plains, and I was gaining strength and was looking forward to the time when my child should be born. It was then that they came and taught him that devil's doctrine and led him away from me. Oh dear, I cannot bear it, Sister Stenhouse. I cannot bear it. It will drive me mad. She buried her face in her hands and sobbed again. Mary, dear, I said, don't talk like that. He cannot have ceased to love you, I am sure. He used to almost worship you, dear. It is because I know that he did once that drives me crazy. You do not know what I feel, what I have to bear. I did not utter a word. My own sorrows were hidden in my own heart. The heart knoweth its bitterness, and a stranger intermeddleth not in the matter. You have been through the Endowments? She asked. So have I. We went through, Sister Stenhouse, about 3 months after we came to Utah, and never since then have I known a moment's peace. I do not know what they said to my husband, but whatever it was produced a great effect upon his mind and changed him altogether. He has been an altered man from that very time. I have no doubt that they told him that it was his duty to take another wife, and they would say that no promise made to me before our marriage is binding if it comes in opposition to our religion. You know how devoted he is, how firm his faith is. Why, I do believe that he would obey counsel even if it broke his heart and cost him his life. Did they say anything to you or your husband, dear? Certainly they did, Mary. We have heard it daily and hourly, and my husband is constantly being counseled about it. I am wretched, Mary. You know I must be. I feel just as you do, but how can we help ourselves? No, we cannot help ourselves. There is no hope, she said. But it is a cruel wrong. You know well enough how determined I was never to marry a man who would take another wife. When I thought that Elder Shrewsbury might be influenced by his religion, I made him go to the apostle and get counsel, and then he solemnly vowed to me that he never would enter into polygamy without my consent, which of course was the same as saying that he would never do so at all. Until we went through our endowments, he never even hinted at such a thing. But they spoke to him then, and one day, after he had been having a long consultation with the bishop, he came and spoke to me. He was not unkind in the least. In fact, he seemed to be as much pained at all the mention of the subject as I was. He said that the bishop had been urging him to live up to his privileges, and had explained to him how great a loss in the celestial world it would be, both to him and to me, if he did not take more wives. He was told that now, while he was young, was the time, and that I would soon get over any pain that I might suffer. Yes, they actually said so. Fancy tearing out the very affections of one's heart and blasting every hope and happiness in life, and then saying that I should soon get used to it. I tell you, Sister Stenhouse, a true woman never can get used to this hideous system. If the hearts of some are dead and cold, it is a curse to them, and a curse to their husbands and their children. And if a wife seems careless or callous, as the case may be, it is because love for her husband has first died out in her heart. She feels no jealousy because she has no love. But if a woman has but a spark of love for her husband, she will hate with a deadly hatred any other woman whom that husband loves." "But what did Elder Shrewsbury say when they told him to enter into polygamy?" I inquired. "At first he told them that it was utterly impossible," she replied, "and he mentioned his promise to me, and said we were very happy together, and that he wished for nothing more. But they knew his weakness, and that he would do anything for his religion, and they urged him on that point. It was even a sin against me, they said, for if he had no more than one wife, he could never exalt me in the celestial kingdom, that I ought to be treated like a child, a very dear but spoiled child. And if I refused what was for my own and my husband's benefit and everlasting welfare, he ought to act up to what he knew was right and leave the consequences with the Lord, who would order all things for the best." My husband told me all this very sadly at first, but I could see that it had an effect upon his mind. They saw it too, and did not let the subject drop. Every day they spoke to him of it, and at last he gave way. "For my sake," he said. This was the cruelest wrong of all. Then one day he told me very firmly and very coldly, as if he had steeled his heart to do so, that he had made up his mind to take another wife. "What?" I exclaimed. "After the solemn oath he swore never to do such a thing? Why, I could not have believed it of Elder Shrewsbury." "I reminded him of his promise," she said, "but he told me that the revelation justified him in breaking it, that it said in the second clause that all covenants, contracts, and oaths not sealed by him who is appointed on earth to hold this power in the last days are of no force after the resurrection, that for this cause we had been married again for eternity, and that now he was free from his oath." I knelt down before him, and I wept and prayed as if for life itself. I entreated him, if no more, to wait and put off all thoughts of another marriage for a few months, until he had time to consider the matter carefully. He had already thoroughly thought it over, he said, and could not go back now, for the bishop had chosen a wife for him and had arranged everything. He even told me who it was, a young girl named Wilbur, about 14 years of age, a mere child. I prayed him, if he would be so wicked as to perjure himself and wrong me so foully, at least not to add to his sin by injuring a poor innocent child. He was very indignant with me for that, said that he was doing the child the greatest good he possibly could by marrying her, that he was ensuring her salvation as well as mine, and that he expected to receive the blessing of God. "Mary," I said, "this system is a fearful curse." "Curse!" she exclaimed. "Curse is a heavenly word to apply to such a system. Why, there is nothing in hell so hateful, so vile, so detestable. It is a blight and ruin to everything that is fair and good. I never pass a day but I curse with the bitterest hatred the men who devised it. Women can hate bitterly when they choose, but I hate them more than ever woman hated before." "Hush, hush, dear," I said. "You mustn't talk so, Mary." "I mustn't talk it, perhaps. It's dangerous, I know, but I may think it. There is not a true-hearted woman in Utah who does not feel as I do this day. Do you think that when they have ruined all our hopes for time and for eternity, we shall love them still? Here, but for this wretched system, I should have been a happy wife and mother, and now see what I am, husband, child, all lost, all lost." "Is the child dead, Mary?" I asked very gently, for I feared to pain her. "Yes, dear," she replied. "In fact, I believe it never lived, the one I was thinking of. I was ill, very ill indeed, after what my husband had told me. They thought I should die, and I think he was sorry, for he became very kind and tender to me, but that only made me feel worse. Then my child was born, but I never saw it, for I was unconscious for more than a week after, and then they told me that it was not alive. But my husband would never speak to me about it. As I grew better, his cold, stern manner returned, and then at last he married that girl Wilbur, and since then he has married 2 more, for he is doing very well in business. I think that all his love for me has gone. At first he thought of marrying again because it was a religious principle, and as it was the time of the Reformation, he did not dare to refuse. But now his heart is grown hard and cold. You see a change in me, Sister Stenhouse, but I think you'd see a greater change in him. I know, of course, that I used to look at him with eyes of love, and of course did not see him as other people did. But that is not the only change. It isn't in his face alone. His whole nature seems altered. It quite pains me sometimes to see it. Do you feel any happier now? Any calmer, Mary? Yes, she said yes and no. I do not love him as I used to. How could I? But when I look into my heart, I find, if I tell you the truth, that a little love does remain there. If only I could quite cease to love him, I think I should be happy. But when I pet and play with my little girl, for we have had 1 child since that dreadful time, some of my love for him comes back again, and I sit down and have a good cry. Sometimes that isn't enough to calm me, and I shut the door and walk up and down the room and swear. There, don't look so horrified, Sister Stenhouse. I cannot help it. If I did not give way to my feelings now and then, I should die outright. And sometimes I break a few things, but he never knows it, and it does me good. We came into the city yesterday on a visit, and we shall stay for a few days. He brought me, I believe, as a matter of form, but I found out where you lived, and I came to see you. You never answered my letter, and I did not know whether you had left New York yet. I really am glad to see you, Sister Stenhouse. And it is true that Brother Stenhouse has not taken another wife yet? Not yet, I said, but as I told you, he has been spoken to about it, and I cannot tell what he may do. As you say, Mary, the Mormon women have not much to make them happy. I took her in then to get some refreshments, and I asked her to stay for the day. She said that she had a message which someone had left for Elder Shrewsbury, that she would go and leave it, as it was of some importance, and that she would come back again. In about an hour she returned, and somehow, although I had intended to talk of quite another subject, we got back to our common grievance again. I do not wonder at this, for it was the perpetual theme of all our thoughts. Queen Mary, of unpleasant memory, is said to have fretted over the loss of the town of Calais until she believed that after her death that name would be found written upon her heart. And I really do think, were such a thing possible, the word polygamy would be found indelibly engraved upon the heart of many a wretched wife in Utah. Mary gave me a great deal of information. In that she was quite herself, as I knew her in bygone days. Nothing escaped her observation. She sat down with me and told me all her troubles, and I need hardly say how deeply I sympathized with her. So I tried to comfort her and spoke about her child, but even respecting that poor little thing, she felt no hope. Why, when it grows up, she said, it will be as miserable as I am. I can see no prospect of happiness in the future for it. We agreed that the only way whereby we might prevent our children from experiencing sorrow and misery similar to our own was to teach them from the very first that polygamy was the natural and proper, as well as the revealed order of marriage. In fact, to bring them up in the system. What a miserable resource was this for a woman who loved her children. One thing, Mary, I said, referring to her own personal experience in polygamy. One thing I do not quite understand. You, of course, had made your husband specially promise before you married him that he would never take another wife, and he was therefore bound as a man by every moral obligation not to do so. But other women have not been situated as you were, and they have extracted no promises from their husbands. Yet it always seemed to me that your doing so was quite superfluous, for you must be aware, Mary, that the Revelation says that before a man can take a second wife, he must have the full consent of the first. The elders in Europe used to make a great deal of that point, as you may remember, for they said that this provision took from the Revelation any harshness or injustice which it might otherwise appear to show. I know many women who submitted on this account, for they argued that if their permission was necessary, they could always, by refusing, save themselves from any further trouble. Now, if that was so, how came your husband to take another wife against your will? I say your husband because I should have no difficulty in many other cases. I have been repeatedly told that husbands never troubled themselves about the Revelation when they wanted another wife, unless it was to silence the first with it if she rebelled. But I always regarded Elder Shrewsbury as a conscientious man, and I firmly believed that he would never willingly give you a moment's pain. When he made that promise to you, he had the Revelation before him, and also the Apostle to go to if he needed the word of the Lord. He was therefore bound by that promise, notwithstanding anything that the Revelation might say to the contrary, and even had he made no promise, the Revelation was on your side. We are told that every woman must first give her consent. That is all very true, Sister Stenhouse, she said, to a certain extent. The theory is, as you say, but you have not heard the whole. I know the Revelation pretty nearly by heart, and so I can tell you exactly what it does say. The first wife is said to hold the keys of this power, by which is meant that she can refuse. But then it goes on to say that when her husband has taught her the law of the priesthood, that is polygamy, she shall believe or she shall be destroyed, saith the Lord your God, for I will destroy her. You see, there is no loophole of escape for the woman. Her husband is to teach her the law, and she shall believe, and if she does not, and of course people have no power to make themselves believe what they please, she is to be destroyed, and God will destroy her. Do you know, Sister Stenhouse, there are stories whispered here of women who did refuse and who stood in their husband's way, and it is said that the priesthood did not wait for the Lord to destroy, but carried out the law themselves. My dear Mary, we really must not talk in this way, I said. It's quite wicked. My husband would never forgive me if he knew what we have been talking about. He says that all these stories are untrue and that they are all exaggerations or fabrications of the apostates who wish to bring scandal on our religion. I do not wish to shake your faith, Sister Stenhouse, but my own is pretty well gone, she replied. Of course, I never speak to my husband about these things, nor do I dare to talk to anyone else, but I feel it quite a relief to see you and to be able to say what I think, for I know I can confide in you. But we have wandered sadly from your question. You were talking about the first wife giving her consent? Yes, I said, and you were about to tell me whether it was really and practically necessary in every instance. You have been here longer and have seen more than I have. The wife's consent is by no means necessary, Sister Stenhouse. It may be asked sometimes as a mere matter of form, and of course in the endowment house when she gives the other wives to her husband, she may be said to give her consent to his marrying them. It is nothing but a piece of folly to talk about women having the power to withhold their consent, and it is simply an insult and mockery for their husbands to ask it. They well know before they ask that their wives dare not refuse to give it. but it enables them to boast to the Gentiles that they do not take other wives until their first wife gave her consent. This is what is meant by the liberty of the gospel, I suppose, about which Brother Brigham talks so much. But everyone knows perfectly well that this is all a farce, and that he would take other wives all the same, however stoutly the first wife might refuse. She would only make herself miserable, even if she got off as well as that. The idea really is that in polygamy there are 4 who must give their consent. Brother Brigham must first receive a revelation from the Lord stating that he approves of the proposed marriage. Then the first wife's permission must be obtained, then the consent of her parents, and last of all, the girl herself is to be asked. This all sounds very fair, she continued, but in practice it is quite otherwise. Without President Young's consent, there can be no marriage at all. But if it is the will of Brigham, the refusal of the first wife and the parents and the girl herself do not for a moment signify. But did your husband, Mary, act in this way? Well, not quite. He told me that if I refused, it would not make the slightest difference. And as I believed him, I, of course, went and did not make a scene. It would have only made matters worse. Some of the older sisters came round and talked me over, and explained and insisted, and labored with me, as they called it, until I hardly knew what to think or do. My mind was quite unsettled. Eliza R. Snow is quite great at that sort of work. When my husband took his other 2 wives, he did not consult me at all, but simply told me that on a certain day I must go with him to the Endowment House. We went, and he married 2 sisters on the same day. But it did not do him much good. They are handsome girls, but have very bad tempers, and we often have a very unpleasant time. The second wife, poor child, suffered most when he married the other 2. She did not seem to like me very much at first, which was quite natural, but when the other 2 were brought home, she seemed quite to cling to me, and I have, strange to say, taken quite a fancy to her. In all our disputes, she always sides with me, and in return I always stand up for her, as a matter of course. I am getting used to this wretched life. I have stifled all my love, and I am sorry to say that sometimes I almost hate everyone around me, including my husband. Now and then, the old longing for someone to love, for someone to confide in, comes over me. I felt like that this morning when I came here, and that is what made me act so badly. Say nothing of that, Mary, I replied. I wish you would stay with me while you are here in the city. No, she said. We shall be here for a day or 2, but I do not think my husband would like me to stay here altogether. He knows that you are aware of his attachment to me once, and his promises in the old times, and very likely he would be a little ashamed to meet you. He'll make business an excuse, and in fact he is busy all the day. So I'll come round alone as much as I can, and we'll have a good talk again. I saw her to the door, and then she turned and said, I'll come again and see you, Sister Stenhouse, before we leave the city. I know you think me very wicked, but there, don't be shocked, dear. I'm not so very bad after all. Thus saying, she kissed me, laughed with the ghost of her former merry ways when I first knew her, and said good night. I watched her till she was lost in the darkness, and then I closed the door, saying to myself with a sigh, Ah me, can this be the Mary that once I knew? End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of Tell It All by Fanny STENHOUSE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. How Marriages Are Made in Utah. A New Wife Found for My Husband. Not long after this, I was enabled to visit my Swiss friend, Madame Balif. Ever since her husband had called upon me in Salt Lake City, I had watched anxiously for an opportunity of seeing her, for I felt much interested in learning how time had passed with her since we parted in Geneva. I found her in a little log cabin of 2 rooms, with bare walls, bare floor, and miserably furnished, and in this wretched abode poverty and polygamy had wrecked the life of my poor friend, whom I had known under such different circumstances. Here, together with their 5 children, lived also the second wife with her 2 children. It was with difficulty that I could recognize in the poor, careworn, broken-spirited, and ill-clad woman who stood before me the once gay, light-hearted, happy, and elegantly dressed lady whom I had known in Switzerland. Mormonism had, in her case, utterly blighted her existence. It seemed to me hardly possible that so great a change should have been wrought in her in such a few years as had elapsed since last I saw her. What suffering she must have endured, I thought, what mental agony, what physical pain, to write those wrinkled lines of care upon her once handsome face, and what a pang I felt at the remembrance that I myself had been instrumental in leading her into Mormonism and polygamy. Self-reproach I did not feel, but sorrow I did. I had thought to lead her into the way of holiness and heavenly peace by winning her to the religion of the saints. But that which in my enthusiasm had believed would be the greatest blessing which one poor mortal could communicate to another had turned to a curse. And instead of a happy wife and mother, which she once had been, she had become a victim to that faith which in its very existence is an insult to womanhood. In temper and disposition she was, however, just the same. Her affectionate nature was unchanged. No doubt she read in my features the painful surprise which I experienced in witnessing her altered circumstances, but she met me with not a single word of reproach for my being the cause of her leaving her own dear country. I should not have blamed her had she hated me, though she knew, of course, that I had wronged her innocently. She told me of the difficulties which they had had to contend with after their arrival in Utah, and how they had been compelled to part with almost everything they had in order to provide bread for their children. When they left London, they took with them several handsome carpets, china, glass, and a large quantity of silverware, besides bedding and clothing of every description, for they were well-to-do in the world, and had quite enough for themselves after they had liberally assisted the poorer saints to emigrate. Upon their arrival in Utah, the husband, good man that he was willing to come down to the level of his brethren and to go farming among them. A brother who knew him in his own country and imagined, I suppose, that he could afford to lose, sold him a farm that he himself had become disgusted with, though of course he did not say so, and when my inexperienced friend, Monsieur Balif, found that nothing could be done with it, he supposed that the land was good enough, but that he himself was not competent to work it. No one ventured to hint that he had been cheated, as it was one of the church authorities who had sold him the land. After spending upon it all that he possessed, he was finally compelled to abandon it. They were now very much straitened in circumstances, and my poor friend told me that she frequently had been compelled, as they were entirely destitute of money, to take a silver spoon or fork to the butcher's market to trade with. And there they drove a hard bargain with her, and she obtained next to nothing in exchange for her silver. Her crystal and plate now grace the table of a certain rich man in Utah. Every article they possessed went in this way at a most ruinous sacrifice until nothing remained, and then the husband was forced to engage in manual labor, while the poor wife employed herself in whatever feminine work she could obtain, they receiving in return just what people chose to pay them. In the midst of their troubles, the husband was counseled to take another wife. But why did he not refuse to do so? I asked. If you had been here during the Reformation, you would not ask me such a question as that. Sister Stenhouse, you ought to thank God that you were not here then. There were shocking things done at that time, and the men were all crazy about marrying. They married every woman who was single, and even little girls who had scarcely reached their teens. It was a time of terror, and no one dared to rebel. She then told me that her husband had been, as one might say, compelled to marry a young Swiss girl whom they had brought out to Utah with them as a domestic. This girl had been a very faithful servant, and Madame Baliff had become very much attached to her. During the Reformation, the bishop visited them and counseled Monsieur Baliff to take a second wife. The girl was also counseled to marry, and when she said that she did not know of anyone to whom she would like to be married, the bishop told her that he himself would find a suitable man. My husband told me what the bishop had urged him to do, said Madame Baliff, and we talked the matter over in a practical way. We knew that the girl would be forced to marry somebody, and that then she would have to leave us, which would put us at the very greatest inconvenience, for situated as we were, we could hardly get on without her assistance. At the same time, he also would be compelled to obey counsel, and we came to the conclusion that as there was no way of evading the difficulty altogether, it would be better for him to marry the girl than to bring a stranger into the house. So he asked her, and she accepted him, and they were married. She is a good girl and tries to do her best, but it is a great trial to me, and one which I trust you may never be called upon to bear. My husband is as kind and gentle a man as ever lived, and he has done all he could to keep me from feeling unhappy. Had it been otherwise, I dare not think what I should have done. I believe I should have gone mad or died. In our household arrangements, of course, it made very little difference, but it was inexpressibly painful to me, and though I suppose I shall remain a Mormon till the day of my death, I have learned to hate Mormonism. Poor Madame Baliff, hers was a life of privation and sorrow of late years. Happy as woman could be in her youthful days, she little dreamed what Providence had in store for her ere her earthly course had run. With a faithful and devoted husband, with a charming little family growing up around her, with all that could make life fair and beautiful. But that accursed thing, polygamy, came and poisoned all her happiness and blighted all her hopes, and when but a few months ago, worn out and weary of life, she left behind her all her sorrows and all her misery. I could not weep that she had gone to a better land beyond the veil, but I thanked God that at last, poor soul, her days of trial were forever over, and she had entered into her eternal rest. One day Brother Brigham sent me word that he wished to see me. I went to him, and he told me that he wanted me to become acquainted with a certain young girl in whom he took a great interest. She was the daughter, by his first wife, of Jedediah M. Grant, the famous apostle of the Reformation. Her name was Carrie, and she was now an orphan. Brother Brigham wished me to have her with me every day, for she was not feeling well, he said, and he thought I might do her some good. This not feeling well, I afterwards discovered meant that she was almost ready to apostatise. If she desired it, I was to teach her my business, not that she needed to follow any profession, for, as President Young explained, she had a good home, but her mind needed occupation, and he did not care how she employed her time, so long as she was with me every day, and could be made to feel well. I listened to all that Brother Brigham said, and accepted the trust in good faith, not only to please him, but because the girl was an orphan, and my heart went out towards her even before I had seen her. Before I returned home, I called at the house where Carrie was stopping and arranged that she should come every day to see me under the pretext of learning the business. Now it so happened that we each conceived a liking to each other the very first moment we met. We made friends together at once, and she wanted to begin coming to me the very next day. She was a sweet-looking and intelligent girl, fair but fragile, and with a peculiar expression of melancholy sadness dwelling upon her features, which gave her a painfully interesting appearance. I never before or since met with a young girl who habitually looked so unhappy, and I thought that perhaps physical weakness might be the cause, for it was evident that in constitution she was extremely delicate, I almost feared consumptive. The first day we spent together, she told me that her parents had been among the pioneers to Utah, that her only sister had died on the plains, and that she had lost her mother soon after they had arrived in Salt Lake City. As the only remaining child of her mother, she had been a great pet with her father, but he too had died about 4 years previous to the time of which I speak, and she had never been happy since. I often longed to die, she said, that I might join my mother and father. No one loves me here, and I have nothing to live for. Her father had married 4 wives after her mother's death, and they were all very kind to her, but she did not feel that she had a home. She told me that about 6 months before she came to me, she had started to go east with her mother's friends, for they had frequently written to her urging her to come to them, and that when she was about 2 weeks' journey from Salt Lake City, Brigham Young sent after her, and she was brought back. But, she said, I shall never be happy here, Sister Stenhouse. I know I never shall. And why should they not let me leave and go to my relatives? I knew very well that it was of no use for her to try to get away, for we had no railroad then, and escape was almost impossible. I therefore tried to make her more cheerful, and told her that a girl as young as she was, for she was scarcely 17, had much to live for. But her unhappiness had become almost a settled melancholy, and she seemed to be interested in nothing. Besides which, the task I attempted was all the more difficult, as I was not at all happy myself. One day the conversation happened to turn upon polygamy, and in a moment I saw that all her trouble arose from that miserable doctrine, and from that alone. We had not exchanged many words upon the subject when she exclaimed, "Oh, how I hate polygamy! God forgive me, but I cannot help it, Sister Stenhouse. I do hate it, and yet I believe that it is true." Poor child, I understood her too well, for her position was exactly mine. From that moment we were fast friends. Here was the child of one of the greatest fanatics that Mormonism has ever known, one of the wildest advocates of the celestial order of marriage, perfectly loathing the system, and yet, poor girl, believing in it firmly, and believing too that she could not obtain salvation unless she entered into it. How I pitied and loved that poor girl. And yet what strength or consolation could I offer her, being myself as painfully situated as she was? Our mutual sorrow united us still more closely in loving companionship. I had rarely met among the Mormon girls with one so thoughtful and observing, so kind and gentle. She had not been with me many weeks before she had entwined herself so completely round my heart that I was lonely when she stayed away, and I tried to keep her with me altogether. I tried in every way to make her feel at home when at my house, and noticing her delicate health, and thinking that she did not always get those little things that tempt her appetite, which an invalid should always have, I found out many trifles which I believed would please her, and always tried to get them for her. She seemed to think much of these little attentions, and I have always believed that she loved me very dearly. Some of my neighbors began to whisper pretty plainly to me that Brother Brigham had an object in view in asking me to interest myself in Carrie's welfare. They told me they believed that my husband, if he had not already been counseled to marry her, would be before long. Knowing, as I did, Carrie's aversion to polygamy, these suggestions did not trouble me very much, but I begged my informants not to speak of the matter in my young friend's presence, as it would only disturb and annoy her. I was the more anxious on this point, as her health by that time began very perceptibly to improve, and sometimes she seemed to be almost joyous and light-hearted. Sometimes she would sew, and sometimes she read or played with the children, of whom she was very fond, and I always allowed her to do just as she pleased. One day my talkative friend came to see me. She had not been near the house for several months, and I think at her last visit she must have taken offense at my telling her that I thought she had not acted wisely in procuring wives for her husband. She had, however, now an object in coming, which I soon discovered. She was shown in, and as soon as she was fairly seated, I observed that while talking to me, she was inquisitively scrutinizing Carrie's face, as if trying to discover her character or read her thoughts. Suddenly, she did everything impulsively. She interrupted the conversation, saying, "Sister Stenhouse, I want to speak to you privately." I asked her to come with me into the next room, and she did so, but before I had time to close the door, she exclaimed, "Allow me to congratulate you. You have done very wisely." "Congratulate me upon what?" I asked. "Upon the excellent choice you have made for your husband," she replied. "I knew very well you would ponder over my good counsel and seek another wife for Brother Stenhouse, and I am certain that my example and my faith and prayers have helped you, for I have asked the Lord to strengthen you to do just what you are doing." "Doing?" I said. "What am I doing? I really don't understand what you mean." "Oh, nonsense," she exclaimed. "But I understand if you don't. You wish to keep it a secret, I suppose, until the happy event takes place. And you are quite right in that, for there are so many busybodies here, and they do interfere so much in their neighbors' affairs that it isn't pleasant. But of course you needn't fear me. I shouldn't think of breathing one single word of the matter, unless you wished me to do so." "I'm really at a loss to know what you mean," I said, very much annoyed with her. "Oh," she said, "if you think that I am interfering, I will not say another word, for I should very much dislike to be considered meddlesome. But you know, my dear Sister Stenhouse, the great interest I have always felt concerning you. From the very first, when I knew you in England, I always prophesied great things of you. But I was a little afraid when I saw your opposition to polygamy, and I cannot tell how happy I felt when I heard yesterday that you had found a wife, and a good wife too, for your husband." "I find a wife for my husband?" I exclaimed. "That I would never do. I dislike polygamy far too much to do so. No, if he ever wants another wife, I shall never help him to find her. He'll have to get her himself. Besides which, I don't believe he does think of ever taking more wives." I believed what I said. During our residence in Utah, my fears had calmed down, for my husband very seldom mentioned polygamy in my presence, unless the brethren or sisters introduced the subject. I naturally concluded that, now he had seen so much of the practical results of the doctrine, he, like myself, had become disgusted with it. But my talkative friend, of course, knew nothing of my thoughts. "Who is that young girl, then, that I just saw now?" she asked. "Is not that Miss Grant?" I replied that it was. "Well," said she, "I was told that you had asked her to marry your husband." "There is no truth in that report," I said. "I am sure that she has never thought of such a thing, nor have I, nor has my husband, and I would not have such a thing spoken of for the world." "Well," she replied, "I am really quite disappointed. You have a splendid opportunity, and I do believe that was what Brother Brigham meant when he asked you to see after her. In fact, I was told that it was his only motive all along." "Then Brother Brigham will soon find out his mistake, I can assure you," I answered. "For I never will ask her, and moreover, if I thought for a moment that she would ever wish such a thing, much as I love her, I should then hate her." "My dear sister," she said, "how do you expect ever to get salvation? I suppose you think that is none of my business, and that I should leave you in the hands of the Lord. But before I go, let me ask you to see Eliza Snow as soon as you have an opportunity. She will build you up and do you a world of good." I told her I needed no building up. All I wanted was that my husband and myself should be left alone, and that people should not meddle with our affairs. She apologized for what she had said, and we returned to the sitting room, and she asked me to introduce her to Miss Grant. I did so, although I feared that in some way or other she would be the means of interrupting the pleasant relationship which had hitherto existed between us. After she had gone, her conversation troubled me a great deal. What did it all mean? Had the busybodies been trying to bring about an alliance between my husband and Carrie? Had Brigham Young been working all along to this end? However it might be, I resolved Carrie should know nothing of the matter from me. One morning the Apostle Heber C. Kimball called in his carriage. It was very early, being only about 7 o'clock. Mr. Stenhouse went out to see him, but in his blunt way he said, "I do not want you, I want Sister Fanny to take a ride with me." My husband brought him into the house, and he told me he wanted to have a talk with me. "You must not fix up," he said, "or I won't ride with you. Come along in your wrapper and slippers, and just put on your sunbonnet." I told him that I never went out in a sunbonnet. "Well then, do it for the first time," he said. I suggested that I had had no breakfast, and asked him if he would wait and have some with us. "No," said he, "I have plenty of wives around this town, and we will find breakfast somewhere." So I started just as I was, and he told the driver, who I think was one of his own sons, to call round and see the folks, meaning his wives. Then, turning to me, he said, "You never looked prettier, Sister Fanny. You ought always to wear a sunbonnet. But you like dress a great deal too much. You will keep your husband poor, and then how will you be able to carry out the commands of God? Did you ever think of that? Then again, you dress your children too much. It must take pretty well all your time to make their clothes, and see what it must cost. Now I am going to give you some good advice. Do what my folks do. I tell them to make a linsey dress for each of the children in the spring, and let them wear it all summer. And then when winter comes, it will be so full of grease and dirt that it will be sure to keep them warm. Now I'm sure you won't consent to do that with your children. So it is good counsel thrown away." I knew well enough that Brother Heber was only jesting, for apparently he provided very well for his family, although he allowed them no luxuries. He went on to say, "But that isn't what I wanted to speak to you about. I had something else to say. When is your husband going to marry Miss Grant? That girl has got to be looked after by some good man and woman, and I think that you and Brother Stenhouse would be first class. What do you think?" "I should not like my husband to marry her," I said. "And why not, Sister Fanny?" he asked. "Because I myself love her," I replied. "Why, that is the very reason why he ought to do it the sooner," he said. "And you would continue to love her, and love her all the better, too, when she belonged to your husband, and when you saw how much he loved her." He laughed outright as he said this, and told me not to look so solemn. "Why," he said, "it's the finest thing in the world to develop love in the women. A man never gets so much attention in his life as when he has got several wives, all trying their best to please him." "That may be," I said, "but who is to pay attention to their wives?" "Things have been all upside down in the world, Sister Fanny," he answered, "and the priesthood is going to set them all in order. It is the women's place to minister to the men, and the men, in return, will save them in the kingdom, if they are good girls." By this time we had driven round several of his fields in the lower part of the city, and at last we stopped at the house of one of his wives. She very kindly prepared breakfast for us, after which we called to see 2 or 3 other wives, and then returned home. On the way back, he tried to get me to promise that I would persuade my husband to marry Miss Grant. This I positively refused to do, although it would have been dangerous for me not to acquiesce, had it not been that Brother Heber was attached to me and allowed me to say what I liked against polygamy, laughing at me and telling me to hold on when I became too much in earnest. This constant reference to Carrie began to trouble me seriously, although so far I had not yet spoken about it either to her or to my husband, and did not intend to. I felt sure that Carrie, poor child, was perfectly innocent. She had refused to go to several parties with us, and had otherwise declined to accompany my husband, and I believed that I had no cause for uneasiness. Thus time passed, and more than a year flew by, and Carrie still remained with me. Lately I thought that her manner was changed, and that she was a good deal altered. I noticed that she was shy when in the presence of my husband, and that she rather avoided him. For a long time I had not suspected that anything was wrong between them, and the knowledge that Carrie was troubled, and that my husband was the cause, came upon me suddenly. She began by staying away for several days at a time, and at last she told me that she was going away for a while to visit a friend in the country. She looked so unhappy that I felt sure that all was not right, and begged her not to go, but she would not listen to me. It was necessary for her to go, she stated, and would say no more. She bade me good-bye, and for 2 months I heard nothing of her, supposing that she was in the country. And then I was surprised to learn that she was visiting with a friend in another part of the city, and that she was very ill indeed. I immediately went to call upon her, and she was much pleased to see me. And then I discovered that she had not been in the country at all, but had been there in the city with her friend. I could not at the time understand her conduct, but as she, in common with most other delicate people, was rather capricious, I allowed it to pass without any comment. She told me that as soon as she felt a little better, she would come and see me. But she never came, and I was somewhat offended at her supposed neglect, and thought that before I visited her again, I would wait and see whether she first came up to our house. All this time a friend of Carrie's was in the habit of looking in very frequently upon some trifling errand or other, and I noticed that she always waited for the return of my husband, and then made some excuse to go out with him, and they had long conversations together. There was some mystery, I clearly perceived, and as a wife and a woman I determined that it was my duty to find out what that mystery was. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of Tell It All by Fanny STENHOUSE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Taking a Second Wife, the Experience of the First. I did not presume to ask my husband what it was that he had to talk about with Carrie's friend, but I instinctively felt what it might be, and I was so much troubled in mind that I thought I would never go to see her again. By that time I had learned, as every Mormon wife does learn, never to ask questions. The wife of a saint never dares to ask her husband whither he is going or when he will return. She is not expected to know or care what business her husband may have on hand when he leaves the home in the evening, after making a most elaborate toilette, with frequent admiration of himself in the mirror. If the poor wife feels that she must say something to give vent to her overwrought feelings, she simply asks, in a conscious, guilty way, when he will be home again, wishing too often in her secret heart that he might say, never. Her duty is to be silent and unobservant, and though some poor women have, when their outraged feelings were overcharged, inadvertently betrayed curiosity respecting the movements of the absent ones, they have soon been sternly taught their duty, and those loving husbands have given them good cause to repent of their inquisitiveness. And who can blame these disconsolate, lonely women if thus they feel? Their religion alone is to blame. It has been the destruction of that sweet confidence which should exist between husband and wife, and it has divided hearts and interests which should inseparably have been forever one. This, slowly but no less painfully, I was beginning to understand. However earnestly I might try to combat the idea, my life was wretched with one continual fear of what I might see or hear of my husband. I tried to drive away such thoughts, and I called to mind all the acts of kindness and devotion which he had shown whose love my heart held dear. Sometimes, arguing with myself, I said, "No, my husband will not deceive me. No matter what other men may do or be with their wives, my husband will be frank and true with me." So I thought then, but I was destined to realize in my own experience how utterly impossible it is for any man, no matter how honest and truthful he may naturally be, to practice polygamy without becoming a hypocrite, and the more he loves his wife, the greater hypocrite he will become, trying to deceive her with the foolish notion that half his cruelty is done in attempting to spare her feelings. Up to this time I had been able, with some effort, to banish those doubts which would, against my will, intrude upon my mind. I had schooled myself to believe that when it was really necessary, my husband would frankly and freely speak to me about that subject which was ever uppermost in my heart, and I knew my own nature sufficiently well to feel sure that I could grapple with any difficulty if once I looked it boldly in the face. All that I feared was deception on my husband's part. That, I felt, would be more than I could endure. In the whole course of our married life hitherto, I had never known him to deceive me, and even now, although influenced by the counsel of the elders, he thought of bringing to our home another wife, I well knew that he sympathized with me, for he knew the deep, deep sorrow that the dread alone of polygamy had for years brought to my heart, and he might well be apprehensive of what the practical reality would be. At a later period, I knew that he fell into that error common among Mormon men of keeping it from their wives until all was settled. This was not the kind of treatment calculated to inspire me with confidence. It may suit some natures, but I doubt even that. Men frequently imagine that they understand a woman's nature better than she does herself, and acting upon this belief, and full of good intentions, they err most fatally. My husband thought that he was acting kindly to me when he said nothing of all that transpired between him and Carrie, but when I saw the visits of Carrie's lady friend so frequently repeated, I began to suspect the truth and was much troubled. I was, however, too proud to question him on the subject, at the risk of getting an evasive answer, and it was evident that the two persons most intimately interested in the matter intended that I should be kept in the dark. I saw through all this, and it did not tend either to restore my peace of mind or to make me more pleasant in my intercourse with Carrie or my husband. In their conduct I could see nothing but deception, however good their intentions might be, and I felt that they were treating me as a child. The thought was very painful to me, and it was only with a great effort that I suppressed it. In fact, I dared not think. But when doubts and fears crowded themselves upon my mind, so that I was compelled to give them utterance, I would lock myself in my room, or wander away to some lonely spot, and there vent my feelings in indignant words. At other times I did think over the wrongs which polygamy inflicted, until my feelings were almost beyond endurance. Then, in those moments of anguish, I would prostrate myself in humility and repentance before the Lord, and would plead for strength to endure and submit to His will. Then again I would pace the room, my soul filled with rebellion and heartfelt curses against a system which had so withered and blighted all my life, and had taken forever the sunshine out of my existence, forever. Ah, how those words lingered in my thoughts, how they chilled my heart, and left me utterly without hope, for we were told that eternity would be but a repetition of this life on earth. Polygamy, we were taught, was to be practiced in eternity. It was to be the celestial order of heaven. It was an eternal law. But if it was so loathsome now, how should I ever be reconciled to and happy in it? Then, too, we were told by the elders that we should have no other heaven than that which we began on earth, and I was at a loss to conjecture what sort of a heaven mine would be. It may appear strange that such absurdities should ever seriously have found a place in my mind, but when one at starting accepts a system as true, however absurd that system may be, and learns to regard all that is connected with it as beyond the shadow of a doubt, after years of discipline the mind is ready to receive almost anything that may be offered to it from the same source. In my own case, I was so convinced that however reason might object, all that we were taught was true, that I was utterly without hope, and would have felt happy could I have believed that death was annihilation. Of earthly happiness I had given up all expectation. These painful feelings, of course, had a marked effect upon my daily life. I grew weary, and my health failed. I became thin, and my features were marked with care and anxiety. When people came to see me, I said little to them, and their very presence I felt irksome. Mechanically I went through the daily routine of duty, but my heart was in nothing that I did. I dared not even trust myself to speak to anyone, for fear of becoming the subject of conversation and attracting the attention of the authorities, which was not at all desirable, for the position of a rebellious woman in those days was anything but pleasant. I stood alone. Upon my husband I looked with suspicion. My children were too young to understand me. Carrie, whom I had taken to my heart, to whom I had confided my sorrows, whose own welfare had been so dear to me, had, as I thought, turned against me, like an adder, and there was no one in whom I could trust. It seemed to me too cruel for Carrie to treat me so, and yet I could not doubt that she was acting unfaithfully towards me. Surrounded by my children, living under the same roof with my husband, my heart was nevertheless filled with a sense of utter loneliness and desolation. There was no one in whom I could confide, to whom I might tell my sorrows, and from whose counsel or strength I might derive comfort. I dared not even go and lay my griefs before God, for I had been led to believe that all my suffering was caused by an arbitrary decree which He willed to be enforced. How false a notion of that loving Heavenly Father whose tender care is so manifestly shown in His gentle dealings with the weakest of His creatures. It was now about 6 months since Carrie left my house, and I was under the impression that all that time certain well-intentioned sisters had been doing all they could to bring about a marriage between her and my husband. Her health, however, was so bad that sometimes for weeks together she did not leave her room. At the time, of course, I knew nothing of this, but I afterwards heard of it. When I called upon her, which I did when I found that she was too ill to come to see me, I thought she was greatly changed in her manner. But when I thought of her lonely position, my heart warmed towards her, and I forgot all my suspicions. Certainly I wanted to ask her one plain question relative to my husband, but my pride would not allow me to speak to her on that subject unless she first mentioned it to me. One day I thought that she was about to make a confession. Talking indifferently of ordinary matters, she suddenly said, "I am surprised you ever wish to see me." But when I asked her why, expecting that she would now explain what had so long troubled me, she answered evasively, and nothing more was said. I shall always believe that I myself was not the only person interested at that time about Carrie's feelings. There are some of the sisters who, strange as it may seem, spend their lives in promoting the practice of polygamy. When once these good sisters have set their hearts to get a man a second wife, they do not let a trifle discourage them. If they do not succeed with one girl, they try with another, and it is seldom that they fail of meeting with their reward. In Carrie at this time they found a subject of peculiar interest. If her failing health put an end for a time to all thoughts of her own marriage, that was no reason why my husband should not select a second wife elsewhere. Poor victim! He, of course, had no pleasure or interest in the matter. His religion alone compelled him. He suffered as much as I did. To look round on all the young and pretty girls he knew, to select one and pay his court to her, was painful enough, I dare venture to assert. But he seemed to bear it very well indeed, and the revelation appeared to agree with him nicely. With Carrie's absence from our house, the rumors about her which had troubled me so much somewhat subsided. Nothing could silence the secret apprehension which continually held my soul in dread. But the fear of my young friend's influence once removed, I was comparatively at peace. It was, however, but the lull before the storm. I soon learned that in losing Carrie, I did not lose polygamy, and from about that time I can date my husband's desire to sustain his brethren in the performance of their duty and his wish to act as they did, especially in reference to the celestial order of heaven. Just at that time, the moral bill for the suppression of polygamy was presented to Congress, and all true Mormons were made to feel that it was their duty to stand by their leader. And though in itself they might see nothing desirable in polygamy, yet, if they had not already multiplied wives, it was their duty to do so without any delay. A man with polygamy upon his mind was then a creature which I did not understand, and which I had not fully studied. Some years later, when I had a little more experience in Mormonism, I discovered several never-failing signs by which one might know when a man wished to take another wife. he would suddenly awaken to a sense of his duties. He would have serious misgivings as to whether the Lord would pardon his neglect in not living up to his privileges. He would become very religious and would attend to his meetings, his testimony meetings, singing meetings, and all sorts of other meetings, which seemed just then to be very numerous, and in various other ways he would show his anxiety to live up to his religion. He would thus be frequently absent from home, which of course he deeply regrets, as he loves dearly the society of his wife and children. The wife, perhaps, poor simple soul, thinks that he is becoming unusually loving and affectionate, for he used not at one time to express much sorrow at leaving her alone for a few hours, and she thinks how happy she ought to feel that such a change has come over her husband, although to be sure he was always as good as most of the other Mormon men. My husband was a good and consistent Mormon, and very much like the rest of his brethren in these matters, and the brethren, knowing themselves how he felt, sympathized with him and urged him on, and by every means in their power aided him in his noble attempts to carry out the commands of God. One evening, when he came home, he seemed preoccupied, as if some matter of importance were troubling his mind. This set me to thinking too. I saw that he wanted to say something to me, and I waited patiently. "I am going to the ball," he presently remarked, "and I am going alone, for Brother Brigham wishes to meet me there." I knew at once what was passing in his mind, and dared not question him. He went and saw Brigham. What passed between them I do not know, but when my husband returned he intimated to me that it had been arranged that he should take another wife. The idea that some day another wife would be added to our household was ever present in my mind, but somehow, when the fact was placed before me in so many unmistakable words, my heart sank within me, and I shrank from the realization that our home was at last to be desecrated by the foul presence of polygamy. The very effort which my husband made to break the news gently to me made my heart more rebellious. What intelligence could be more terrible to an affectionate wife, the mother of a family, than this? In my girlhood, as the reader knows, I had forsaken all for the sake of my husband and his religion. We had toiled together and suffered together. For 15 long years our interests and our affections had been one and inseparable. Nothing but the fear of polygamy had ever come between my husband and myself. But for that horrible apprehension and that unhappy feeling which it occasioned, no wedded pair could have been more truly united than my husband and myself, but that, certainly, only that, had cast a shadow over the bliss of our domestic life. Our little ones, a mutual care, had grown up around us. They had occupied all of our thoughts and all our attention, and in them our own love seemed to be renewed. They were now, at least the elder ones, fast ripening into manhood and womanhood, and gave promise that they would be the glory and blessing of our old age. Our home was never disturbed by any of those petty dissensions and divided interests which make so many families unhappy. When in the evening we gathered round our peaceful fireside, in the pleasant interchange of thought, in intelligent conversation and domestic amusements, and in little loving courtesies, we realized, as far as could be realized in this imperfect state, the meaning of that household expression, "a little heaven upon earth." But now all this was to be changed. Let a Gentile mother think how she would feel if she heard her children talk of father taking another wife. Let her think what it would be if another woman, however good and pure she might be, were brought home to take her place in the family circle, to divide with her husband's affections, to come after years of undivided love between herself and him who had so long been all in all to her. And yet all this I felt, and oh, much, much more than I could ever express, for who can tell in words the deepest bitterness which the heart too sadly feels? Everything around me changed. Every one I met reminded me of the miserable idea which had taken possession of my thoughts. All that before had seemed so bright and beautiful now revolted me, and my soul itself seemed filled with unavailing and unnatural hatred. I hated Mormonism. I hated the Revelation. I hated myself, and I hated my husband. All that had been influenced by, or in contact with, the detested and the accursed thing I utterly abhorred. My woman's soul within me made me feel that I should gladly stand aloof from that degrading horror and shake even from my clothes the touch of anyone or anything that had been polluted by any connection with it. Almost fainting, now that the truth came home to me in all its startling reality, I asked my husband when he proposed to take his second wife. "Immediately," he replied. "That is to say, as soon as I can." We were silent for some time. My mind was troubled. Had I been able to consider the whole affair as an outrage upon humanity in general, and an insult to my sex in particular, I should have replied with scorn and defiance. Had I implicitly believed in the divinity of the revelation, I should have bowed my head in meek submission. But I did neither of these. The feelings of my heart naturally led me to hate with the most perfect hatred the very mention of the word polygamy, while at the same time I still believed, or tried to make myself believe, that the revelation was from God and must therefore be obeyed. Such was the strange and contradictory position in which I was placed. I tried to reason with myself. My husband and the elders had taught me that the fault was not in Mormonism, but in my early Gentile training, and I believed them, and thought that all the inconsistencies which I had heard of or seen in Brigham Young and the other prominent men should be attributed to the weakness of human nature, and not to the system. Still, doubts would suggest themselves, only, however, to be immediately suppressed, for it was by slow degrees that the truth dawned upon my mind. It was only natural that I should hesitate. I was a wife and a mother, and I could not consult my own wishes or desires. It was my duty, I knew, to do what was right, at whatever cost to my own feelings, and I dared not think of open rebellion. Had I then rebelled, I must have renounced all that in life I held dearest, husband, children, all. I knew my husband's devotion to the faith, and that he would not hesitate to make any sacrifice for it. He would even glory in giving up what most men hold dearest for the sake of the church, and we had both been taught that whosoever forsook husband or wife for the sake of the church, it should be accounted to them for righteousness. I saw around me daily and hourly the effects of this teaching upon the unfortunate wives and children, but I nevertheless strove, how painfully none but myself could tell, to banish from my mind every doubt, and to esteem the natural questioning of my heart a sin. "Are you not satisfied that it is right for me to take another wife?" my husband asked. "I have never yet really doubted that the revelation was from God," I replied, "for I cannot believe that any man would be so blasphemous and wicked as to set forth such a revelation in God's name, unless he received it as he said he did. If it is from God, of course, you are right to obey it. But if I were to consult my own feelings, I would never consent to live in polygamy. I would rather risk salvation and tell the Lord that he had placed upon me a burden heavier than I was able to bear. and that I regarded him as a hard taskmaster. But when the salvation of my husband and children, to say nothing of my own, is at stake, my wishes and happiness go for nothing, and I can only consent. From that moment, I felt like a condemned criminal for whom there was not a shadow of hope or a chance of escape. Could I possibly have looked upon the sacred obligations of marriage as lightly as Mormonism taught me to regard them? I believe I should have broken every tie and risked the consequences. But I had vowed to be faithful unto death, and if this second marriage was for my husband's welfare and for the salvation of us and our children, I resolved to make the effort to subdue my rebellious heart, or die in the attempt. For the first time in my life I thanked God that I was not a man, and that the salvation of my family did not depend upon me, for if 50 revelations had commanded it, I could not have taken the responsibility of withering one loving, trusting heart. I felt that if such laws were given to us, our woman's nature ought to have been adapted to them, so that submission to them might be as much a pleasure to us as it was to the men, and that we might at least feel that we were justly dealt with. Not long after this, my husband brought me a message from Eliza R. Snow. She wanted me to take tea with her, and he urged me to accept the invitation. I did not want to go, for I knew too well her object in sending for me. She had been talking with my husband about me, I felt sure, and that was how she came to send the message by him. I went, however, and as I anticipated, she wanted to talk with me about polygamy, and to try to convince me that it was for our best interests that my husband should take another wife, and that it was quite time he did so. I told her that he was not yet in a position to do so. We have quite a family, I said, and I think he should at least be allowed to wait until he has accumulated a little before he embarrasses himself with new responsibilities. And where would the kingdom of God be, she asked, if we all talked this way? Let your husband take more wives, and let them help him, and you will feel blessed in keeping the commands of God. There would be no good in my husband taking another wife, I said, while I feel as I do now. To be acceptable to the Lord, a sacrifice should be made willingly and in a proper spirit, and I do not think that under present circumstances it is proper for him to do this thing. Let him be the judge of that, she replied. Do not seek to control him. He alone is responsible, and therefore let him do as he thinks best. But, I said, he himself does not want another wife yet. But I spoke with hesitation, for my heart misgave me. You are mistaken, she answered. Your husband is a very good man and desires to live his religion, and it is a great grief to him to know that you feel as you do, and you really must try to overcome your opposition. If you had a loaf of bread to make, and you made it, and it was pronounced good, do you think it would be of the slightest consequence what feelings agitated your mind while you were making it, so long as it was well made? So it is with the Lord. He does not care with what feelings you give your husband another wife, so long as you do so. This was a miserable attempt at reasoning, to say nothing of its falsity. And notwithstanding all she said, I still felt that no blessing would even attend an unwilling sacrifice, and I told her so. She spoke to me very kindly, however, and tried to encourage me, and suggested that Carrie would be a very proper person for my husband to marry. I had now no longer any doubt in my mind that it had all been arranged, and that opposition on my part would be all in vain. I was indignant at this, for I believed that, as the revelation itself said, I, the first wife, ought first to have been consulted. This, however, I subsequently found was as false as the system itself. I believed that I was the victim of a conspiracy, and I did not intend to submit without giving them some trouble. I returned home, pondering over what had been said to me, with a feeling of intense weariness oppressing my heart. I did not know what to think. It appeared to me that everyone had determined that Carrie should be my husband's second wife, and I now believed, with my talkative friend, that Brigham Young had certainly intended it from the beginning. I felt that I would rather that he should marry almost anyone else than her, for I felt certain that I should hate any woman whom he might marry, no matter how much I might have loved her before. But my heart was soon relieved of its trouble respecting poor Carrie, for as I before mentioned, her failing health forbade all thoughts of marriage, and my husband, after a short time, never spoke to me about her. The real cause of my distress, however, was by no means removed. It was determined, without appeal, that my husband should, notwithstanding any impediment to the contrary, take another wife, whoever that chosen one might be. My apprehensions, therefore, were not removed. They were only turned in another direction. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of Tell It All by Fanny STENHOUSE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Trials, the second wife chosen, shadows of life. The next day my husband proposed several young girls for my consideration, but I felt that it was of very little consequence to me upon whom his choice might fall. It is a custom among the Mormon married men, those at least who make any pretensions to doing what is right, and who wish to spare the feelings of their wives as much as the degrading system will allow, to make it appear as if the second wife were chosen by the first, and they go through the form of consulting with her as to who shall be selected. The husband will mention the names of several eligible young ladies, among whom is sure to be the one upon whom he has already set his affections. If the wife should try to make herself agreeable by suggesting one or another of these young ladies, some objection is sure to be raised. One is too thoughtless, the relations of another are not quite so agreeable as they might be, and the temper of a third is said to be not very good. In this way, one after another is taken off the list until only one remains, the bright particular star of whom all along the husband has been thinking. And if the wife should make any objections to this one, the husband, of course, has a ready answer. In most cases, her extreme youth is an excuse for anything. She will have plenty of time to learn, and will be the more ready to be taught. When once they have obtained the reluctant consent of their wives, it is astonishing how bright and cheerful these Mormon husbands become. Notwithstanding all that they have said to the contrary, it is evident that polygamy is no trial to their faith. They say that it was as great a cross to bear as to their wives, but somehow or other they take very kindly to it. It was soon settled who should be the honored maiden to whom my husband should pay his addresses. Her name was Belinda, and she was the daughter of the Apostle Parley P. Pratt, whom I have already mentioned as coming to an untimely end in Arkansas. I, of course, was not expected to ask any questions or evince any curiosity respecting the girl or my husband's relations towards her. I had given my consent. I had acted my part, or at least all the part that was expected of me. I had fulfilled my duty as a Mormon first wife when I agreed to another wife being taken, and henceforth all that transpired was, so the elders would have said, no business of mine. Mormon domestic matters are to the Gentile looker-on a perfect mystery. No one outside of Mormonism can realize the position of a wife in her husband's own house, waiting for him to bring home to her another wife. But the Mormon women understand and feel it all. They know what it is to watch the course of a husband's courtship and note how he progresses with his wooing, and they could, if they dared, tell the painful feelings that rankle in their breasts at such a time. Nor is the new wife much happier. The girl against whom the first wife now feels so bitterly will, in all probability, some day be as unhappy as she is now. In due course of time, when the wooing is over and the maiden is won, she will be brought home and will have her little day of triumph until her Lord and Master deems it necessary to add another jewel to his crown. And then her heart will be rent, as the first wife's was, and another crushed and degraded victim will be added to that list of suffering women who have become martyrs to the heavenly order of marriage. Intent on his wooing, the husband is, of course, particularly attentive to his personal appearance, and spares no pains to render himself attractive to the young lady whose affections he proposes to win. Business and domestic duties, of course, give place to the more important claims of love, and everything must be sacrificed upon the altar of that blind divinity. The wife sees all this, but she is not expected to feel. She remembers the time when her husband used to find his greatest pleasure in paying to her those little endearing attentions which love demands, and finds its reward in rendering. She remembers the time when he vowed at the altar to be faithful until death, and how often afterwards he has reiterated that vow, and declared that no other woman should ever win from him a thought that would be disloyal to her. It is impossible for any man to act justly, to say nothing of acting with affection, towards his wife while his thoughts and wishes are wandering towards a younger rival. Words are uttered which in themselves perhaps are trifling, but which, under the circumstances, have a meaning bitterly cruel, and little things are done which, like the worm at the root, gnaw the heart itself and embitter the whole existence. Women whose minds are said to be strong have written and spoken much of late years in an endeavor to unsex themselves. That men and women should be morally and socially equal, no right-minded person can for a moment doubt, but a woman never was and never will be a man. In sentiment and feeling, her mind is utterly the reverse of masculine, and no man, however refined or sensitive he may be, can ever fully understand a woman's heart. A man may be faithfully and devotedly attached to his wife, but she can never be to him what he is to her. Every thought and affection of her soul is centered in him. He is the life of her own existence. In her eyes, he is all that is noble and good and true. He is her idol, her love, her all. Horribly then, 1,000 times horribly and cruelly do they sin against the holiest principles of human nature, who crush with coldness and unkindness those warm and tender sentiments of affection which in her heart a woman cherishes toward her husband. How often have I mourned in secret some careless word or cold, indifferent look which my truant husband has thoughtlessly bestowed upon me when leaving the house to visit his intended bride. Words which to him had no particular meaning, perhaps, but which pierced my heart. I knew too well that he could not love two at once. It was evident which way his thoughts were wandering, although he, like the rest of his brethren, assured me that principle and religion and no other motive attracted him so often to the side of his more youthful and, of course, more pleasing companion. My husband's intended certainly was very young, almost too young for a bride she would have been considered in any other community, and I must in fairness allow that she was very handsome. It is of the utmost importance that a Mormon girl should marry young. Women everywhere are never anxious to grow old, but among the Mormons age is especially dreaded by the women, for when years have robbed them of their personal attractions, in most cases they lose all hold upon their husbands' affections and find themselves obliged to give place to prettier and more youthful rivals. A woman's position in the world to come, as I have before mentioned, depends, so the elders say, very much upon the number of children she has borne in this. It is therefore a consideration of the very first importance that she should marry as early in life as possible, and this obligation is never for a moment overlooked by the refined and pure-minded Mormon men. And now began the painful task of wooing the young lady. My husband told me that it was a very painful duty, and as an obedient wife I felt bound to believe him. It was, of course, no pleasure in him to pay his addresses to an interesting young girl. It was no anxiety to be with her which made him hasten away to the damsel's house of an evening. Oh dear no, it was pure principle, love for the kingdom of God, and a very painful task. He seemed, however, to bear it remarkably well, and manifested a zeal which was perfectly astonishing to me, considering the circumstances. In fact, I felt it my duty to restrain him a little for the sake of his health, for he seemed so anxious to perform his task properly that he could scarcely spare time to take his meals. But regardless of his own feelings, he did not pay much attention to my suggestions. But deeply as I sympathized with my husband, there were times when I felt that mine was indeed no imaginary sorrow, and that nothing could lull the storm that had gathered in my breast. The affliction which I had so long dreaded was now right at my door, and the most painful feelings agitated my mind. Sometimes I shut myself up in my own room and tried to reason with myself, and again I would pace the floor, and my heart overflowing with anger and indignation. I never at that time knew what was to be happy, for I felt that I was a burden and hindrance to my husband, and I longed to die. I had loved him so devotedly that I could not even now cast him from my heart, and though I felt bitterly my position, I believed that he would not willingly wound me, and that he was acting from the purest of motives. But it was all in vain. I could not change my nature, and my heart would rebel. The courtship was continued for months, and the end seemed as far off as ever, for on account of the youthfulness of the bride-elect, my husband wished the marriage indefinitely postponed. It would be impossible for me to tell the 1,000 annoyances and indignities to which I was forced to submit, trials which might appear too trifling even to name, but which to a wife, under such circumstances, were crosses which she found it hard enough to bear. My husband knew nothing of these things, and had he done so, it is more than probable that he would have considered it weakness in me to be troubled about matters of such small consequence, little actions and foolish words which he would have said I ought to have treated with contempt. It was easy to say that, but not so easy to do. Let any wife picture to herself how she would feel if, after schooling her heart to submission, after realizing that she was no longer to be first and dearest in her husband's affections, she were to be constantly hearing the friends and relations of the young girl to whom her husband was engaged boasting of his devotion to her, and openly expressing their belief that he had never loved before. How would any wife be pleased if, whenever her husband's intended received a valuable present from him, she were particularly informed of the fact, and 1,000 little aggravating details were added to make her, if possible, more miserable? I do not know how such things would appear to a man's mind if matters were reversed, and the wife took a couple of husbands to her heart, But I have noticed that the lords of creation are generally, and no doubt justly, sensitive enough, even if they only suspect their wives of engaging in a trifling flirtation. And I know that, however silly she may be considered for doing so, a woman in her heart feels all these things. A woman can nerve herself to endure almost anything, and outwardly she may conceal her feelings, but there are limits beyond which endurance is not possible. A chance meeting with the girl who has superseded her in her husband's love, or worse still, should she chance to surprise the affectionate couple tete-a-tete, is sufficient to dispel all her good resolutions and to destroy that tranquility of mind which she finds it so difficult to preserve. She becomes sick at heart, nervous, and entirely unfitted for her duties. I have frequently heard Mormon men say that, notwithstanding their husbands had been for many years polygamists, they could never see the other wives without a feeling of anger and indignation arising in their hearts. I know that in my own case I never became reconciled to the system. My husband was called away to the Eastern States upon business, and his marriage was postponed, as I have already mentioned, to give the bride an opportunity of growing a little older first. I thought that the present would be a good time to show her some little attentions which I believed it was my duty to do. The idea of coming in contact with her was certainly not at all pleasant, but I felt that it was only right for me to act in a friendly manner towards her, however painful it might be. She was the cause of much sorrow to me, but I could not blame her, for she had been born and brought up in the system, and of course supposed it true. But for all that, it is utterly impossible for any woman to think complacently of another who is weaning from her husband's affections, however innocent that other may be of intentional wrong. Belinda was a very nice girl, and under other circumstances I believe I should have liked her very much. I looked upon her as little more than a child, and my husband has frequently told me that he also regarded her in that light. But to me it was of small consequence that he thought of her as a child, so long as he acted towards her as a woman. Now that he was away from home, there was no danger that she would meet him, so I invited her in a friendly way to call upon me. She came, and I had one or two other ladies present, for I was not like my husband in that particular. I had no anxiety to be alone with her. My effort to cultivate a friendly feeling towards her was not very successful. There was a coldness and restraint on both sides which we could not overcome, and I felt not a little relief when the evening was over. Subsequently I renewed the attempt, but to no purpose. Her very presence in my house and among my children seemed in itself an insult to me. It was not strange that I should feel thus. Think what the feelings of any wife would be under such circumstances. A family of children was growing up around me. Anxious for their future welfare, I surrounded them with the best influences which I could command, and my constant effort was to train them so that they should blush at everything that was not honorable and upright. I had daughters of my own, one of them quite growing up into womanhood. Had my husband been a Gentile, and had he gone astray, his wrongdoing would not have been introduced into my home itself, nor would it have been a subject of conversation among my children. But under Mormonism, how was I situated? Why, I was compelled to drain the cup of degradation to its very dregs. The sanctity of my home itself was invaded, and I felt ashamed to think that I, wife and mother as I was entertaining my husband's affianced wife, a child no older than my own eldest girl, and before long she would be brought home in my presence and among my children. O detestable and unnatural desecration of the sanctity of home! O brutalizing and immoral burlesque upon religious faith! How could I ever have deluded myself into the idea that such a profanation of all that is good could by any possibility be right, that such an outrage upon decency and propriety, such a violation of the laws of reason and religion, could be pleasing in the sight of an all-pure God? During my husband's absence, my poor friend Cary Grant had been daily growing worse in health. I had once asked my husband if there was any truth in the rumors that I had heard of his attachment to her, but he had assured me that there was no foundation for them. Subsequently, I learned from Cary's own lips that this was not exactly true. She said he had deceived me for the sake of sparing my feelings, but I did not appreciate such kindness. Mormonism is full of deceptions. Men deceive their wives, and in return the wives deceive their husbands, and it is all for the sake of the kingdom of God. Poor Cary! Hers was a short and unhappy life. Even her little dream of love was overclouded by disappointment. She was now constantly confined to her room, and whenever it was possible, I used to call upon her, and attempted to make her feel more happy and cheerful. She used to ask me to talk with her about Mormonism. "You know," she said, "that I have never known any other religion, and I believe that this is right, though it does not make me happy. My father loved Mormonism so much that I feel it must be right. The fault is in my own evil nature that does not bend to the will of heaven." One day she said to me, "I am getting worse, Sister Stenhouse, and I am glad of it, for I shall die. I am of no good here. There is nothing for me to do. If I lived, I should only cause trouble. It is better as it is." "Cary," I said, "you must not talk like that. You are still very young and probably will live for many years, and you do not know what future may lie before you." "Do not blame me too much," she replied, "for I am not the only unhappy girl in the city. I know many girls who are very miserable. Married women think that they are the only ones who suffer, while we girls know that nowhere upon the face of the earth can be found such an unhappy set as we are. Why did Brigham Young keep me from going to my friends in the East? I should have been happier then. I should have felt better. But now I want to die, and I am weary waiting for death." In this melancholy mood I found her one day when she appeared particularly sad. She had been ill then about 10 months, but her loving blue eyes were just as bright as ever, and I could see very little change in her, except that she was not able to leave her couch without assistance, and she spoke as if it fatigued her very much. It was quite impossible to arouse from her the state of melancholy into which she had fallen, and it seemed to me that she could not last long. I offered to take her to my house, and said that I would nurse her there and take care of her, but she said she was very kindly treated by her father's family and did not wish to change. She seemed to cling to me as if she could not bear that I should leave her, and she told me she had something on her mind that troubled her. She wanted to have a long talk with me about it, but not that day, she said. I went home that evening with tears in my eyes. As the end was fast approaching, she one day said, "I want to tell you now, Sister Stenhouse, what I spoke of before, if you are willing to listen and will not be angry with anything I say. Remember, I am dying, or I never would speak to you as I am going to." I told her of my great love for her, and that nothing she could say would change that love. "You do not know what I want to ask you, or you would not say so," she replied. "And I dread so to lose your love that I am afraid to tell you what is in my mind. But you know that I am dying, and you will not be very hard with me." She was then silent for some time, as if too much fatigued to continue the conversation. "No, I cannot tell you today," she said at last. "I want you to love me one day longer." I urged her not to doubt that my love towards her could never change, and told her that it was better for her to speak at once and relieve her mind. She took my hand and looked long and tenderly at me, and then she said, "I will tell you all, if your love can stand that test. Then indeed you do love me." I encouraged her, and she began. "Would you hate me if I told you that I loved your husband?" "No," I replied, "I would not hate you, Carrie." I said no more, for it seemed to me that it would be wrong of me to tell her of my suspicions, and all that I had suffered at the thought that my husband had conceived an affection for her. "Can you possibly answer me as calmly as that?" she said. "I thought that the very mention of such a thing would almost kill you, for I saw how much you loved your husband, and how I have suffered at the thought of telling you. But that is not all that I wanted to say, or I need never have spoken to you at all. I wanted to ask you to do me one last kindness, and then I think I shall die happy. You know that we have been taught that polygamy is absolutely necessary to salvation, and if I were to die without being sealed to some man, I could not possibly enter the celestial kingdom. My friends wish me to be sealed to one of the authorities of the church, but I cannot bear the idea of being sealed to a man whom I do not love. I love your husband, and I want you to promise that I shall be sealed to him. If I had thought that I should recover, I never would have let you know this, for I would not live to give you sorrow. But when I am gone, will you kneel by your husband's side in the Endowment House, and be married to him for me? Will it pain you much to do that for me, Sister Stenhouse?" I felt so strangely as I listened to all this that I could not utter a single word, and she continued, "We shall then be together in eternity, and I am happy at the thought of that, for I think I love you even better than I love him. And then I believe we shall have overcome all our earthly feelings, and shall be prepared to live that celestial law, and perhaps we may prefer it, for no doubt we shall know no unhappiness there." The exertion of talking seemed to be too much for her, and she remained silent for some time. I felt ashamed that I had allowed my feelings to influence me at such a moment, for while she was speaking, I had allowed my thoughts to travel back over the past year, and now that she admitted her love for my husband, very many circumstances came painfully to my recollection and confirmed all that she said. I resolved, however, not to question her, but to allow her to tell me just what she pleased. So I knelt down by her side and whispered into her ear a solemn promise that I would do all that she desired. Poor girl, how I felt for her! When I had given her this pledge, she appeared much relieved, and told me freely all that had passed between my husband and herself, and she said she had left my house simply because she could not endure to cause me any sorrow. I told her of my husband's contemplated marriage with Belinda Pratt, and she appeared a good deal troubled at that. "Let me be second," she said, "for then I shall feel that I am nearer to you, and I want you always to think that when you die, if I have the power, I shall be the first to meet you and take you by the hand." Thus we talked together for a long time, and it was with painful interest that I listened to what she said. It was a singular interview, a wife receiving from a young girl the confession that she loved her husband, that he had fully returned her affection, and had even talked with her about marriage. The girl requesting the wife to be married for her to her own husband, and the wife, full of tender love towards the girl, freely giving her a promise that she would do so. In my sorrow at parting from her, and the great affection that I felt towards her, all feelings of jealousy were utterly forgotten. Before I left, I said, Carrie, whether you live or die, you shall be married to my husband if he ever enters into polygamy. And I say this although I do not doubt that he will do so, and at the same time, I think that you will live." I really believed that she might recover, for now this burden was off her mind, I thought she would have strength to subdue her sickness. And at first it seemed as if this would really be the case. The next day she appeared so much better that her friends all became hopeful, and when I told her that I had written to my husband and had told him that since he had made up his mind to go into polygamy, I wished him to marry her, she appeared so happy and showed her joy in so many innocent ways that I could not be angry. "How do you think he will feel," she said, "when he gets your letter? Do I look pretty well today? And do you think that if I continue to get better I shall have regained my looks before he comes home?" "Oh," I said, humoring her, "you will look quite pretty by the time he returns. I shall be really jealous of you." In an instant the thought of how much all mention of her in connection with my husband must be painful to me occurred to her mind, and she begged me to forgive her for her carelessness. "No," she said, "I will try never to give you pain, and you must always love me." For some days this improvement in her appearance continued, and I thought and hoped that we should soon have her round again. I really wished her to live now, for if it was absolutely necessary that Mr. Stenhouse must practice polygamy, I would prefer that, rather than any other woman, he should marry her, for I felt that she would understand me as no one else could. Thus, after all, I really had selected a second wife for my husband. But the change in poor Carrie's looks was altogether deceptive. News came to me one morning that she was very much worse, and I hastened to see her. As I entered the room, her eyes brightened, and she said, "I'm glad that you have come, Sister Stenhouse, for I feel that I'm going soon." Then after a pause, she added, holding up her hands, "Do you know what that means?" The fingernails were turning blue. "That means death," she said, "and it is better so." After this we conversed together for some time upon various topics of special interest to her in the position in which she then was, and presently she said, as if asking a question, "You will keep your promise, I know." "Carrie," I answered, "if there is anything that I can say or do that will make you feel more certain that I will keep my promise, if I live to do so, tell me and I will do it." "I am afraid," she said, "that after all he never loved me. He pitied my lonely situation and was so kind and good to me that I learned to love him, and those meddlesome sisters tried to get him to marry me, but I would not be false to you. Then we both thought it was best not to tell you, as it would make you grieve, although it could never take place. Even now, had I not known that I was dying, I would never have told you. But you will not love me less when you think of me after I am gone?" I told her that my affection for her would never change, and I talked with her and tried to soothe her dying moments and tried to make her feel less lonely. And thus the morning passed away. In the afternoon she was silent and apparently unconscious, and before another day dawned she had passed away to her rest. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of Tell It All by Fanny STENHOUSE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Marriage for the Dead, Entering into Polygamy, the New Wife. The following evening I went round again to the house to gaze once more at the form of my dear friend. and I looked at her long and tenderly as she rested, sleeping there. Her features were peaceful and natural, as if in slumber. An expression of calm tranquility hovered around her countenance, and in the repose of death she seemed almost happy. Poor girl, her life had been short indeed, and she had known but little pleasure, but I believed that she was now beyond the reach of earthly sorrow and earthly disappointment, happy in that land where suffering and tears are all unknown. There shall be no night there, the Lord of that other life had said. Sorrow and sighing shall flee away from that bright and glorious land, and the grief and pain which on earth are the portion of so many tried and weary hearts shall find no entrance into that eternal rest which our Father in heaven has prepared for us beyond the floods of death. Oh, better far, I thought, it is that thus she should pass away. True, she has seen but little of life and has not tasted many of its joys, but as a compensation, how much has she been spared. She was so gentle and so sensitive, so unfit to battle with the stern realities of existence, that I felt she had gained rather than lost in being taken away in the morning of her life. Those anxieties, trials, and cares, which are more or less the portion of every one of us, would never weary her now, and especially she was forever beyond the reach of those painful thoughts and feelings which are the lot of the Mormon women alone. Certainly she thought, as also did I, that in that other future life, after the resurrection, we should live together a life much like that which we lived on earth, only more glorious and happy. We could not marry or be given in marriage in the world to come, but those who had been united on earth for eternity, whether personally or by proxy, would in heaven lead a married life together and fulfill all the duties and obligations of that position. Carrie believed firmly that if I were sealed to my husband for her, she would be his second wife in heaven, and the reason why I had promised to be married for her before my husband was united to other wives was that by doing so she would rank before all the rest. I, as first wife, would be queen in my husband's kingdom if I continued faithful and very obedient. Carrie, as second wife, would rank next to me, and the others who might afterwards be added would be placed according to the date of their marriage. We none of us doubted that all this was true, and the thought that by her marriage with my husband she would be sure of exaltation in the celestial kingdom had comforted the last hours of my poor friend. I was musing sadly over these things as I returned home that evening, resolved that nothing on my part should be left undone which might ensure her future happiness, and I presumed that in my mind her death and the promise which I had made were the all-absorbing thoughts. Certain it is that a little incident occurred to me which produced a vivid impression upon my mind. Then, and for a long time after, I believed that I was visited by my departed friend. Now, I was not naturally superstitious, and I would not, on any account, have the reader think that I was a believer in the very extraordinary claims of modern spiritualism. At the time of which I speak, I knew absolutely nothing of the manifestations and communications received in seances. I had, in fact, been so isolated and was so ignorant of the doings of the world in general that I had never even heard of such things. I certainly did not believe that apparitions of the dead returned to trouble us with communications of any kind, but nevertheless, I was that night convinced that Carrie's spirit stood beside me and spoke to me just as in life she might herself have done. Even now, after the lapse of several years, I hardly know what to think of the matter, for it made such a powerful impression on my mind. Probably it was all a dream, a vivid and lifelike dream, but nothing more. The reader will remember that at that time I was in a very delicate condition of health. My mind was quite unsettled with trouble and anxiety, and for some time past my thoughts had been constantly fixed upon poor Carrie and her sad fate. These circumstances combined might perhaps have shaped my ideas and raised up before me that strange vision. To me, however, at that time it had all the force of reality. And while I leave it to the reader's common sense to determine what really were the facts of the case, I think I should not be justified in altogether omitting an incident so singular, which at such a critical period of my life so strongly affected me. I was sitting alone in my room and reading when suddenly I felt as if someone had opened the door and entered, and I looked round to see who it was. I felt a presence, if I may so speak, but I saw no one, so thinking that I was nervous and resolved to control my feelings, I took up my book again and tried to interest myself in it. A few minutes elapsed, and then I was startled again, for I felt sure that someone was leaning over me, and I seemed almost to hear them breathe. Quite certain now that the events of the preceding day had unsettled my mind, I laid aside my book and prepared to retire for the night. But still I could not get rid of that feeling which we all experience when someone is near us whom we cannot see, but of whose presence we are instinctively aware. After disrobing, I lay down and began to read until I was sleepy. I then turned down the light without entirely extinguishing it, when immediately after the presence seemed to stand beside my bed, and I lost all power over myself. I was not, I believed, asleep, but at the same time I did not seem to be perfectly awake. But the presence was now no longer invisible. I plainly saw Carrie leaning over me. "Is that you, Carrie?" I said. "Yes," she answered, or seemed to answer. "I want something from you." Then, pointing to a gold ring upon my finger, not my wedding ring, though it was a wedding ring, she said, "I want you to give me that ring." "You shall have it," I answered, and then she bent over me and kissed my cheek. I distinctly felt the coldness of her lips as she touched me, and in another instant she was gone. I was wide awake, but trembling and covered with a cold perspiration, for I felt certain that Carrie's spirit had been with me, and now that she had spoken to me, I felt that the presence in the room was gone. I could sleep no more, although all fear had left me, and I lay awake for hours thinking over the matter and trying to explain it away. In the morning I persuaded myself that it was all a dream or the effects of a disturbed imagination, but as I had promised, whether dreaming or awake, it mattered little, to give her the ring. I resolved to keep my word and put it on her finger secretly as she lay in the coffin. With that intention, I went to the house some time before the funeral was appointed to take place, but as there was constantly someone in the room, I felt ashamed to carry out my purpose, lest they should think me silly to do such a thing. As the time approached when they should carry her to the grave, I became so troubled about the ring that I could not rest. So I went into another room where one of Brigham Young's wives and a plural wife of Carrie's father were talking together, and I told them of my dream, for so I called the vision of my dead friend, although it seemed to me reality. They urged me to lose no time, but to go instantly and put the ring on the finger of the corpse. "If you do not," they said, "you will never feel happy. She will never rest, but will sure to come back to reproach you." So I went and did as they said. Without anyone noticing me, I stood beside the casket and raised the beautiful hand which looked so pure and wax-like, but oh, so cold. and I placed the ring on the wedding finger, and then covered it with the other hand. Then again, beside the dead body of my friend, I vowed to be faithful to the promise that I had made to her, and after that I felt at peace. Not long subsequently to this, my husband returned home. The following morning he took from his pocket a very beautiful ring, which he presented to me, asking me to wear it for his sake. Directly after, he held up another, a plain gold ring, and asked me if I knew who that was for. I thought that I knew, for as he was soon to be married to Miss Pratt, I supposed it was for her. My pride, however, would not allow me to say so. I therefore simply replied that I did not know, feeling at the same time very much inclined to add, "You had better give this one with it, whoever it is for I thought it unkind of him to show Melinda's ring to me." I was silent, however, and he then said, "This one I bought for Carrie when I received your letter." "Then I shall have to wear it now," I said, and then I told him all that I had just related. But I think he considered it only a dream or the fancy of a troubled imagination. I now expected very soon to be called upon to undergo the most painful ordeal that any wife can be required to pass through. I was to give my husband another wife. Such is the sacrifice demanded of every Mormon woman. The thought of doing this was worse than death to me. I felt injured, humiliated, and degraded by it, and yet I still tried to believe that it was the will of God, and must therefore be right. To me, this outrage upon all the purest feelings of womanhood seemed more like the will of men of the basest and most unholy passions. It was repulsive to me in whatever form it was presented, but still I reproached my own rebellious heart for feeling so, for I had been told that the ways of the Lord were past finding out, and however unlike him this revelation might appear, we Mormon women had been taught that it was our duty to bend our wills and to suffer in unquestioning and uncomplaining silence. As the time approached, I felt like a condemned criminal awaiting the day of execution. A sense of apprehension, a dread of coming evil was ever present to my mind, and everything appeared to me through the medium of my griefs. To a certain extent, my husband also suffered, for it would be impossible, I think, for any man to see his wife suffering so intensely without feeling for her, and I sometimes believed that his sympathy for me was so great that if he had dared, he would even then have refused to obey the counsel of the priesthood. Then, too, he had a little trouble of his own, for he began to realize that this innovation upon the sanctity of our home would make a great change in his future. His freedom would be gone. However gratifying it may be to a man's feelings to know that there is no limit to his privileges, and that he is always at liberty, no matter how many wives he may already possess, to fall in love with every pretty girl he meets, and marry her if she consents, yet every intelligent man must be conscious that it can be no easy matter to keep peace between many wives in one house, and that if he wishes to act rightly by all, he must train himself to be scrupulously just, never showing any partiality in look or deed, or even by a word. There are many such men among the Mormons. They are conscientious and good men who try to live their religion, but who at the same time desire to act kindly towards their wives. My husband began to realize the great responsibility that he was about to take upon himself, and seeing his thoughtful and troubled look, I tried to hide my own feelings, for every true wife knows that nothing so powerfully arouses a woman to struggle with her own sorrows as the knowledge that her husband is unhappy. The dreaded day at length arrived, the day which for so long and with such painful forebodings I had anticipated. I had spent a very wakeful and unhappy night, and felt very sick and nervous, and my health was anything but strong. I hardly felt as if I should have the courage to go through that day. I was, however, compelled to nerve myself to the task, and I began to make my preparations for going to the Endowment House. The only thing that gave me strength was the thought that my husband had consented that I should go through the ceremony of being married to him that day for Carrie, for even then I supposed that those who would be married in heaven must first be married on earth, and that too by those who had received authority from on high. Ever since I had first embraced Mormonism, I had been entirely cut off from Gentile society, although living in the Gentile world. Abroad, and also when in New York, the cares of a family kept me very much at home, and the continual state of apprehension in which I was rendered me averse to visiting among friends. Thus it was that I never conversed freely with anyone who could have informed me truthfully of the origin of Mormonism, and consequently I brooded over my religion as a melancholy fact. But though with moments of weakness and wavering, I never thoroughly doubted its divine origin. The terrible sacrifice which was about to be required of me might, I thought, be painful to make, but it was no less the will of God. I must submit, whatever the effort might cost me. The morning was bright and lovely, a morning calculated to inspire happy hopes and pleasant feelings, but to me it brought nothing but fear and trembling. Even the innocent prattle of my children annoyed me, and they, not knowing how deeply I was suffering, looked at me with wonder in their eyes. Oh, I thought, surely my husband will at length comprehend the greatness of the love I bear him. Surely he will now appreciate the sacrifice I make for his sake and for my religion. Even now, if I did not know that he believes this doctrine to be true, and he would feel condemned if through any opposition of mine he were not allowed to practice, I would at the last moment dash this bitter cup from my lips and take my chance of the consequences in the future state. Utterly cast down and broken-hearted, I felt almost as if the Lord himself had forsaken me, and there was no one to whom I could look for aid. I could not go to my husband in that hour for sympathy, for I well knew that his thoughts must be with his intended bride, and that my sorrows would only trouble him at a time when he must desire to be at peace. Besides which, I was too proud to plead for love at a shrine that I felt should rightfully be all my own. And then, too, I knew not but what he might tell her of my feelings, and it would be too great a humiliation for me should she think me jealous of the position which she now occupied, and her influence over my husband. With such feelings I went to the Endowment House. There at the altar I was to give proof of my obedience and of my faith in my religion by placing the hand of the new wife in that of my husband. The thought was almost madness. To have followed my husband to the grave would have been a terrible blow to me, but to live to see him the husband of another woman was something that seemed to me beyond endurance. Notwithstanding every effort of faith, doubts would arise, and in bitterest anguish I thought, this is more like the work of a cruel man than of God. Why should man have this power over woman, and she so helpless? Surely a just and impartial God can have nothing to do with this. There was a darkness before my eyes, and struggle as I might, I could see no ray of light, no glimmering of hope. First, my husband was married to Miss Pratt, and then to me for Carrie. Thus I fulfilled my pledge to my departed friend. Later in the day I placed the ring which my husband had bought for her upon my finger, instead of the one which I had put on her wedding finger in the coffin. I shall always wear it in remembrance of her, although among the Mormons at that time wedding rings were never thought of, and to this day are only used by the more educated and refined who cling to the Gentile customs. I had found before going to the Endowment House that I could not have Carrie sealed to my husband next to me, for Belinda had objected, and her mother had appealed to Brigham Young about it. They told me that he had said that the living had claims before the dead, although my own feelings would have led me to think otherwise. Brigham Young performed the ceremony. He sat at the end of the altar, and we three knelt down, my husband on one side and Miss Pratt and myself on the other. Speaking to me, Brigham Young asked, "Are you willing to give this woman to your husband to be his lawful wife for time and for all eternity? If you are, you will signify it by placing her right hand within the right hand of your husband." I did so, but what words can describe my feelings? The anguish of a whole lifetime was crowded into that one single moment. The painful meaning of those words, "for all eternity," withered my soul, and the unending contract which my husband had made with another woman was practically a divorce from me. I had now laid everything upon the altar of sacrifice, for I had given away my husband. What more could the Lord require of me that I was not prepared to do? I was bewildered and almost beside myself, and yet I had to hide my feelings. Hope was forever banished from my life. To whom could I look for sympathy among those who were around me? They were most of them men who had ruthlessly wrecked the lives and lacerated the hearts of hundreds of women before my turn came, and the sight of an unhappy wife was so common in their experience that it was more likely to awaken their anger than their pity. I felt this instinctively, and I resolved that they should never know how much my poor heart was torn. My husband, it is true, was there. My husband. Was he not now the husband of another woman, and therefore no longer belonging to me? I knew that I could never overcome my early teaching sufficiently to feel that this was right, though such was my wretched fanaticism that I mentally and verbally assented to it. I felt that now I stood alone. Our union was severed. There could never be any co-partnership between that other wife and myself. No, never. Salvation or no salvation, it was impossible that I could ever love her. From that day I began to hide all my sorrows from my husband, and it was but very seldom that I uttered a word of discontent, and when I expressed what I felt, it was in anger, but never in sorrow, seeking sympathy. I remember when we returned home, that home which had now lost its charm, for the young wife was to live there. My husband said to me, "You have been very brave, but it is not so hard to bear after all, is it?" I had hidden my feelings so well that he really thought that I was indifferent. But during the remainder of the day, how I watched their looks and noticed every word. To me their tender tones were daggers, and filling me with a desire to revenge myself upon the father of my children. Oh, what fanatics we Mormon women have been ever to have believed for a single moment that a just and loving Father and God would have given a command that in almost every instance has produced such fearful results upon those who should have been happy wives and mothers, and consequently upon their children. Indeed, even then it made me feel that there was no justice in heaven. If this love, which is the best part of women's nature, this love that we had always believed was a part of divinity itself, this principle without which there would be nothing worth living for, if this had been made our greatest curse, and the woman who showed herself most actuated by this gentle influence was to be the greatest victim, I felt that day that if I could not get away by myself alone and give expression to my overcharged feelings, I should certainly lose my reason. I was utterly miserable. It was only in the dead of night in my own chamber that I gave way to the terrible anguish that was consuming me. God and my own soul can alone bear witness to what I suffered in that time of woe. That night was to me such as even the most God-forsaken might pray never to know, and morning dawned without my having for a moment closed my eyes. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of Tell It All by Fanny STENHOUSE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Domestic Arrangements of the Saints, Polygamy from a Woman's Standpoint. I was now to realize personally in my own home life what polygamy actually was. Hitherto I had observed how other women suffered and how other men treated their wives, but now the painful reality had come to my own door, and I was to experience the effects of the system upon myself, and instead of noting the conduct of other men, I should be able to observe the change which polygamy might work in my own husband. How little do the Mormon men know what it is in the truest sense to have a wife, though they have so many wives, after their own fashion. Almost imperceptibly to the husband, and even to the wife herself, a barrier rises between them from the very day that he marries another woman. It matters not how much she believes in the doctrine of plural marriage, or willing she may be to submit to it. The fact remains the same. The estrangement begins by her trying to hide from him all her secret sorrows, for she feels that what has been done cannot be undone now, and she says, "I cannot change it, neither would I if I could, because it is the will of God, and I must bear it. Besides, what good will it do to worry my husband with all my feelings? He cannot help me. And is he not another woman's husband?" Then comes, perhaps, the painful thought, I have no longer any desire to confide in him. Or it may be that she detects some familiarity between her husband and the other wife, and she feels bitterly towards both, for strive as she may, human nature cannot be altogether crushed out. Before long, the wife begins to feel her husband's presence itself become irksome to her. Even his touch makes her shudder. She strives to hide all this, but oh, with what anguish of soul! She may keep up an appearance of tranquility, and when spoken to about plural marriage, may lead people to believe that she is happy, and even her own husband may think that she has become used to it. But women never get used to it until they have in great measure, or perhaps entirely, lost their love for their husbands. This was a mistake that my own husband made in respect to me. He realized, I know, as much as the generality of men can ever realize a woman's feelings, that I was suffering intensely, and he tried in every way to make my burden lighter. But, like his brethren, he thought that because he was getting used to it, I was also. I can truly say I never did get used to it, and never could. That was a time of great misery to me, much as I tried to control my feelings. Day by day I strove to hide from my heart even the knowledge of my own unhappiness, and when I could no longer endure, I would lock myself in my room and give vent to the anguish that was consuming me. I realized, however, that this continual conflict of feeling was unfitting me for my duties. Everything was becoming a trial to me. I could not bear to be spoken to. The prattle of my children that had always been so dear to me was now discordant to my feelings, and all their little questionings were irksome. I determined that this should no longer be the case. I would battle with my own heart. I would henceforth devote my whole life, worthless as that life appeared to have become, to the welfare of my little ones." This was a conclusion that hundreds of wretched Mormon wives have arrived at, and when this is the case, there is some hope for them. But many give way to despair and go down broken-hearted to their graves. How much of true affection do the Mormon husbands lose? A man may have a dozen wives, but from them all combined he will not receive as much real love and devotion as he would from one alone, if he made her feel that she had his undivided affection and confidence. How terribly these men deceive themselves. When peace, or rather quiet, reigns in their homes, they think that the Spirit of God is there. But it is not so. It is a calm, not like the gentle silence of sleep, but as the painful stillness of death, the death of the heart's best affection and all that is worth calling love. All true love has fled, and indifference has taken its place. The very children feel it. What do they, what can they care about their father whom they so seldom see? Of course, as in everything else, there are exceptions to the rule, but I am speaking now of polygamists in general. Some wives, afraid of creating a prejudice against themselves and of being forsaken altogether, deceive their husbands and make them believe that they are satisfied. It must be admitted that in acting thus, these wives are not always actuated by a fear of losing the society or love of their husbands, for in polygamy, love dies a natural death. But it is galling to a woman's pride to have it said that she has been cast off for another. Then, too, and some women would consider this the most important reason of all, the best provision is usually made for the home where the husband stops most frequently, and the wife, if not for her own sake, at least for her children's, will be anxious to have a well-provided house. This is only natural. The divine plan has always been worked out in a very human way. When a man has several wives, there is, of course, no necessity for him to stay with an unhappy or mopish one, as he can always find a more pleasant reception elsewhere. Men who can really believe that women are satisfied and happy under such a system must be entirely ignorant of human nature. And yet I have known many gentlemen from Utah who, when asked how the Mormon women submitted to polygamy, have answered, "Oh, very well. They are perfectly happy, for they look upon it as a religious duty, and are satisfied and contented with it." How false is all this! What an incorrect idea does it give of the wives of Utah! Some of these very men, to my certain knowledge, know better than this, and have had a very different experience in their own families. I have in my mind a prominent man from Salt Lake City who told a reporter of the New York Herald how happily his wives lived together, while everyone at home knows they could not well be more miserable, for his wives do not wear the mask. I could name many other families in which it is just the same. There is a class of women in Utah who act as a sort of drill sergeants to the other women. These form what is called the Female Relief Society, for they take the lead among the Mormon women, get up memorials to Congress against anti-polygamic bills, and otherwise spend their time in advancing the interests of the celestial order. To the good brethren, these ladies are invaluable helpers when they desire to add to the number of their wives. And going from house to house to gather contributions for the society, they have ample opportunities for discovering the feelings of those who are rebellious, and giving a great deal of counsel which frequently produces very painful results. The members of this relief society, even the poorest, are without exception expected to contribute to its funds, if it be only a skein of yarn or a spool of thread. They make their visits fortnightly and gather in contributions with such success that in more than one ward they have been able to build a fine store, have it filled with goods, and have had a surplus in hand, which was duly handed over as a present to Brother Brigham. Brother Brigham is always ready and willing to receive gifts, whether large or small. There was an instance of this which fell under my own observation, and which, though I was still in the church, annoyed me very greatly. An old lady applied to me for sewing, and as I was in need of someone, I employed her. She suffered a good deal from asthma, and finally became so bad that it was with the greatest difficulty that she could even walk. She told me frequently that a cup of tea was such a comfort to her, but she would not allow herself that luxury, as she was resolved to put by all that might have cost her for tea and sugar, and other little luxuries, and make a present of the money to Brother Brigham. I learned subsequently that she did save up as much as $20, which, in the presence of witnesses, she presented to the prophet, and he actually took it. I was told that in a sermon delivered at Ogden a short time after, he gave the poor woman great credit for having performed a good deed, and recommended others to go and do likewise. It is difficult to discover how the poor are benefited by the Relief Society, and yet it was ostensibly for their welfare and assistance that the Society was called into existence. I know of many instances where poor persons have applied for help, which has been either refused them or else has been offered in such a way that it could not be accepted. It must not be supposed that all the Mormon women who belong to the Relief Society are as great admirers of Brother Brigham as the ancient dame of whom I have just spoken. Some belong to it because they cannot help themselves. One of these very sisters once told me that when they got up the ladies' petition to Mrs. Grant, praying her to use her influence with the President in favor of Mormon husbands practicing polygamy, they did not give themselves the trouble to call upon all the ladies who belonged to the Society, but took their names from the books without even obtaining permission first. Another lady told me that when they came to her house to get the signature of herself and daughters, they asked her if she had any dead daughters, as if she had, it was just as proper to sign for them as for the living, for they would be certain to believe in polygamy now that they were in heaven, whatever might have been their condition on earth. This is the way in which elections are conducted, and memorials and petitions are got up in Utah. Moreover, it must not be imagined that those who are most zealous in signing petitions and forcing them upon their sisters are necessarily the greatest believers in the celestial order. No, in not a few of these women are seen some of the worst effects of the system. One of these very ladies told me that she had seen enough of old Brigham and polygamy in this world, she hoped she would never set eyes upon him in the next. And yet this lady was very highly spoken of for her zeal in getting up the petition in favor of polygamy. These are the women who, finding their own happiness wrecked, are not satisfied until they have dragged every other woman they meet into the same snare. They appear to have no mercy upon their own sex, and when persuasive words fail to soften the rebellious wife, they will repeat to her that portion of the Revelation which says that the wife who refuses consent shall be destroyed, and thus they work upon her fears and her devotion to her religion. It is painful to see women so hopeless themselves that they find a satisfaction in making others equally miserable. An utter disregard to the feelings or happiness of individuals is one of the distinguishing features of Mormonism. Polygamy hardens the hearts of both men and women towards those whom they should love most tenderly. What wonder then that the less sacred ties of friendship and common humanity should be disregarded? Do I not furnish you with breadstuffs? The wealthy bishop or apostle has often said to a neglected wife, "What more do you want?" She had perhaps complained of neglect, but his coarse nature could not comprehend that her soul craved its daily food as much as her body, that a true-hearted wife needs the love and companionship of her husband, and that she ought to feel that he is living for her and for her children just as faithfully as she is living for him. Any idea of mutual obligation between husbands and wives has, I believe, never entered the mind of Brigham Young and the leaders who most nearly imitate him. He himself has forsaken wife after wife, giving them no love, no companionship, nay, scarcely even a thought. They have gone out of his life as completely as if they never possessed the slightest interest in his eyes. He has, however, continued to give them breadstuffs, clothing, and shelter, which he could so well afford, but it was for appearance sake, and certainly not for love. When a man has more than one wife, his affections must of necessity be divided. He really has no home in the truest sense of the word. His houses are simply boarding places. Should he have all his wives in one house, as is often the case, they are then all slaves to the system. Each one is watching the others, and they know it, trying to discover something that can be secretly told to the husband to draw away his affections from the rest. What more miserable position could be imagined? There is, however, no fixed principle regulating Mormon men in the management of their families. Every one is at liberty to do as he thinks best, and scarcely two families are governed alike. When Salt Lake City was first settled, the people had to live as best they could, and a man was glad to get even one roof under which he and all his wives might be sheltered. Now, when the husband is wealthy, he generally provides separate homes for his wives. Some wealthy men, however, still have all their wives and families together. I have in my mind, as I write, a very prominent Mormon who has half a dozen wives, and he divides his time among them after this fashion. The first week he stays with the first wife, the next week he is with the second, then he goes back to the first. The fourth week he passes with the third wife, and then he returns for another week to the first. And thus he continues to give 1 week to the first wife, and the next to one of the other 5 in turn, until he has blessed them all with his presence. Now it would at casual glance appear that the first wife has by far the largest share of her husband's society. But if the truth must be told, it must be admitted that the husband is not quite so generous as he appears. The last wife of this good man is a young and pretty girl, and she lives with the first wife, and thus his devotion to the latter is rewarded by the presence of the former. Each of the other wives has 1 week of his society and attentions in every 11, about 5 weeks apiece of companionship with their husband in the course of a whole year. Other men with the same number of wives pass constantly between one house and another. They can never be found when wanted. Their lives are one eternal round, and they may be said to have no real abiding place. In every settlement in Utah, long, low-roofed houses may be seen with a row of doors and windows alternating. Even in Salt Lake City, much as it has changed of late years, such houses may still be found. To every door and window there is, of course, a wife, and the furniture of her room consists of a bed, 3 chairs, and a table. Then if the man is a very devout Mormon and wishes to increase his kingdom by adding another wife to the inhabitants of the long, many-doored house, a wagon box is so arranged as to form a sleeping apartment for the newcomer, or what is more likely, one of the old wives is put into the wagon box, and the new one takes her place. A house with 2 wings is rather a favorite style with those men who, to silence their conscience and the priesthood, conclude to take just one extra wife and no more. The wives with their children occupy respectively each a wing, and the entrance door opens into a parlor, which serves as a reception room for both families. The husband in this case spends a week on one side of the house and a week on the other, alternately. And thus by an impartial division of his attentions he preserves peace in his family. A man who is comfortably off can, of course, arrange his domestic affairs so as to avoid as far as possible the inconveniences of the system, but a poor man is forced to submit to circumstances. Many men have entered into polygamy with 2, 3, and even 4 wives, all with their children living together under one roof, in one room, in the most disgraceful and barbarous manner. But even for this the leaders were really more to blame than the poor deluded men themselves, for the command to build up the kingdom, in other words, take many wives and raise up large families, has been so constantly and imperatively insisted upon that good sense and propriety have at last been entirely overlooked. In a very large house, with many wives, there is greater safety and peace for the husband than in a small house with only 2 wives. When there are only 2 apartments, the husband, if not in one, is supposed to be in the other, and the neglected wife frequently expresses her opinion of her rival in the opposite room in very powerful language. Scenes may be witnessed in such households which are too shocking to disclose. Brigham Young was conscious of this when he said he would stand no more fighting and scratching round him. And yet, in the face of all this, he dares to tell the people that this is the order of celestial marriage. With many wives living together in a large house, there are many advantages. The whereabouts of the husband is not so easily discovered, and the unhappy or jealous wife is at a loss to know upon whom to vent her ire. In this account, even men with small means prefer to have 3 wives instead of 2, as each wife, not knowing which of the other 2 she ought to hate the most, divides her jealousy. It takes, however, a wise man to know how to live in polygamy so to balance all the conflicting interests and obtain a little peace if happiness is out of the question. Where the husband is a rich man and has abundant wealth wherewith to supply the wants of his numerous wives and children, and to furnish all the necessary accommodation that a growing family demands, much of the jealousy and ill-feeling inseparable from polygamy can, to a certain extent, be avoided. But when poor men, as I myself have witnessed, live with several wives and a whole army of children huddled together in a miserable room or 2, it is painful and inconvenient in the extreme. And yet such is frequently the case. I know one man, otherwise very respectable, who lives with 3 wives and 11 children in 2 wretched rooms no better than a stable, and they think that in this they are pleasing God. Some men have entered into polygamy so poor and unprovided for that their dwelling consisted of just 1 sitting room and 1 sleeping apartment for the 2 wives together with the husband. And it is quite a common thing to see 2 or even 3 wives living together in one very small house. A family was pointed out to me which consisted of 2 wives, 1 son about 16 years of age, a daughter of 15, and numerous other younger children, and all lived together in 2 small rooms and a shed. It would be quite impossible, with any regard to propriety, to relate all the horrible results of this disgraceful system. It has debased the minds and degraded the lives of good and honest men and women, while those who naturally had a tendency towards evil have become 100 times worse. Marriages have been contracted between the nearest relatives, and old men tottering on the brink of the grave have been united to little girls scarcely in their teens, while unnatural alliances of every description, which in any other community would be regarded with disgust and abhorrence, are here entered into in the name of God, and under the sanction of a revelation, supposed to proceed from the pure and holy Savior. I was much shocked and disgusted when I first went to Utah to find a man whom, under other circumstances, I had known in London, living with two sisters whom he married in the manner I have just described. And strange as it may appear, it was not with them a matter of necessity. When I knew the husband in Europe, I considered him a man of education and refinement, but I certainly was mistaken, for no man whose nature was at all sensitive would have lived as he did. His wives, too, had been considered highly respectable English girls, were not ashamed of their degraded position. They professed to believe in bringing the world back to its primitive purity and innocence. It is quite a common thing in Utah for a man to marry 2 and even 3 sisters. I was well acquainted with one man who married his half-sister, and I know several who have married mother and daughter. I know also another man who married a widow with several children, and when one of the girls had grown into her teens, he insisted on marrying her also, having first by some means won her affections. The mother, however, was much opposed to this marriage, and finally gave up her husband entirely to her daughter. And to this very day the daughter bears children to her stepfather, living as a wife in the same house with her mother. In another instance, a well-known man in Salt Lake City, who has several wives and married daughters, married a young girl of 15 years of age, whom his wife had adopted and brought up as her own. Men who do such things as these have no excuse in their religion. It is pretended that the Mormon prophet received a revelation sanctioning polygamy, but no one ever supposed that it was therefore necessary for persons so near akin in blood to marry. When such disgraceful alliances had taken place, they have been the result of the brutal passions of men, and cannot be charged directly to their religion. Their religion is to blame for debasing their minds and destroying in them those pure feelings which would have rebelled against these shameful marriages. But their religion only enjoined them to marry many wives. It never taught them to select those wives from their own households. The women in polygamy, as might be expected, have all along had to bear the heaviest part of the burden. It is painful to see how some of them will strive to maintain a hold upon their husbands' affections. They may, perhaps, feel bitterly their lonely and neglected position, and they may detest the system, but they try, nevertheless, to make their homes as pleasant and attractive as possible. Some do this for one reason, some for another, but in most instances the chief motive is a desire to draw away the husband from the other wives. Not that they particularly wish for his company or his love, but they like to show their power over him. I know some of these Mormon men whose wives manage them in this way. They think not a little of themselves and believe that they are indeed the lords of creation and can have everything their own way, while all the time they are perfect objects of ridicule to everyone who knows them on account of the way they are managed by their wives. Such men fancy that they govern absolutely in their households, and with head erect they will boastfully say to their neighbors, "See how I manage my women," little thinking that it is the women who are managing them. Other good women make their homes pleasant from a sincere desire that their husbands should be happy, and will study the most rigid economy while living alone, so as to save out their frequently poor allowance sufficient to entertain the husband well when it comes to their turn to receive a visit from him. Many a woman has thus earned the flattering opinion of her husband for economy, and it has very materially strengthened her influence over him. I knew a lady who, by a little management of this sort, so pleased her spouse that he placed her at the head of his household, and the other wives had to go to her for everything. This was all the glory she had ever dreamed of or desired. Women of years and experience act thus, but young and thoughtless wives frequently try an opposite experiment, and when their husbands come to see them, they are always poor, always needy. They never have enough of anything. This attempt to excite sympathy is seldom or never so successful as the other plan. The pleasant home and smiling welcome are more attractive to the Mormon husband than the complaints of a dissatisfied wife. Many a good saint, although of course he would scorn to acknowledge it, is well known to make his principal home with the wife who is the best cook, notwithstanding that affection may not run in the same direction. But when the wife who sets the best table is also the wife best beloved, the husband is a happy man indeed. Quite a number of the leading Mormons have wives in the various settlements, and this is very convenient to them if they have to travel much. If the wives are old and experienced, as wives who are sent into the country generally are, they can look after and manage a farm. And if they have growing boys, the farm can be worked upon a very economical plan. The younger wives in the city can be supplied from them with all the butter, cheese, vegetables, and so forth that they require. It takes considerable shrewdness to manage women in such a way as to turn all their abilities to good account and to make them profitable. American men, I have always found, were most successful in this experiment. The English, as a general rule, are not smart enough, though I have known instances where smart Englishmen with several wives have so arranged as to live entirely without working themselves. They managed matters to perfection, getting all the labor that was possible out of those unhappy women, and in return breaking their hearts with unkindness and neglect. Mormon men say, "Do not Gentiles do just as bad?" No, they do not. There are bad men everywhere, and as everyone knows, there are among the Gentiles men whose cruelty to their wives could not be surpassed. But those men do not attempt to hide their sins under the mantle of religion. They do not crucify their wives in the name of God. Bad men among the Gentiles support a woman, whether wife or not, so long as they care anything about her. And do the Mormon men do anything more? Hundreds of discarded wives in Utah could bear me witness that when they grew old or their husbands grew tired of them, they tossed them off quite as ruthlessly and with as little compunction as any unprincipled Gentile man ever discarded a mistress who no longer had any place in his affections. In one respect, certainly, the Mormon men bear off the palm for cruelty, for they add insult to injury. The sins of wicked Gentiles are hidden from their wives, but the Mormon men flaunt their sins in their wives' faces, and in the faces of their grown-up sons and daughters, and style their iniquity the celestial order of heaven. Let me ask the good brethren who read this to act for once impartially and try to put themselves in a woman's place, and let me, for their benefit, draw a little picture for them to contemplate. It is evening, and the family are all assembled in their pleasant home, a home made happy by the kind and thoughtful care of a loving Father. Peace and tranquility dwell in every heart, and the father is happy in being surrounded by his children, to whom he is fondly attached. He listens to the prattle of the little ones, or the music and songs of the elder children, and for a time he is forgetful of everything save the happiness of the hour. Suddenly his wife, the mother of his children, whom he dearly loves, rises from her seat beside the fire and retires to her own apartment. There she arranges her toilette with irreproachable care, sees that every straying curl is in its place, and gives every touch to her appearance which she thinks is likely to render her attractive in the eyes of a man. She now descends the stairs, ready to leave the home of this, her first husband, for she is going to see her second husband, or some young man to whom she has taken a fancy, and who she thinks would be suitable for a third. She kisses her children good-bye, and is about to take an affectionate farewell of their father, when she suddenly discovers that he is not looking happy. "What is the matter now?" she says. "Is not your home a pleasant one? Have I not taken pains to train your children in a proper manner? And have I not remained an hour longer than usual with you? What folly it is for you to be moping in this way. This is not the way to live our religion, if we expect to get the blessing of God. You know very well it is very painful for me to leave you and my children, but we must be obedient to the commands of God, and I owe attentions to my other husband as well as to you. Can any man be supposed who would for a moment endure such an outrage upon decency and common sense, such a violation of all that is sacred in the human heart? And yet this is only reversing the case. And just as any Mormon man can suppose he would feel if the wife he loved were to act in the way I have described, so do Mormon wives feel, only as much more acutely, as women are more sensitive in their affections than men. I remember painfully the bitterness of soul which I experienced when there was only one wife besides myself, and thousands of women in Utah could bear witness, if they would, to the hopeless misery which the system causes, and the desolate void which it creates in the heart of every thoughtful and affectionate wife. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of Tell It All by Fanny STENHOUSE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lights and Shadows of Polygamy, Marriage, and Baptism for the Dead. My life was now one continued series of deceptions, as was also that of my husband, and we began habitually to wear the mask when in each other's presence. It cannot be otherwise in polygamy. To avoid wounding the feelings of the first wife, the husband, if he cares for her, affects an indifference for the second wife, which he really does not feel. And the first wife is not deceived by it, for she knows he is only acting a part, and that as soon as her eyes are off him, he will be transformed into the most ardent lover. If affectionate before and demonstrative in his love towards his wife and children, he has to suppress it all now, lest he should arouse jealousy in the heart of the other wife and be thought partial. He can never now manifest a husband's or a father's love, hence his own nature becomes cramped, and the affections of his heart are dwarfed. His children grow up ignorant of what he really is, and although he is living in the same house with them, it might truthfully be said that they do not know what it is to have a father. Consequently, their love for him is very limited, and they know nothing of those spontaneous effusions of tenderness which link the heart of the child to its parent. And themselves, in their own experience, ignorant of that domestic happiness in which childhood is the charm of home, and in fact never knowing what a home should be, When they in their turn marry and have children of their own, they set up another of those cold and soulless homes with which polygamy is cursed. But let me lift the curtain and give an illustration from the family of Brigham Young himself. In that family, I have seen the practical working of the plural wife system exemplified under its most favorable aspect. I have conversed with Brigham's wives as a sister in the same faith, and I know how they feel, but I am compelled to confess that, notwithstanding all the order and system which characterizes the prophet's household, and the fact that his wives are, on account of his great wealth, free from the troubles and inconveniences entailed by polygamy in poverty, and although they are, taken collectively, as amiable and good women as any in Utah, their lives are unhappy and they themselves are miserable. They have never known the meaning of domestic happiness, and though to the casual observer they may appear contented with their lot, secretly they mourn over the constant struggle in their hearts between the system and their own womanly nature. Even the most favored of them lead cold, mechanical lives. Joy and affection they have never known. Many of them have been cast off for years, and all are neglected except the favorite of the hour. The Mormon leaders teach that a woman's exaltation in heaven depends upon the number of her children, and yet Brigham has wives who might be mothers of large families, but whom he has neglected for years. They are called the wives of Brigham Young, and they live under the same roof with him, but they have no real husband, and their children no father in the dear sense of that word as ordinary Christians understand it. They know nothing of the sweet familiarity, the loving interchange of thought and feeling which belongs to true married life. Once a day they are honored by the presence of their Lord and Master at their table, and this privilege is, of course, only enjoyed by those who live in the same house with him. Those who live in other houses very seldom see him more frequently than once in 2 or 3 months. They bask in the sunshine of his presence for about half an hour in the evening when the family assembles in the Lion House for prayer. But in the theater, the tabernacle, and the ballroom, the majority of them only see and worship him at a distance. They are but pensioners upon his bounty. All their individuality is destroyed, and they are completely lost in him. They have no position in society. He is the only person ever seen or talked of. People in Salt Lake City neither know nor care any more about Mrs. Young the First or the 19th than they do about the wives of any other saint. In their home life they have to bear all the bitterness and heart-burnings which, patient, pious women as they are, the silly and licentious favoritism of their husband for the last new wife, whoever she may be, always produces. I think that no man in Utah so recklessly wounds the feelings of his wives in this respect, or acts as if he thought it was a woman's duty to crush every feeling and bring herself to submit without a question to her husband's will, as does Brigham Young. And yet his wives, whose withered and blighted existence is a reproach to humanity, are very good specimens of what the celestial order of matrimony can produce. What, under less favorable conditions, polygamy is, I leave the reader to imagine. Let us look at the family life in some of the country settlements where the husband, without any order or system in his nature, and without the means or even the idea of providing for the comfort of his family, is seeking in his coarse way to imitate Brother Brigham and to work out his own idea of celestial marriage. There we shall find the same repression of all womanly feeling, the absence of any sanctifying or refining influence, while at the same time the hard lot of wives is unrelieved by even the solitary recreations and personal comforts of Brigham Young's wives. This is the condition of many a poor, weary wife in Utah. These are the women who Brigham Young has said should be damned if they murmured or rebelled. What hope is there for them or for their children? Between the two extremes, polygamy as it exists in the prophet's household, and as it is in the homes of poor Mormons in the settlements, the celestial order of marriage can be found under all conceivable circumstances of poverty and wealth, ignorance and culture. It had been told us frequently and emphatically that the privilege of polygamy was reserved for those who had demonstrated their purity by a life of goodness, and the idea that it was denied to the wicked and licentious was very reassuring to the minds of many. But we soon discovered that if only a man was obedient to the priesthood, his moral character had little or nothing to do with his obtaining more wives. Assassins and inebriates like Porter Rockwell, and even murderers like Bill Hickman and John D. Lee and other wretches, had as many wives and even more than some of the best men in the community. It is, I believe, true that John D. Lee had several wives sealed to him after it was known that he had taken such an atrocious part in the Mountain Meadows massacre. It is a fact that polygamy among the Mormons has been entered into by people of every kind, under all circumstances, and from every conceivable motive, from the basest to the purest. But its effect has invariably been to develop the weaker side of human nature. At the same time, like other institutions which, for religious purposes, have suppressed true manly and womanly instincts, it has in exceptional cases produced much that was noble and generous. Many faithful first wives, seeing in the practice of the celestial order the prospective glory of their husbands, have borne the heavy burden of life patiently and uncomplainingly, and even while daily suffering that which was worse than death, have sought to be kind and loving to those very women who, under a false belief, have invaded the sanctuary of their rights and stolen from them that which they held most dear. Many faithful first wives, seeing in the practice of the celestial order of the prospective glory of their husbands, have borne the heavy burden of life patiently and uncomplainingly, and even while daily suffering that which was worse than death, have sought to be kind and loving to those very women who, under a false belief, have invaded the sanctuary of their rights and stolen from them that which they held most dear. While I know of very many polygamic wives who have sacrificed themselves continually, receiving the most meager show of love and attention, hoping and striving to harmonize matters, on the other hand, I could tell of many first wives who have urged their husbands into polygamy merely that the plural wives might become the household drudges, while they themselves took their ease and pleasure. Then again, there are polygamic wives who have taken the power into their own hands, grasping every comfort and monopolizing every attention, while the first wife pined away unnoticed and crushed with domestic cares. With men, too, there was the same variety. Some have delayed entering into polygamy for years, and then they have taken every precaution to avoid giving pain to their first wives, while others, on the contrary, have been perfectly indifferent as to what pain they caused their wives, relentlessly trampling under their feet every sentiment of delicacy and affection. In my own case, my husband did all he could to spare my feelings as much as possible, but it was nevertheless a hard task for me to subdue my own heart, and I found that all that I had anticipated in imagination was nothing compared with the realization. Feelings of degradation, disgust, and humiliation filled my heart constantly and without ceasing. From the day of my husband's second marriage, I could never look upon him with pleasure. He was no longer my husband, and I now felt no desire to confide in him. Even the very sight of him filled my rebellious soul with the bitterest feelings, although at the same time I knew and felt that he tried in every way to smooth my rugged pathway. Strange as it may first appear, had it been otherwise, my burden would have been lighter, for if he had treated me with cruelty and neglect, I should have withdrawn all affection from him and would have cast him out of my heart forever. It is a painful thing for a wife to think thus of the father of her children. It may have been wrong, perhaps, but I confess that for my husband's intended bride, I felt such a detestation that I could not endure her presence, although I knew that she was not to blame. I believed that I should not have felt it so much if she had been a little older. But to have a mere child placed on a level with me, and to be compelled to treat her with all the respect due to a wife, was so terribly humiliating to me that at times I thought that I could not endure it another day. She, of course, expected to be treated with all the consideration which is proper to a wife, and to be consulted in everything by my husband as a wife should be. She was not, however, competent to undertake any household chores or wifely cares, and was herself an additional responsibility to me. Young and inexperienced as she was, she had everything to learn. But at the same time, she stood so much upon her dignity that it was anything but a pleasant task to teach her. It, of course, devolved upon me to instruct her in everything, and I found it anything but a congenial task. I soon began to look upon her simply as a boarder, and expected nothing more from her than I should if she really had been such. She took very kindly to this position, and would spend her days in her own room, reading and otherwise amusing herself, and of course was always pleasant and well dressed to receive her husband. But this did not suit me. In fact, I do not know what would have suited me at that time, for I was disposed to be displeased with everything. And yet a visitor to our house would, I have no doubt, have said, "How very pleasantly these two wives get along together." This has been said of scores of women in Utah by casual observers, Gentiles who thought they understood the system. How little do they know the aching void and the bitter hatred which exists in the hearts of those wives, the detestation which they have of one another. How little can they know when everything is so carefully hidden, even from their husbands. It is a shameful thing that women, faithful wives and mothers, should be placed in such a position. How many times during the day have I been compelled to leave everything and rush to my chamber, and there on my bended knees supplicate for strength to endure, thinking all the time that God had given us a burden greater than we could bear. Then in the evening, when we were assembled together in our cozy parlor, as we were wont to be, all traces that remained of the terrible struggle which I had endured were a sad countenance and perhaps the deepening lines upon my brow, which contrasted unpleasantly with the bright and cheerful face of the young wife, and made my husband feel that I was getting very sour in my disposition, as indeed was probably the case. I was totally ashamed of these thoughts at times, and felt that it was very wrong of me to feel so unkindly towards this young girl, whose only offense against me was that she had acted up to the religious teachings that had been instilled into her mind from infancy. I reminded myself that for aught I knew, my own dear child might be placed in a similar position, and then how should I feel? How prophetic this fear proved eventually, the reader will presently see. Such thoughts as these would soften my heart towards the younger wife, and although she probably never dreamed that I felt so unkindly towards her, yet to silence my conscience I would strive in every possible way to show her some kind attention. I could but feel and know that she was a good but inexperienced girl, and I am bound to say that both she and my husband tried to conduct themselves in such a way as to give me as little offense as possible. Situated as I was, however, nothing escaped my observation, and I felt most keenly. Had I been treated with the cruelty and neglect which has fallen to the lot of so many unfortunate women in Utah, I should probably have been in my grave today, or in that asylum which has been provided by the church, situated on a lonely hill at a sufficient distance from the city, so that the cries of the unhappy, ill-treated, insane women should not be heard. Things and actions which at another time I should have considered too trifling to notice had now a painful significance to me. On one occasion, not long after the wedding, my husband asked me to take a walk with him, and I consented. Among the Mormons, it is a custom to take their wives out together very frequently. Their object, I presume, is to display the jewels in their crowns before the eyes of their less fortunate brethren. I had resolved that I would never submit to this. If my husband would not take me out alone, I would stay at home. On the occasion I mention, when I came out of my room ready dressed, I found him and his wife, Belinda, waiting and chatting pleasantly together, and looking unutterable love at each other. At least so I thought, and I felt greatly insulted and annoyed, and told them that I did not wish to go. I carefully avoided showing any outbursts of temper before the young lady which I thought would be undignified, for I desired at least that she should respect me, though I did not want her love. If I had expected that they would urge me to accompany them, I should have been greatly mistaken, for my refusal appeared to be just what they wanted. They tripped off together as light-hearted and happy as children, while I remained rooted to the spot, tearing my pocket handkerchief to pieces and wishing I could do the same with them. I used to sometimes wonder whether it would be the same in the Mormon heaven, where this celestial order of marriage is expected to be carried out in all its fullness, and I felt troubled for myself. These dreadful feelings would, I believed, be the ruin of my soul, and I thought it was impossible for me to obtain salvation until I had entirely subdued them, and that I had not the power yet to do. I had, however, so concealed what I felt that my husband believed that I was becoming used to this new life, which I am happy to say I never did. Sometimes I felt that it was useless for me to fight against the will of heaven, if this indeed was a divine law. And as yet I dared not take upon myself to say it was not, although in my secret heart I had at last begun sometimes to question in earnest. My poor benighted soul was looking anxiously at that time for a ray of light to guide my faltering footsteps. I did not wholly believe, but I dared not rebel, for fear of drawing down the wrath of an offended God upon my innocent children and upon my husband, who I was firmly convinced was actuated by a sincere desire to do the will of heaven. There were, however, sometimes little things which did not quite harmonize in my mind. I remember once saying to my husband, when he was telling me that nothing but a firm belief in the divinity of the revelation would induce him to take another wife, and that he would do so from principle alone, that I thought, if that were the case, an older and more plain-looking woman would do quite as well, and that he could dispense with so much courting. "You are compelled to wear dresses," he replied, "but you do not allow those dresses to occupy all your thoughts. Nevertheless, you take some pleasure in selecting them, and you desire that they should be pretty and look well. So it is with men seeking wives." This mode of putting the case was, I have no doubt, very convincing to my husband's mind, and at the moment I could not answer him. But calmer thought would have told me that while wearing and choosing dresses was by every right-minded person considered perfectly legitimate, taking other wives was by no means regarded in that light. The wrong was not so much in the way the thing was done as in the doing it at all, and under any circumstances. Logically speaking, the argument was good enough, but the premises were utterly unsound. Day after day my rebellious soul was agitated by the same troubled feelings. There was no rest for me, nothing upon which I could stay my mind. My husband was painfully aware that there was a coldness and restraint existing between his young wife and myself, and I know that he was grieved by it, for he had tried in every way to create a friendly feeling between us. I felt, however, that it was utterly impossible that I could ever be affectionate towards his other wife, much as I might strive. I would do my duty, but I could not love her, or in fact him either, for that matter, when he was associated with her. I regret to be obliged to confess such a truth, but from that time, and as long as I remained a Mormon, the sentiment that was uppermost in my mind was an utter detestation of the whole system. I despised myself for being the abject slave that I was. Why could I not have the moral courage to set everything at defiance, revelation and all, and free myself from the bondage that enthralled me? I know this day scores of women in Utah who think and feel exactly as I did then, who suffer wrongs against which their hearts daily and hourly rebel, but who, like me, dread to cast aside the yoke of the oppressor. At that time, in respect to pecuniary matters, we were very comfortably off. Almost immediately after our arrival in Utah, Mr. Stenhouse had found employment on the staff of the Deseret News. Before long, he obtained his appointment of postmaster for Salt Lake City, and before his marriage with Miss Pratt, he had started the Telegraph, the first daily paper that was ever published in Utah. From the beginning it had been remarkably successful, for Brigham had counseled the people to sustain it, knowing very well that he himself would in return be supported by my husband. Brigham had no more devoted follower than Mr. Stenhouse was then, for the scales had not yet fallen from his eyes, and he believed the prophet really was what he claimed to be, a faithful servant of God. True, we had frequently talked together of his very mean actions, but my too generous, or perhaps too credulous husband had attributed all that to the weakness of his human nature, and would not believe that it affected his priesthood. He therefore sustained him strongly and consistently before the public. Not for gain, for he had given too many instances of his devotion to be suspected of that, but I may say from pure attachment, for I know too well that at that time he was almost ready to lay down his life for the sake of his religion. The Telegraph soon became the leading journal in Utah, and in a little while we were surrounded by every comfort and luxury which at that time could be procured in Salt Lake City. No family in the territory was better provided for than was ours, not excepting Brigham Young's. I had always believed that if my husband were left alone, untrammeled by the church, to make his own way, he would do so successfully. In this I was not mistaken. We now owned a fine dwelling house, a valuable city lot and house where the paper was printed, and also another very desirable lot near to Brigham Young's residence. This last lot was my own. It was very beautifully situated, and we expended it upon upwards of $3,000. Everything that my husband undertook at that time seemed to prosper, not excepting his love affairs. Just then a great deal was whispered privately about certain murders which had been committed, all knowledge of which was strenuously denied by the authorities. when any case was so notorious that it could not possibly be altogether hushed up. We were told that the murdered persons were dangerous people and had been killed in self-defense by those whom they in the first instance had attacked. My husband, like hundreds of others, was never in the confidence of the church authorities in these matters. He believed firmly in the divine mission of Joseph Smith and shut his eyes to the actions of Brigham Young, thinking that he alone would be responsible to the Lord for his misdeeds. When I drew his attention to the inconsistency of Brigham's conduct, as on more than one occasion I did, he said we had enough to do to look at home and see that we ourselves did what was right. This, of course, was true, but I thought nevertheless that a little more consistency on Brigham's part would not be amiss. I recollect a gentleman named Cook, for whose memory I entertain the most sincere respect, wishing my husband to take a contract to furnish grain for the Overland Mail Company, and how he urged him to do so for the benefit of his family. Not long before that, however, Brigham had denounced in the tabernacle all those who took contracts or who had any dealings with the Gentiles in any way whatsoever. One merchant in particular he singled out, and before the whole congregation showered upon him all his wrath, going so far as to call him a thief, and saying that he would apostatise and go to hell. Yet Brigham today is associated in business with that same man. Another gentleman, a Mr. Street, who constructed the first telegraph line from California to Salt Lake City, acted a very friendly part towards my husband and wished to advance his interests. He one day came to me and said, "Mrs. Stenhouse, let me beg of you to use all your influence with your husband and, if necessary, even insist upon his taking this contract which I have offered him. He is doing wrong to his family for refusing, for he would make $20,000 with very little trouble. I have urged him until I am tired, and unless you insist, he will refuse from fear of doing wrong, after all that Brigham Young has said upon that subject, though I told him that Brigham would take it himself and jump at it if I were to offer it to him." I had urged my husband before, and I felt certain that he would not listen to my counsel. The contract was offered to Brigham Young, and he did jump at it, and made his thousands out of it. Even at that time I could not see why it would be a sin for my husband to make the money, any more than for Brigham to do so. But this inconsistency was observable in everything. Many of the farmers' wives have frequently told me that their husbands had been called to account severely for taking their provisions to Camp Douglas to sell to the Gentiles, while at the same time they had seen many of Brigham's own teams there with produce. I felt it my duty to keep such things always before my husband's eyes, but he was what is vulgarly called a hard-shelled Mormon, and it took a great many raps to crack that shell and let in a little light. He, of course, would deny this, but wives, I think, are not generally mistaken in such matters. I never neglected any opportunity, and when once I perceived the slightest signs of weakness, I went to work with a will, until I got him to admit frankly that he was dissatisfied with many things. But for all that, he still held to the belief that Mormonism was true, whatever Brigham might be. To get him to admit that Brigham was not right was a great deal, and it gave me hope for the future. I tried hard to enlighten his understanding, but made very little progress. The difficulty, I believe, was that Mormonism possesses charms for the men that it never has for the women. I firmly believe that they willingly close their eyes to that which it does not suit them to see. However that may be, notwithstanding all my efforts, my husband still continued to sustain Brigham, and worse still, before long he began to evince an earnest desire to sustain one of Brigham's daughters also, of which I shall say more presently. My talkative friend called one day to speak of a very serious subject. "I have come, Sister Stenhouse," she said, "to talk to you about a matter of great importance, but I don't want to offend you, and you must promise beforehand to forgive me." I readily promised, and she added, "I thought I should find you very unhappy, Sister Stenhouse, about poor dear Carrie Grant, and I think if you are so you deserve it. But I don't like you to be miserable, and so I came to comfort you." "But, Sister Ann," I said, "I don't want to be comforted in the way you seem to mean. I have been very sad indeed at losing Carrie, but you know I did everything I could for her, poor girl, and I have nothing to blame myself for." "Nothing to blame yourself for?" she exclaimed. "Why, Sister Stenhouse, you have everything to blame yourself for. If poor Carrie has less glory, it is all your fault." "How so?" I said. "Why," she answered, "if you had not held back and expressed your dislike, Carrie would have married your husband and would most likely have been alive now. She would have had her family and would have added to your husband's glory, while now, although she is your husband's wife, she has no children, and of course must have less glory in the kingdom." "Well, Sister Ann," I said, "I never thought of it in that light. I loved Carrie very much, and I tried to make her love me. It was not until almost the last that I knew of her love for my husband. But if I had known before, I am sure my own heart would have rebelled against my husband taking another wife. I did, however, ask him to marry her, and after she was dead, I was married to him for her." "That's all very well, Sister Stenhouse," she replied. "But for all that, I think you have committed a great wrong against that poor orphan girl. You ought to be thankful that at last you were able to repair a little of the mischief which you did. I don't want to vex you, but I am really sorry that you had such an antipathy to your husband having Carrie. However, I suppose now he has really got another wife, you are not so much set against polygamy. You must find it quite a blessing to have Miss Pratt — I beg pardon, I mean Mrs. Stenhouse, No. 2 — with you now." I did not answer her, for I had my own opinion about the matter. She went on without hesitation. "Well, you must not be vexed with me, dear. I say it all for your good, you know, but I do wish you felt a little more as I do about these matters. Why, do you know I have been trying to show you my faith and zeal in every possible way ever since we came to Utah. It was only last week I was baptized for Queen Anne." "Queen Anne!" I exclaimed. "What can you possibly mean?" "Exactly what I say, Sister Stenhouse. I was baptized for Queen Anne, and if you like I'll tell you all about it. It is only just what everyone else has been doing, only they were baptized for other people. I don't think you've ever thought much of this, and so I'll explain myself. You see, Sister Stenhouse, the elders teach us that the whole world is lying in darkness and sin, and has been so ever since the apostolic gifts were lost ages ago. Now there is no salvation outside the church, and you may remember that Christ himself went and preached to the miserable souls in paradise." "In paradise?" I said. "Why, I thought that was a happy place." "Oh no, Sister Stenhouse," she said, "not very happy. The souls of those who have not heard the gospel and have not been baptized go there, and it's a sort of prison for them until they are brought out again through the kindness of some believer. The thief on the cross went there, and Christ went there and preached to the spirits in prison. And when the elders die, they go on mission to paradise and preach to them also. All your people and my people, our fathers and mothers and grandfathers and so on, right up to the apostolic times, are waiting in paradise with millions and millions of souls to be released and be admitted into the celestial kingdom. All the good brethren and sisters have been doing their best to get out their relations and friends, and I know many of them who have sent over to England and have spent large sums of money in tracing their pedigrees and genealogies in order to find out the right names, and to be baptized as proxies for the dead who owned those names. I have been baptized for a good many of my own relations, and I mean to be baptized for scores more, and many of the brethren, too, have been married as proxies for their own friends, and for distinguished people besides, so that they might be admitted into the celestial kingdom and raise up patriarchal families of their own. The poor souls, if they were released from paradise by a proxy baptism, could not, of course, have been married in heaven, as there is no giving in marriage there. So someone was married for them as proxy to someone else, and now they can begin to establish their own celestial kingdoms. "And have you been proxy in this way, Sister Ann?" I asked. "No and yes," she replied. "I haven't yet been proxy in marriage for anyone, but I was proxy in baptism. When we were children, I remember we used to have some rhymes about Queen Anne, and as it was my own name, I always thought a great deal of her. It seemed to me that it would be very nice, and at the same time very charitable, if I were to help her out of paradise. And it quite struck my fancy, for it was no small thing to have a real queen thankful to you for so much. So I went and was baptized for her, and now she is out of paradise and has entered the celestial kingdom. But that isn't all. There was my old friend, George Wilford, who heard all about the matter, for I see him frequently, and he at once said that he would be baptized for Prince George of Denmark, Queen Anne's husband, and he means to do so, and after that we'll be married by proxy for them here on earth, and then they'll both be happy." "Why, Sister Ann, what a droll idea," I said. "Sister Stenhouse," she replied quite seriously, "it's very wrong of you to talk so. Some of the best saints have stood proxy in this way. There was one lady who stood proxy for the Empress Josephine, and her son stood for Napoleon, and someone else for Washington. Queen Elizabeth, too, has been baptized by proxy. And now Napoleon and Washington are both Mormon elders, and I suppose someone will be married for Queen Elizabeth, and she'll enter into polygamy. Do you know, Sister Stenhouse, there was one brother who out of pure kindness said he would be baptized for the thief on the cross, for he supposed that no one else would take pity on him, and a sister who was present said she would be baptized for his wife, if Brother Brigham thought he ever had one. I've been persuading my Henry to be baptized for Henry VIII, for I'm sure he needed baptism for the remission of sins, and my Henry, has promised to do so, but he says that he means to ask Brother Brigham first before he is married for him, if he ever is, as King Henry was almost a polygamist in his way, and my husband thinks there is not much need to be married for him at all." "I can't help being amused," I said. "Of course I have often heard of being baptized for the dead, and I know the elders say that St. Paul spoke of it in one of his epistles, but I never thought of it in that light. I always thought that we should have to wait till the temple was finished." "That's true, Sister Stenhouse," she replied. "All the marriages of the saints, of every one in fact on the face of the earth, ought to be solemnized in the temple here in Salt Lake City, and everyone ought to receive their endowments in it. But as it is not yet finished, the Lord permits us to be married and everything else in the endowment house. But you know yourself that there's a record kept, and that when the temple is finished, the ceremony will be all gone through with again. I've heard it said that many of the elders and their wives will live there, and that day and night perpetually the ceremonies will be going on. You ought to be baptized, however, now, for as many relations as you can think of." "I think I shall wait, Sister Ann," I said, "until I can find a Queen Fanny, and then I'll be baptized for her." She did not like me saying this, for she evidently thought I was jesting. I was not jesting, however, but I felt greatly amused, for this peculiar doctrine of the saints had never struck me in such an odd light before. Sister Ann was shocked at the way in which I viewed her strange stories, but "I'll come again in the course of a day or two, Sister Stenhouse," she said, "and put you all straight." End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of Tell It All by Fanny STENHOUSE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Festivities and social gatherings of the saints, the prophet's whiskey shop, and dry goods store. The more I saw of the practical working of the system in Utah, the more did I learn to detest polygamy, for although I hesitated to reject Mormonism altogether, I could not for a moment believe that many things of which I heard, and many which came beneath my own observation, could under any circumstances be considered right. About that time I made the acquaintance of a sister whom I shall call Mrs. W. Her husband was on a mission, and had left his family without any suitable provision. She herself was a remarkably neat and ladylike woman, but she appeared to be delicate in health and spoke with so much languor and despondency that directly I saw her I was led to suspect that her house was also haunted by that spectre, polygamy. She complained of poverty and told me that her courage was ready failing, for after she had striven so hard to provide a home for her children, her husband had taken a young wife who seemed to think she had as much right in the sister's house as the sister had herself. She does not assist in the least towards getting a living, she said, and we have been left entirely unprovided for, as the church takes no care of the missionaries' wives. What is the use of slaving as I do to prolong such a life as mine? My husband is coming home soon, and he is sure to bring 1 or 2 girls with him. They all do so. During our conversation, she told me that some of the dignitaries of the church had intimated to her that several wives of missionaries who were obliged to be absent for several years had duties to perform which ought not to be neglected. It devolved upon them to see that their husband's kingdom did not suffer during their absence, and that if she herself were more complying in this respect, her pathway would be rendered smoother. I had heard it hinted before that such abominable suggestions had been thrown out, but this was the first time I had met with anyone to whom they personally had been made. There are bad men in every community, and the saints are no exception. It is but fair to state that the great mass of the Mormon people would be as truly horrified at such doctrines and practices as any Gentile man or woman could be. The constant anxiety of this lady of whom I have been speaking was such that she often threatened to poison herself and thus put an end to her misery. Her husband began to pay his addresses to a young English girl who came in with the handcarts, and he made as great a simpleton of himself as it is possible for a man to do when he is in love. He was scarcely ever home, and often of an evening the wife would see the young girl walking towards the house, waiting for her, the wife's, husband. And on 2 occasions the girl threw a little stone at the window to indicate she was there. The poor wife never dared say a word against polygamy in the presence of her husband. When she felt so utterly miserable that she could no longer contain herself, and ventured a word of remonstrance at his cruel neglect of her and her 5 little ones, he would tell her, quoting the brutal language of Brother Brigham, that she had had her day, and that it was nothing but right that his future wife should now have some attentions paid her. She must round up her shoulders and submit to the cross which we all have to bear. One day he brought the young girl home to tea without saying a single word previously to his wife about it, and it was as much as she could do to be civil to the girl. She mastered her feelings, however, sufficiently to treat her properly, but during the evening she had her temper tried to the uttermost. Her husband sat all the time beside the girl, talking in an undertone and toying with her curls. At last the wife's feelings were worked up beyond endurance, and she told her husband that if he did not instantly desist, she would leave the house. "You can go when you please," he said. "There are plenty more women in the world, I guess. I suppose you are jealous that you are not getting the same attention yourself." Then he turned to the girl and said, "Come, let us take a walk. The old woman is full of the devil. She will get better after a while." To say nothing of the man himself, what can be thought of a girl who would marry a man who treated his wife in this manner in her presence? And yet many Mormon girls think that such men have simply been unfortunate in their first choice of a wife, and will never treat them so. This was another home, the happiness of which I saw wrecked. In England, that poor wife had been gay and happy, and her husband was as faithful and attentive to her as a husband should be. Now, utterly heartbroken, without any interest in this world, and without hope for that which is to come, she was going to her grave, forsaken by a man, and, as she, poor woman, also thought, forsaken by her God. Often at parties and at picnics, I met with unhappy wives who unfolded their griefs to me, and some of the things which they related were of a very painful nature. There were instances of downright brutality and cruelty which could not admit of repetition. There were also hundreds of cases in which wives suffered not so much by any one particular act of wrong as by innumerable daily and hourly trials which came upon them at all times and made existence itself a curse to them. I remember once at a picnic party meeting with several first wives whom I had known before I came to Utah, and the stories which they told me were really shocking. At those parties, which of course were intended for pleasure and amusement, there was much that was painful in the conversation of the women among themselves, but which would never have been noticed by a stranger. Picnics are generally understood to be held in the open air and in the country, but we used to call the ward parties which were held in the social hall by that name. The social hall was built for this and similar purposes, and was provided with a kitchen and other necessary offices for the preparation of suppers and other refreshments. It was in this building that plays were acted before the theater was erected. The picnic parties are quite an institution. Rich and poor, young and old, babies and all, assembled at them to have a good time. They take their own picnic with them, set their own tables, make their own tea and coffee, and nurse their own babies. On the occasion to which I allude, we went rather early, and thus I had an opportunity of watching the arrivals. Some of them presented a very amusing appearance. There was the bishop of the ward and all his wives. 2 of his boys went in front of him carrying a very large clothes basket, full of picnic, as the eatables were called. Then, straggling after him, came 4 women and a bevy of noisy children. The wives were all dressed in gray linsey skirts, blue muslin sacques, and green sunbonnets. When they took off their bonnets, I found they all wore wreaths of roses or some other flowers. On entering, I found that quite a number had already assembled, and were sitting bolt upright along the sides of the hall, as whist as mice, the women on one side and the men on the other. At the further end of the hall, I saw an old lady sitting whom I recognized as one of my neighbors. She struck me as looking so strangely that I went over to see what was the matter with her. She was pleased to see me, asked how I thought she looked, and said that this was the first party she had attended since she came to the valley. She had supposed that it was absolutely necessary for her to wear something white, and had therefore arrayed herself in a white nightdress which answered the purpose of a loose sack. Sacks and skirts were all the rage at that time. She had on also a little white muslin nightcap, and altogether she looked very neat and clean, but certainly not fit for a party. I did not, of course, like to tell her so, but I felt sorry to see her dressed in that style. Brigham Young was there, and kept his hat on all the time, as was his custom, and Heber C. Kimball sat during the evening with a red pocket handkerchief thrown over his head. while the Apostle George A. Smith, a cousin of Joseph, the originator of Mormonism, had a similar article thrown carelessly round his neck. Heber once said publicly in the tabernacle when speaking of the wearing of hats and the proper degree of respect which ought to be shown to the prophet, "I never feel as though I wanted to wear my 'at when Brigham is present. I consider that the master should wear his 'at or hang it on the peg that God made for it, which is his 'ed, of course." All these things, however, have been changed since Brigham came under the gentle control of Amelia. On the occasion of which I speak, Heber came up the hall, soon after we entered, with 5 or 6 of his wives following him. The wives always follow the husband. In fact, everything that is done, whether in word or deed, impresses one with the conviction that the Mormons are determined to make the women feel and fully understand that they are inferior beings. Even in the dance, the man takes the lead. In all the chasses and promenades, he precedes his wives and all other women. In a special council held in Salt Lake City, Brigham Young once said, "For a man to follow a woman is, in the sight of heaven, disgraceful to the name of a man." They have a curious kind of dance in Salt Lake City called a double cotillion, in which one man dances with 2 women. This is done in order to accommodate those who have many wives. On entering the hall, a number is given to each man, and he is not expected to dance until his number is called. When that is done, they come like a streak across the hall to the ladies' side to get partners. And when the dance is ended, they conduct them back to their seats, and then all retire as they came, with the exception of a few love-sick swains who are reckless enough to break through this rule in order to enjoy the society of their lady loves between the dances. It is only old and hardened saints, however, who will venture to set at defiance long-established regulations and endure the scrutinizing gaze of the brethren on the opposite side of the hall. All this has a very unsociable and stiff appearance to those who attend one of these parties for the first time. At the particular picnic of which I speak, I met a Swedish lady whom I had known in New York. She had come out to Utah, believing fully all that had been told her of that new Zion. She was not very young or good-looking when she arrived, but she had a good deal of money, and consequently was much troubled with offers of marriage. Finally, she consented to become a second wife, but she very soon discovered that her husband thought more of her money than he did of herself. He gave her no peace until he got it all into his own hands, and then he neglected her utterly, scarcely ever even coming to see her. This poor old woman, quite deserted by her husband, was obliged to live in what they call in Utah a dugout. A dugout is a large cellar or hole excavated in the ground, just like the place formed in digging the foundation for a house. It generally is only one fair-sized room, roofed in on the top with boards, and with a few steps in front by which to descend. Sometimes in such a place a man lives with a couple of wives and a host of children, and this is one phase of the order of celestial marriage. The Swedish lady of whom I speak had been well brought up in her own country and was well educated. She could, however, speak but little English, and therefore found it very difficult to find employment after the good brother had relieved her of her property. So she worked in the fields or did anything else she could get to do. She lived a wretched sort of life and finally poisoned herself, but no one seemed to care much about it, for very little attention is paid to the death of a woman in Utah, unless she is a favorite wife. No one troubles himself to make any investigations in such a case. The woman was neither young nor handsome, and she might just as well die as live. The visitor to Utah is only allowed to see the holiday, outside manners of the people. If he thinks he sees more, he is in most cases deceived. But anyone who really knows the great mass of the Mormon wives as they really are would confess that a more weary, worn, and dejected set of women could nowhere be found. How could it possibly be otherwise? The whole system is radically wrong. How could men act properly to their wives when they marry as many as 3, 4, 5, and 6 in one single day? Such things have actually been done, absurdly impossible as it may seem. There was the Apostle Franklin D. Richards, of whom I have previously an occasion to speak. He married 5 wives. George Grant, the brother of Jedediah M. Grant, the apostle of the Utah Reformation, married 4 women at one time. They owned some very fine property, and ill-tempered people say that Brother Grant had an eye principally to that. But he, good soul, would tell you that he did it altogether from principle. They all do, and I presume they ought to know best. When Franklin D. Richards married the 5 or 6 widows of his uncle, Dr. Richards, some people said that he was actuated by the same motive, but his friends said that his only wish was to be a father to the fatherless and a husband to the widow. Brigham Young is always very willing that any of the brethren should marry the widows of deceased apostles or other dignitaries, but as for their property, that is quite another thing. He himself always has an eye to that, and whenever it is possible, the net of the prophet draws into its meshes all that is valuable, whether small or great. As for Brother Brigham's own iniquities, it would take a book much larger than this present volume to tell them all. He lives, in fact, and has lived for years, in a condition of such constant antagonism to all right and honorable principles that I really believe that at last he hardly knows when he is doing wrong. He does not like his actions to be scrutinized, and he has always taken special pains to prevent the people from intermingling with the Gentiles, who he feared might excite in them a spirit of inquiry. When the United States Army went to Utah in 1857, 1/2 of the old tabernacle was appropriated to the sisters, and the other half to the brethren. The center of the new tabernacle is now devoted exclusively to the sisters, and no husband or brother is permitted to sit near them. This is done for the purpose of avoiding the slightest opportunity for any Gentile to converse with them, for the Mormons as a rule have not the slightest confidence in their wives, and are very jealous of them. I suppose this is natural, and that the men, knowing their own frailty, judge their wives from their own standpoint of morality. Brigham Young is the most distrustful of them all. He not only guarded the women in the tabernacle, but when the theater was built, he arranged so that it would be impossible for the Gentiles to mix with the families of the saints. The Mormon families occupied the parquet, and the Gentiles had the first circle. The poor among the saints are, of course, regarded as the common herd at all times except when a collection is required, and then they are solemnly reminded that they are a sanctified and peculiar people. It is not therefore necessary that any trouble should be bestowed upon them, and no effort is made to preserve them in the theater from contamination with the Gentiles. Gentiles and Mormons sit together in the second and third circles, and no one is expected to take any notice of it, as the theater is Brigham's own property. If the theater had been owned or conducted by anyone else than Brother Brigham, it would have been a sin for the Mormons to have mingled in it with the Gentiles. The people would have been counseled to remain at home if they could not sit by themselves exclusively. but the fact that Brigham is the owner of the theater does away with any sinfulness in the people attending it and sitting side by side with the Gentiles. In the same way, when Brigham made whiskey, the whiskey was sanctified. Joseph Smith gave a revelation which he called the word of wisdom, enjoining those who among the saints would be most saintly, never to touch any kind of strong drink, not even tea or coffee, or anything warm. This revelation, as I before mentioned, we ourselves followed while on mission, as in fact did all the members of the church in Europe. It was only when we saw the American apostles and elders, more fond of creature comforts than obeying the commands of the prophet, that we thought it was needless for us to abstain any longer, and accordingly followed their example, and ceased to deny ourselves many of those things which are generally considered to be among the necessaries of life. The saints in Europe were not backward in imitating the apostolic example, and thus the word of wisdom has fallen into disuse. This I do not think was a matter to be regretted, for originally this revelation was, I believe, given not for the promotion of sobriety, but simply to get the people to save their money so as to bring in more to the coffers of the church. Its disuse enabled many a poor soul, old men and sick women, to whom a cup of warm tea or coffee was the greatest comfort of their lives, to partake of those beverages without fear of committing sin against the word of the Lord. Whether Brother Joseph himself kept his word of wisdom may very well be doubted, for his own son Alexander says, "There are those who say that the revelation on polygamy was received over a 5-gallon keg of whiskey." Certain it is that Brother Brigham, seeing that even among the saints everyone did not care to keep this word of wisdom, turned the weakness of the people to profitable account. A certain Mr. Howard set up a whiskey-making establishment in Salt Lake City, and was doing a very good business in that line. But Brother Brigham declared that no more should be made, and Mr. Howard was told to go on a mission to preach the gospel. Soon after he left, the establishment was again running, and a great quantity of whiskey was sold. But as it was dispensed at a store surmounted by an imitation of the all-seeing eye, over the inscription, "Holiness unto the Lord," the sign of Zion's cooperative institution, nothing was thought of the matter. The nature of the whiskey was, of course, changed. Some said, however, that it was not changed for the better, and that Brother Brigham's whiskey was much inferior to Brother Howard's, and much weaker. Probably Brother Brigham thought that strong drinks were not good for the people, and made the whiskey weaker out of pure love to them. Many young Mormon boys, otherwise respectably brought up, have been ruined by the too free sale of whiskey by the church. I know one young man in Utah who told me that this had been the case with himself and several others. He always silenced his conscience by saying that he had never tasted anything but what was made at Brother Brigham's establishment and sold at one of the church stores. Finally, seeing the inconsistency of these things, he turned away from Mormonism, Brigham, and whiskey, all at the same time, and then became a respectable and steady young man. When we went to Salt Lake, the saints were not permitted to keep Gentile boarders. If they did so, they lost their standing in the church. Those who persisted in doing so created great scandal, and were themselves attacked without mercy in the tabernacle sermons. They were told that intercourse in any shape with the Gentiles would cause them to lose the Spirit, and they were therefore warned against it. Since then, however, so greatly have matters changed that 2 of Brigham Young's own wives have taken in Gentile boarders, and more than one of his daughters have taken in Gentile sewing in order to provide a little extra pocket money for themselves, money which they spent in what their father calls wretched Gentile fashions. while the prophet himself and Daniel H. Wells, his counselor, the mayor of Salt Lake City, have made themselves conspicuous in denouncing everything that was not Mormon. Some of their wives, and also their own sons and daughters, are at this moment aping every Gentile who comes within sight, and have done their very best to dress according to the very latest Gentile style. The people, when they see Brigham and his family themselves leading the way, think that there can be no great sin in following, and the more so as they are able to purchase all the finery that their hearts can desire at the dry goods store of the prophet of the Lord. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of Tell It All by Fanny STENHOUSE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. My daughter becomes the fourth wife of Brigham Young's son, the second Endowments. After I had consented and in reality given my husband a second wife, my status in Mormon polygamic society was very considerably improved. First wives who lived in and firmly believed this order of celestial marriage tried in every way to make me feel that I was one with them, and those who had not so much faith felt more kindly towards me because I had been caught in the same snare with themselves. Every polygamic wife, whether first, second, third, or 10th, no matter how much or how little she may believe in celestial marriage, no matter how refined or how coarse and degraded her nature may chance to be, cannot help feeling that her position is inferior to that of a monogamic wife. On this account, many of the Mormon women are never satisfied until they have drawn every woman of their acquaintance down to their own level. The influence of this supposed revelation is by no means elevating or refining. I was now upon an equal footing with the other first wives. They had therefore no hesitation in confiding to me their griefs, and situated as I was, I had abundant opportunities of hearing stories of cruelty, wrong, and suffering under the celestial system, many of them so utterly revolting that I would not dream of relating them again. Polygamy among the Mormons is so involved in disgusting and disgraceful details that a modest woman would not dare to relate all she knew. In this book I have endeavored to be true to my title and to tell all as far as such a thing was possible. But there are thousands of horrible incidents, too degrading for mention, which form part and parcel of the system of polygamy, but which no woman who had any respect for herself would think of putting upon paper. Previous to the time when my husband took his second wife, although I had learned too much, I had to a certain extent been kept in the dark respecting some of the vile and loathsome practices of polygamy. But after that, by slow degrees, I was thoroughly initiated into the system. Visitors to Utah would perhaps notice in the faces of the Mormon wives a dull, careworn, weary expression, altogether the reverse of what contented look is seen among Gentile women. But those very women would never disclose to the stranger the depth of that sorrow which is wearing away their lives. Some few, indeed, have been led to speak of their troubles, but they afterwards found that the very persons in whom they confided most distorted and exaggerated every word that they had uttered for the sake of making a good story for the press. In many cases the names of those who were thoughtless enough to expose their sorrows, together with little personal matters which should never have been made public, were put into print. And when the matter came before the church authorities, as in course of time it was certain to do, there was a great deal of trouble and unpleasantness. Women, consequently, as a rule, tell nothing, and bookmakers and people connected with the press, while they give to the world astonishing stories of what they have heard, know really nothing of the truth. When a smart man or a man connected with the press comes to Utah, the church authorities take him in hand at once. He is carried here and there, and treated with the utmost deference. A pair of Mormon spectacles is placed by Brigham, or one of his numerous factotums, upon the visitor's eyes, and through them he looks at all that transpires. Then comes a glowing account in the papers, or else apocryphal stories appear in the visitor's last new book. And unsophisticated people, who innocently suppose that all that is in print must be true, begin to think that the stories of the evil doing of the prophet, which from time to time have crept out, were only scandalous reports, and that Brigham Young, like somebody else who shall be nameless, was, after all, not quite so black as he has been painted. The intelligent saints, however, are not thus deceived. They may hold to Mormonism, and may regard Brigham in his priestly capacity as a prophet, but they are not blind to his sins. I could from my own personal knowledge mention the names of men in whom Brigham Young has the fullest confidence, and who are in daily communication with him. Their faith in most instances has really fled, though in name they are still saints. They bow the knee before the prophet's throne, but in their hearts they despise him, for years of intercourse with him have taught them what he really is. This is, however, carefully hidden from the outer world. A gentleman who had for 5 years resided in Salt Lake City said to me a few months ago, "Mrs. Stenhouse, when I had been here about 3 weeks, I thought that I knew enough of Mormonism to write a book. When I had been here 3 months, I began to think that I did not know quite as much, and now, after 5 years, I have come to the conclusion that I really know nothing at all. I have lived in a Mormon family for the past year, but that has not increased my knowledge. They are constantly upon their guard. They treat me kindly, but they never let me know anything." This, I believe, has been the experience of nearly all the Gentiles resident in Salt Lake City. Gentlemen had no chance of learning anything, and the opportunities of ladies were only a trifle better. Up to this time, I had said very little to my children about my doubts and fears. With the exception of my daughter Clara, they were all too young. Clara was just budding into womanhood, and day by day gave promise of more beauty and interest in her future life. I dreaded to cast a cloud across her way by telling her of my own apprehensions in respect to polygamy. If that were the order of heaven, she would certainly have to live in it, and in any case it was the order of Brigham Young, and my child could not escape from it, for no one, unless at peril of life, could flee from Zion in those days. I kept, therefore, from my daughter all my own troubles, feeling that she herself would soon enough have trials of her own. She saw how much I suffered, and no doubt knew the cause, and although she could not fully enter into my feelings, her companionship was a great consolation to me, and I loved her all the more because I felt that my own heart was widowed. How often I prayed that she might be spared such a life as that which I lived. We had lived together in polygamy about a year when my husband told me that his young wife desired to have a home of her own, and that he intended to provide her with one. This was a very pleasant intelligence to me, for the sight of that other wife constantly before my eyes, sitting at my table, in the midst of my family, walking in the garden with my husband in the evening, or tete-a-tete with him in the parlor, was more than I could bear. I began to feel, whether justly or not, that my presence was a restraint to them, and that they felt annoyed when I was with them. This feeling was so strong with me that I constantly avoided them, and I finally concluded to spend the evenings in my own room with my children, for then, being out of their presence, I should perhaps be at peace. All this time I hoped that my husband would urge me to come back again to the parlor, and several times he did so. but I thought that I was de trop and remained in my room. He thought that I was making myself quite disagreeable, and such probably was the case, for no wife could be pleasant or happy, situated as I was. This, however, was all changed when my husband established a second home. I did not mind being deprived of his society so long as I could get rid of her. Personally, I had no ill feeling towards her, for she had always treated me with respect. The only reason why I hated her was because she was his wife. Even her presence was painful to me, and when she was near me, I hardly felt able to breathe. Just at that time, the marriage of my daughter Clara first began to be talked about seriously. One day, my husband being out driving with Joseph A. Young, the eldest of the prophet, the subject was discussed between them, and Joseph A. made a proposition of marriage. This, to me, was the cause of considerable uneasiness, as Joseph A. was a polygamist, and at first I altogether refused to listen to the suggestion. At that time, Clara was not 15 years of age, and not only did I consider her altogether too young to think of marriage, but I was shocked at the bare idea of her becoming a polygamic wife. I almost hated Joseph for asking for her. Personally, I had no objection to Clara's lover. I had known him for several years. He was an intelligent, generous-hearted, and handsome man of very good standing among the saints, and wealthy. As a friend, I valued and esteemed him. But that he, a polygamist, should wish to marry my darling daughter was very repugnant to my feelings. Clara was then growing old enough to understand my more serious thoughts and sentiments, and her companionship was very precious to me. The thought of her marrying into polygamy was to my mind almost as painful as the thought of her death would have been. My husband agreed with me that she was too young to marry, but on that point he could not offer any great objection, as his own wife, although very womanly in appearance, was but very little older in years. I told Joseph A. of my reluctance to the proposed marriage, and he fully entered into my feelings. I could not absolutely refuse him, but I wished to gain time. Every day found me more and more weak in the faith, and I thought that if I could only postpone my Clara's marriage for a few years, something might transpire which would relieve me of my difficulty. Joseph promised to wait just as long as we thought proper, if we would only allow him to speak to Clara and explain to her the sentiments with which he regarded her. In this he acted in a way very unlike the Mormon men generally, and I respected him accordingly. I promised him that I would not influence my daughter, but would let her decide for herself. This, after much careful consideration, I came to the conclusion was all that I could do. My mind at that time was in a very troubled state. Day by day my doubts respecting the plural wife system became stronger and stronger, and I felt that before very long some great change must take place, both in my faith and in my life. At the same time, outward circumstances gave no promise of any such change. My husband gave no signs of apostasy, and as a saint I knew he would never think of undertaking anything without the permission of Brother Brigham. We did not even dare to leave the city without consulting the prophet. In times then very recent, it was at the risk and sometimes indeed at the sacrifice of life that anyone left Salt Lake Valley without permission. And even at the present moment, no good saint who values his standing in the church would dream of going east without first obtaining the approval of Brigham Young. I could not, therefore, at the time of which I write, foresee the great changes which have since taken place. To refuse my daughter to the prophet's son would, I knew, be utterly useless. By partial submission I might gain some advantages, and the longer I postponed the marriage, the greater chance there was that something might turn up, which we all more or less look for when we are placed in circumstances which admit of the exercise of very little choice or effort. My only objection against Joseph A. was, as I just stated, that he was a polygamist. But so long as we remained in the church, I could not openly allege this in opposition to the proposed marriage. If my Clara married a single man, there was every chance, if not an absolute certainty, that after a while he would take another wife or wives. This had been the case with other girls with whom my child was acquainted. They had married single men, trusting that their influence over them would be sufficient to retain their affections ever to themselves alone. But they had soon reason to see how groundless their expectations and hopes had been. If, on the other hand, I gave my daughter to a polygamist, there was certainly no reason why Joseph A. should be refused. I felt surrounded on every side by difficulties, and out of them all I endeavored to choose the least. One day my husband told me that Brigham Young had seriously spoken to him about the matter, and had counseled him to let the marriage take place at once, saying that my Clara was quite old enough. After this, objection on my part would have been utterly unavailing. Everything was settled at the fiat of Brigham, and the feelings and judgment of a father and mother in respect to their own daughter were, of course, of not the slightest consequence. The wedding day was therefore fixed, when the sweet flower of my own quiet garden was to be transplanted to another home. We went to the Endowment house, my husband, myself, and our daughter, together with some friends of the family. There we met with Joseph A. Young, the expectant bridegroom, his father, Brigham Young, Joseph A.'s first wife, Mary Young, and several of the brethren. The bride and bridegroom and the bridegroom's first wife were all dressed in their temple robes. We then entered a small room where the altar of which I have already spoken is placed. At the end of the altar, Brigham was seated in a large armchair covered with crimson velvet. The altar also was crimson. Brigham officiated. Joseph A.'s first wife, Mary Young, knelt in front of the long crimson altar, and my daughter Clara knelt beside her on a sort of faldstool or ledge arranged for that purpose. Behind the altar knelt Joseph A. Brigham said, "Joseph, are you willing to take Clara Stenhouse to be your lawful and wedded wife for time and for all eternity?" Joseph answered, "Yes." Then Joseph's first wife was told to place the right hand of my daughter in the right hand of her husband, in token that she was willing, and then Clara was questioned as Joseph had been. When she replied in the affirmative, Brigham said, "I pronounce you man and wife in the name of the Lord. Amen." They were now married, and Brigham Young, Joseph A.'s first wife, and a few other friends came home to the wedding breakfast, after which my daughter went to her own pleasant home. Thus my worst fears were realized. My own daughter had become a polygamic wife. She was the fourth wife of her husband, Joseph A. Young. It is a source of sorrow to any mother who really loves her children to lose them, even if it be for their own good and happiness. But in my own case, there were reasons why I felt the loss of my daughter more than I should have done under ordinary circumstances. I felt quite desolate without her, for when left all alone, when my husband took his second wife, and when I had no one else to turn to, my little daughter had entwined herself about my heart in 1,000 sweet and loving ways. She knew how great an influence music had over me, and how much I loved to hear her play and sing. And when she saw how sad my heart was, or caught me in tears, she would go to her piano and lure me to her side by some sweet song which she knew was dear to my memory. But with her went all that love and gentleness which in my time of deepest trouble sustained me and kept me from absolute despair. I have often wondered whether Joseph ever realized how great, how dear a gift I bestowed upon him when I gave him my little Clara. But in saying this, I do not mean to cast the shadow of a doubt upon his true-heartedness and love towards her. He was always kind and thoughtful, considering her comfort in everything, and although they now have been married 7 years, he has never changed, but is the same to her as on the first day of their marriage. A good, kind, and gentle husband he has ever been, anticipating her every wish, tenderly and carefully guarding her from even a painful thought. My only regret has been that he is a polygamist, and she a polygamic wife. Not long after this, my husband one day told me that a select few had been chosen to receive their second endowments, and that we were honored with the same privilege. This, I was told, was one of the highest honors that could be conferred upon us, as the second endowments had never been given to anyone since the Mormons left Nauvoo. The glory of this privilege I did not myself, however, feel, and notwithstanding any respect which might be intended by our names being added to the list of chosen ones, I refused to see the slightest good in the whole affair. I am afraid I was naturally perverse, or was it that the light was now beginning to dawn more clearly upon my mind? I know not, but I raised every possible objection, feeling though I did that all opposition on my part was useless. I knew that I should have to go, but I felt a dismal satisfaction in letting everyone know how much I hated the system. Our second wife, I say our, because I had been taught that my husband and myself were indissolubly one, even in the matter of taking wives. Our second wife seemed the happiest of us all when the day arrived, and I believe she considered that we were very highly favored. After preparing our temple robes, we started for the endowment house. The reluctance which I felt caused me to lag behind, and I was gently reminded several times that I was making myself very disagreeable. I did not, however, feel much remorse, for my husband had still one good, obedient wife walking at his side, who I knew would sympathize with him, and that, as everyone is aware, is more than falls to the lot of every man. When we reached the endowment house, we ladies were shown into one room, and our husband into another. We then proceeded to array ourselves in our robes, caps, and aprons, the same as when we received our first endowments, and when all was ready, we were ushered into another room by one of the brethren who was also dressed in his temple robes. There we met our husband and several other brethren, all dressed in the same way. We sat down, and oil was then poured upon the head of our husband by 2 of the brethren, Daniel H. Wells, and another, and he was then ordained a king and priest to all eternity. After that, we 2 wives were anointed in like manner and ordained queens and priestesses to reign and rule with our husband over his kingdom in the celestial world. Had I ever solaced myself with the notion, which some Mormon women entertain, that first wives are queens over all the rest, I should have been sadly disappointed when I heard our second wife ordained to the same high office as myself. As it was, however, my faith was so small that I should have been quite contented had they consecrated her alone queen for eternity, so long as they would have allowed me to rule and reign by myself in my own home for time. The ceremony did not last long, but it all appeared to me such folly that I was anxious to leave the place, and though I dared not say so, I was truly ashamed to be seen coming out of the house. While going through these endowments, I was filled with a thorough contempt for everybody and everything around me, and I suppose that my feelings were visible upon my countenance, for after leaving the house, I remember the Apostle John Taylor asking me if I did not feel well, and I told him as plainly as I dared what really was the matter. He spoke to me very kindly and tried to reassure me, but the scales were now falling from my eyes, and all his arguments availed nothing. Notwithstanding all this, I was not ready yet to cast off the yoke, and a few months after our second endowments, I again gave evidence of my faith. An event occurred in the other branch of my husband's family which produced a strong impression upon my mind. A little daughter was presented to him by his second wife. I was, of course, expected to go and visit the young mother and child, and I thought I could never bring my mind to do that. It would be impossible for me to define my feelings at that time, loathing and hatred for him and for her, and even for the poor innocent babe on the one side, and on the other, thoughts of what I considered was my duty towards God, my husband, and his other lawful wife. I was bewildered. My heart said, "Do not go," but my conscience said, "It is your duty to treat her kindly, for she believes she has done you no wrong." Then I thought, "She is a young mother, and without you frowning upon her, sorrow will come swiftly enough to her door." I saw that my husband was troubled as to what my feelings might be, although he had not the courage to tell me himself of the interesting event. He was afraid of paining me, and sent a lady friend with the intelligence. I spoke to him myself and told him that I would go and see Belinda and her child. He thanked me and said, "God bless you for that." Then I went to see her, but I was thankful when the visit was over, and although I went again many times and tried my very best to treat her kindly and even affectionately, I could never get over the painful feelings which agitated my mind when in her presence. End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of Tell It All by Fanny STENHOUSE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Realities of Polygamic Life, Orson Pratt, the story of his young English wife. I do not think that polygamic wives feel the anomalies and cruelties of the celestial order half so keenly as the first wives, or they who never enter into it. The position of the plural wives, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, or 20th, it matters not, is but a mockery after all, and in many respects they are more to be pitied than the first wives. The first wives have known, if for only a little while, a husband's love and care, but that has never been felt by the second wives. They are, in fact, in many respects, little better than slaves, and if they are sensitive girls, their position must be extremely painful, for they must realize at all times that they are receiving the attentions of another woman's husband. And in many instances they are even afraid to be seen speaking to their husband for fear of bringing down the wrath of the first wife upon their heads. Others who are not so sensitive assert their own rights and are defiant. I am well acquainted with a pretty young Welsh girl who was a second wife. Her husband had converted her to Mormonism while he was on a mission to Europe, and when they reached Salt Lake, he married her. I saw her first 2 years after her marriage, when one day she came to me in the greatest distress. She asked me if I could give her some employment, and greatly surprised at the request, I asked her how she came to need anything to do, as I knew her husband could well afford to support her. "I have left my husband," she answered, "for I could stand no longer the ill treatment that I received. I endured it until, as you see, my health is failing and I am broken-hearted. The creature I married has no manhood in him. He has allowed me to be treated like a slave, and has himself half-starved me, and has acted towards me with the greatest inhumanity. When I married him, she said, I was willing to make myself useful in the family, and I did so. But one thing after another was given me to do until I became a regular drudge. They would not have dared to treat a hired girl in the way they treated me. I was put into a miserable little back room and was never allowed to see any of my friends. I had to work early and late. When at last my position would not admit of my working quite so much, they punished me with all sorts of petty unkindnesses, and nearly starved me, giving me only a little flour or a few potatoes every day. At last, she continued, I went to Brother Brigham to know what I should do. He sent for my husband and talked to him a long time, and he promised to do better if I would go back with him. Brother Brigham counseled me to do so and try him again, and I went. Soon after that, my babe was born, and then they treated me with worse unkindness. What do you mean by they? I asked. I mean my husband and his wife, she replied. They did not seem to look upon me as a wife at all, and even in the coldest mornings and immediately after my child was born, they used to make me get up first and light fires and prepare breakfast and begin work generally, and I was only too glad if I escaped with a little fault-finding. I stood it as long as I could because Brother Brigham had counseled me to do so, but now I have left them again and do not mean to return. This was the story of one poor girl's troubles. Now the man who did this is a good Mormon and in good standing in the church today. He is employed by the authorities, and his poor young wife is now working for the Gentiles, a much happier woman, if her face speaks truly, since her separation, although she has to support herself and child. She, like hundreds of other young girls, came to Utah without friend or relative, and this is how a good brother took care of her. But I must be permitted to relate a still more painful story, the story of a poor innocent girl allured from her happy home in England by one of the most distinguished of the Mormon apostles, brought over by him to Utah as his wife, and there suffered to die in misery and neglect. The Apostle Orson Pratt, who is called among the saints the champion of polygamy, a man who has devoted his life to Mormonism and whose writings have done more than the labors of all the other apostles to win converts to polygamy, a man who on more than one occasion has boldly stood up against many of the absurdities and blasphemies of Brigham Young, a man upon whom, on account of his independence, Brigham has frowned, and who has consequently never attained to the wealth of his more obsequious brethren. A man who, in all the ordinary affairs of life, would command the respect of everyone around him. This was the man who perpetrated the atrocious villainy which I am about to relate, and much against my own personal inclinations, I feel compelled to tell the story, as it shows how shockingly this debasing system can pervert an otherwise upright mind. Orson Pratt married the young girl of whom I speak in Liverpool by special dispensation from Brigham Young, and her parents, themselves devout Mormons, thought that their daughter was highly honored in becoming the wife of an apostle. She was very pretty and attractive, and for a time he paid great attention to her and brought her over to Utah as his bride. Arriving there, he utterly neglected her, and she experienced all the horrors of polygamic life. The apostle was living in Salt Lake City. He had left his young wife and her children in Tooele, a place about 40 miles distant. There they lived in a wretched little log cabin, the young mother supporting her little ones as best she could. When her last child was born, she was suffering all the miseries of poverty, dependent entirely upon the charity of her neighbors. At the time when most she needed the gentle sympathy of her husband's love, That husband never came to see her. One morning there was literally nothing in the house for herself and her children, who, knowing nothing of their mother's sufferings, cried to her for bread. The poor mother quieted them with a promise that they should soon have something to eat, and then she went and begged a few potatoes from a neighbor, and upon these they subsisted for 3 days. She then took her children with her, for they were too young to be left alone. Her babe was only 3 weeks old, and she went round to see if she could get work of any kind to do. In this she was not successful, and at length, worn out by continual anxiety and privation, and heartbroken by the neglect which she had experienced, she sank beneath a fever which promised very soon to prove fatal. For some time the neighbors nursed her, but they of course had their own families to attend to, and could not give her quite all their time, and thus occasionally she was left alone. One evening, when such was the case, she got up in a state of delirium, and barefooted, and almost destitute of clothing, took her children and wandered forth with them into the snow. The good people of Tooele went out over the prairie, anxious to find and bring back the poor maniac, but for a long time their search was in vain. At last, not knowing whither she went, she wandered to the house of Brother Eli B. Kelsey, a vile apostate, as Brigham Young would call him, but known to everyone else, saint, apostate, or Gentile, as one of the best and kindest-hearted men that ever lived. In Brother Kelsey's house, she and her little ones were kindly received by him and his good wife, from whose lips I first heard this painful story, and their wants attended to. They were clothed and fed, and were then carried back to the log cabin which they called their home. Next day the Mormon Bishop of Tooele assembled the people, and money was collected and sent to Salt Lake City to Orson Pratt, begging him to come immediately if he wished to see his wife alive. But the apostle did not come. At that time he was actually engaged in taking another bride, and he wanted to hear nothing of his dying wife. Then the good bishop sent a young man who rode all night to compel him immediately to take the coach for Tooele, the young man paying his fare so that he might have no excuse. Then at last he came. Arrived at the little town where his poor wife lay dying, Orson conducted himself like the philosopher he professes to be. Before him stood the hovel within which were his deserted little ones, wailing as if sensible of the great loss of a mother's care which they would soon have to sustain. And there, on her dying bed, was that poor wife and mother tossing in wild delirium. But he, the cause of all that woe, passed by that wretched hovel and its death scene to the comfortable home of a well-to-do brother, at whose house he first obtained his supper, and then calmly returning, entered the place where his wife was lying, and for a moment surveyed the scene. Then he quietly remarked to one of the sisters present, "She has a good deal of fever." Another sister who stood by impulsively exclaimed, "Good God, Brother Pratt, this is more than a fever. She is dying." "Oh dear, no, sister," he calmly replied. "She will recover." It was evident, however, to all but Orson that his wife was dying, and that no earthly power could save her. The next day she was still raving, and it was told to me that in her wild frenzy she even attempted to strangle her babe. Orson essayed to hold her, but she caught his gold chain and snapped it in two. His touch and the sight of the chain recalled her for a moment to her senses, and she said reproachfully, "You are puffed up with pride, Orson, with your gold chain and rings, while you leave me and my babes to starve. Poor little lambs, where are they?" For a moment, the yearning of a mother's heart for her children conquered the fever that tortured her mind, and she listened to her husband's attempted words of comfort as he said, "I am with you now, Eliza, and I will take care of you." Steadily for a moment she looked up into his face, and with tears in her eyes said mournfully, "It is too late, Orson. It is too late." These were the last sane words which she uttered in this life, although she lingered on insensible. The next morning the Apostle Pratt resolved to leave for Salt Lake City and his young bride. The bishop, however, called a council and summoned him to remain until his wife was dead. Nevertheless, he did not wish to stay, and being an apostle, he overruled the council. At the last moment before his intended departure, one of the sisters said, "Brother Pratt, should she die, what shall we do with her?" "Oh, she won't die," he replied. "But should she?" the sister urged. "Then bury her with her children," he answered. After much solicitation, he was prevailed upon to remain for a few hours, and the next morning his wife died. The language of her last moments, as she raved and tossed in mad delirium, showed how terrible had been her mental agony, and how much she had suffered from this frightful system. But one might easily fill a large volume with stories quite as cruel as this. It is simply absurd to expect that it should be otherwise. Men and women can train and discipline their minds. They can crush out the affections of their hearts if they will, but no effort of man can change man's nature entirely, or root out altogether humanity from the soul. Women may endure, as that poor woman did, whose story I have just related, but they never can get perfectly adapted to the system of celestial marriage. The nearer they approach to its requirements, the further they recede from all that is held good and noble in womanhood. And as for the men, they are brutalized by every effort which they make to conform with it. During the summer, about 3 years ago, a young-looking woman, very shabbily dressed, came frequently to my house with heavy baskets of fruit, which she entreated me to buy. One day she said, "You do not remember me, Sister Stenhouse, I think, and I do not wonder, for I am so changed. I have to work very hard now, for all I have to live upon is what I can make by selling fruit, or any little work that I can get my neighbors to give me to do. And if my husband could prevent even that, I believe he would. I am obliged to gather my fruit at night and hide it from him, and that is why I urged you so to buy, for I never know when I may meet him." I was very much surprised at this, as her husband, I knew, was getting a good salary and appeared to be a most gentlemanly man. His first wife, I was aware, had left him. It was said on account of cruelty and neglect, and he had married this one just after her arrival from England. I had every reason to believe that she had been a good wife to him and a mother to his motherless children. But he had taken another wife since he married her, and had cruelly neglected this poor woman, leaving her his first wife's children to take care of. She said that he was again paying his addresses to another still, and she expected that he would soon marry her. And yet this woman, his second wife, told me that all he had left for her and the children to live upon was a sack of bran and about 50 pounds of cornmeal. Everything else had been taken to the third wife, even to the best articles of furniture. She said, "One evening I had been sitting in the porch in my rocking chair when he came in and remained about an hour. As soon as he left, I went out to bring in the chair, and was just in time to see him carrying it off. I knew where he was going with it." I saw this poor woman frequently, and bought her fruit often when I did not need it, for it grieved me to see her carrying such heavy loads in her then delicate situation. After a time I lost sight of her, and then I heard that she was dead. One day her own daughter, for she was a widow when she married this man, came to me before leaving the city. "I am going away to some friends," she said, "for I will never live near that man. He killed my mother. He kicked her so severely that she never recovered, and when her child was born, they both died from the effects of the blows which she had received, and I hate him." Nothing was ever done to this man. His wife was his own property. He is still regarded as a good Mormon, and when he went to Washington about 2 years ago, he took with him letters of recommendation from the leading men in the church, and the Washington papers spoke of him as being a very gentlemanly and intelligent man. I would give his name, but that I hardly think it would be fair to single him out from his brethren, of so many of whom I could tell just as shameful stories. My Mormon friends, however, will know very well of whom I speak. Another first wife of one of the Mormon authorities told me how her husband whipped her because she would not consent to his stripping their home of everything that was either useful or handsome in order to furnish a house for his second wife. Finally, he shut her up while he took her entire parlor furniture away. She was a fragile little woman and perfectly helpless when in the power of a strong man, and therefore was forced to submit, as there was no appeal to law in Utah. It is a very difficult thing for a woman, after listening day after day to such tales of woe and misery, and knowing them to be true, to retain much respect for a polygamist, whoever he may be. For my own part, I regard them all with such feelings of loathing, for I cannot forget my own sufferings, that I can hardly speak civilly of them, and would prefer never to speak to them. I know scores of ladies, married ladies, Mormon ladies, who in secret feel and speak just as I do upon this subject. For many years past, the American elders have derived a rich harvest from Britain and Scandinavia. After the introduction of polygamy, an elder was seldom known to return from mission without bringing him 1, 2, and sometimes 3 young girls, or else arranging in some way for their emigration. The missionaries, however, preferred, whenever it was possible, to bring the girls with them, for if they trusted them to the care of a brother returning before or after, he very frequently turned traitor and carried off the prize himself. The elders were not permitted to marry these extra wives while on or returning from a mission, unless they had special permission from Brigham Young. But quite a number of the poor, weak brethren were so impulsive and so anxious to be married that they could not wait for the ceremonies of the endowment house. One conscientious Swiss brother, named Loba, who could find no one willing to take the responsibility of marrying him while crossing the plains, said that as he was an elder, he could just as well marry himself and be under no obligation to anybody, and he did so. He had fallen in love with the little miss, a mere child, about 1/4 of his own age. Many men have married wives and have brought them home before their first wives even knew that they were in love. They had not had the courage to introduce the subject, but believed that when the wife found that it was done and could not be undone, she would see the uselessness of feeling badly and would soon get over it. But no wife who has been thus treated ever did get over it. What can a man know of woman's nature who would dare to act thus towards her, and think that she would become reconciled to such treatment? What strange ideas the Mormon men must have of woman's nature if they believe that women can submit to such treatment as this and still love them. What folly to think even of love! Can they not discover, if by nothing else by the changed manner, the almost cold indifference of those who were once gushing over with affection, whose winning and endearing ways captivated their hearts, that something must be wrong, that love has ceased to exist in the hearts of their wives, and that a cold, stern sense of duty and righteous obligation has taken its place? It would be very wrong for me to say that there are no men who try to be just in the practice of polygamy, for I know many who try their very best to act impartially to all their wives. But this is not really the result of their religion, about which some of these men appear to care very little. I feel sure that if they are good men, notwithstanding the evil effects of Mormonism upon them, they would have been so much better men without it. On the other hand, I have known men who, before they became Mormons, were reputed good husbands and fathers, but who afterwards became cold and harsh in their natures, cruel to their wives and neglectful to their children. It seemed as if they thought of nothing else but courting the girls and taking more wives, altogether regardless as to whether they could support them or not. Some of the elders, finding that they might not marry plural wives before they reached Utah, have bound the foreign girls by solemn vows and covenants to marry them when they arrived in Salt Lake Valley. And the poor girls, believing that because these men were missionaries, all they said and did must be right, have often, in fact, in almost every instance, to their own great injury, kept their covenants and married the men to whom they were vowed. I have known personally and intimately several sisters who have in this way ruined their prospects and blighted the hopes of their whole lives, and sadder stories than theirs could not be told. My husband had again left Salt Lake City and had gone to the States, as we then called going east, for it was such a long journey that we felt ourselves altogether out of the pale of civilization. For I could now, whenever I desired to do so, walk out or visit a friend without the constant dread of meeting him and his wife. It always humiliated me to see them together, although I believed that it was perfectly right that my husband should show attentions to his other wife. It was not now jealousy that I felt. The day of jealous feeling was long past. I felt disgusted, and I was humbled at the sight of them. At one time, for nearly 6 months, I remained at home, never going further than my own garden, simply for the reason that I feared to meet her in the presence of any of my friends, particularly any of my Gentile friends, or worse still, with them. I felt sure that had we met, I should have tried to avoid them or have passed them by unnoticed, which would of course have been an insult, and would have caused remarks from strangers, and ill feeling, which of all things I felt most anxious to avoid. There is no privacy in a polygamic family where the wives live together, and very little indeed when they live in separate houses, for each wife finds pleasure in telling all the little weaknesses of the other wives to her own particular friends, and those particular friends in turn tell their particular friends, until in due course it becomes known to some kind-hearted busybody who considers it her duty to go to the wife whose foibles have thus been bandied about from one to the other, and tell her how shamefully she has been slandered. Then it is the poor husband's turn to hear the whole burden of trouble, never of course exaggerated in the least, and he is expected to make peace, if he can, among his numerous wives. Perhaps all this fuss has been caused by the husband himself, he never intending it all the time. Not unlikely he gave a new dress or some article of wearing apparel to one wife or her children, and the others have noticed it. It may be that, perhaps, he did not think that the others needed it, and probably they did not, but that does not matter in the least. Jealous wives do not stop to consider such a trifle as that. The poor man is told that he must be just and fair to all, and when he gives a dress to one, he must give dresses to the others also, whether he can afford it and they need it or not. These wives are lynx-eyed, and each one notices every article of clothing that the others wear. and no matter how economical one wife may be, or how extravagant another, the careful one must never look better dressed than her less saving rival, or the husband will certainly be blamed for favoritism. After living in polygamy and observing all these things, I came to the conclusion that the men who tried to act justly were, after all, greatly to be pitied, and I had no doubt in my mind that many of them would be only too happy to be monogamic husbands once again. At one time, I believed this of my own husband. He appeared to be annoyed when duty compelled him to leave my home and family circle and go to his other home. I have fancied that he had at last come to think that polygamy was a most unnatural condition of affairs, and that he would be very glad if it were not compulsory. Of course, I drew my own conclusions, but I by and by found that they were somewhat premature. I had supposed that possibly his young wife was not so attractive to him now as she had been, and this, I must confess, did not grieve me very much. But notwithstanding all that, so great had been my fanaticism that I had still remaining sufficient faith in the unholy practice to make me feel that if we expected ever to get a blessing from heaven through compliance with the celestial command, it was necessary that my husband should be just to his other wife and treat her kindly and considerately. As I said before, from the moment when he first selected another wife, his society lost every charm for me, and therefore I was not so very generous, after all, when I urged him to spend as much time as he possibly could with Belinda. I felt that if I had lost everything in this life for polygamy, and if polygamy, after all, by any chance might turn out true, I might as well strive to get a little glory in the next world. But after all, it was but a poor, soulless attempt, and so miserable did I feel that I frequently wished that I could be completely annihilated after death. My husband's cares were also increasing, for his young wife had already presented him with 3 daughters. I presume if at any time she was cross at his long absences, the children were influenced by her spirit, and when my husband did visit her, his reception was probably either too warm or too cool, and in any case more lively than suited his quiet tastes. He assured me that he never spoke an unkind word to her, but would listen to all she had to say in a meek and quiet spirit, feeling all the time that she was young and inexperienced. This, no doubt, was all very well, but what woman can bear to see a man listening quietly to all she has to say, when she herself is in anything but a calm state of mind? We like men to feel what we say. I have known many husbands in polygamy who made it a practice not to say anything to their wives when they were recounting their wrongs, but preferred to get up and leave without a word, showing them no sympathy whatever, but teaching them, with all that cold indifference which in time chills the most loving heart, and silences the voice of affection forever, what their position really was. I have also heard husbands say, "I provide my wife with all she needs or can wish for, and surely she cannot suppose that I will allow her or any other woman to dictate to me as to what I should do with myself, or how I shall spend my time. I shall follow in the footsteps of Brother Brigham, and go where I please, and stay as long as I please, and come back when it suits me." The Mormon men are very much to blame in this respect. They take young, innocent girls from the warm and happy influence of home, and after a few brief weeks of devotion, they leave them in the cold atmosphere of the world to battle single-handed with new cares and new duties, to bear sickness and solitude with what courage they may, and thus, disconsolate and alone, go their way into the tangled mazes of life. This the Mormon husbands do, without a thought of the solemn vows they break, and the heavy responsibilities which they evade, for they never for one moment reflect that if there is incompatibility, it results in most instances from the fact that they have acted worse than foolishly in choosing girls so young and inexperienced that they could not possibly be fit companions for men who might in point of age have been their fathers, and even then have had a very fair margin of years to spare. End of chapter 37. Chapter 38 of Tell It All by Fanny STENHOUSE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Our husband's fiancé, a second wife's sorrows, steps towards apostasy. At one time, as I have already stated, I had almost begun to think that my husband had seen enough of the discomforts and heartlessness of polygamic life, and that his eyes were looking back wishfully to the time when, as the old Scotch ballad says, "One loving heart was all his own, but there as king he reigned supreme." My faith in my own acuteness and perception was, however, very considerably shaken when one day he told me that he thought it was about time for him to think of taking another wife. I suppose he expected that I should express some astonishment or offer objections, for he proceeded to give me excellent reasons for what he was about to do. His greatly improved circumstances, his desire to sustain his brethren, and above all, the necessity that he should build up a kingdom. There was no gainsaying all of this. The Lord had certainly very greatly blessed him in basket and in store. It was, moreover, praiseworthy in him to wish to sustain his brethren, and nobody could deny that he ought to have a kingdom. To crown all, the young lady whom he proposed to honor this time could not possibly be objected to by any loyal saint, for she was of the seed royal of the modern Israel, a daughter of the high priestly house of Brigham Young. I suppose if I had been a right-minded woman, I should have felt the great glory that there was in this proposed alliance, but in point of fact, such is the perversity of human nature, I did not feel at all pleased, although I could say nothing in objection. I had had some slight suspicion that my husband's eyes, to say nothing of his heart, had lately been inclined to wander in a certain direction, for he had become so particularly regular in his attendance at the theatre. I mentioned the matter to him once or twice, but he answered that as an editor it was a matter of necessity for him to attend, and that he ought to be there always. This I might perhaps have believed, had it not been that it was now several years since his paper was first established, and hitherto his personal attendance at every representation had not been considered absolutely indispensable. Reporters had been able to do all that was necessary. His proposal to marry this young lady, now it was openly stated, shed some light upon many things which had before appeared to me rather obscure. Her name was Zina, and she was the daughter of Mrs. Zina D. Huntington Jacobs, whom I have already mentioned as one of the prophet's wives. She was one of the actresses in the theatre, for many of Brigham's daughters at that time took part in the representations, and I had frequently observed very pretty little notices of her in the Salt Lake Daily Telegraph. Sometimes it had occurred to me that these notices were not quite merited, for other actresses in the same play had really appeared more proficient. But that, of course, was only my own private opinion. Somehow or other, my husband's opinion seemed always to clash with mine whenever there was a lady in the question, and in this case I had again and again differed from him in opinion concerning this same young lady, long before I suspected that he had a more than friendly interest in her. Strange as it would have appeared to anyone unused to the ways and works of Mormon polygamy, my husband consulted me about the matter, and it was agreed that he should propose to the lady in question. I offered little objection, except mentioning that I thought he would have quite as well fulfilled the commands of God if he had taken an older and plainer-looking wife. These things are generally fully determined before any mention of the matter is made to the first wife, and opposition on her part is seldom of any avail. Besides which, I did not much care how many wives my husband took. He might as well have 20 as the one too many which he already had. His marriage to another could not possibly make me feel any worse, provided I was not compelled to associate with her. I had resolved that I would never live on familiar terms with his other wives, not because I might disrespect or dislike them personally, but because I could not overcome the purer and better teachings of my early life. My husband in due form proposed, and was accepted, and it was soon rumored abroad that he was going to marry one of the President's daughters. Brigham is always spoken of as President Young among the saints. In the course of a day or two they were formally engaged, and a more loving couple could not possibly have been found. The young lady herself afterwards told me that their love was of no ordinary kind, and I'm sure I did not doubt her word. But consider how pleasant such intelligence must have been to a wife. Zina's friends, who wished to cheer me up and make me happy, told me that my husband's love for her was perfectly engrossing, that they thought he could never really have loved before. There was something very beautiful in their love. I need hardly say that I saw these things in quite another light. Of course, when I saw the letters which were constantly passing to and fro, brought to my house by persons who evidently knew they were bearers of missives of love, and when I witnessed their effect upon my husband, and saw such anxiety evinced that I should not see them, I did not for a moment doubt their affectionate devotion to each other. But I must admit that to me there was very little beauty in it. The young lady, I believe, regarded my husband's second wife and myself with a great deal of sympathy, for she thought that, however affectionate he might have been to us, she was his first real love. It is a most astonishing fact that if a Mormon man has 10, 15, or even 20 wives, he will be certain, when courting the 21st, to make her believe that he never really loved before. And then, if afterwards he took a 22nd, you may be quite sure that she too would be persuaded, or would persuade herself, into a belief in the very same statement. With the last wife, it is always an article of faith that she is the husband's first and only love. It is a curious question. If a man of many wives starts with as much love for his first wife as ordinary one-wifed men have for theirs, and goes on increasing his love with each additional wife, so that he can always say to the last that he never really loved before, how much love will he have when he gets to the 10th or the 20th? At any rate, Brigham, who in the course of his life has had, say, 30 wives, must have a 30 love power of affection for the last. The extent of his devotion must be something utterly astounding. By this time the old man must be a perfect Vesuvius of love. Zina pitied us, I know, when she realized that we could never know the great depth of our husband's love for her. She spoke and acted as if this were how she felt, and I have no doubt that she intended, after her marriage with our husband, to treat us with great kindness and consideration, as a sort of recompense for what we never had truly known, and never could know now our husband's love. This was very kind, certainly, but I fear it was not at all appreciated by Belinda or myself, as it is almost always the case when the husband takes a third wife. A better state of feeling was brought about between my husband's second wife and myself. Belinda no longer centered all her jealousy in me, and I, of course, had to divide mine. She now, to a certain extent, began to realize what I had suffered when my husband courted her. She felt badly, and I really did sympathize with her when I remembered how young she was, and that she was the mother of 3 little children. She had her moiety of a husband, it is true, but like all other polygamic wives, that was her misfortune rather than her comfort or strength. Many a wife would be happier were she a widow. In fact, widows are the happiest class of women in Utah, for they realize that it is far better to have a dead sorrow than a living one. Now, our husband always maintained that he was not in love with Miss Zina, but that in making love to her he was acting entirely from principle. So all the brethren say, and I have never yet heard of any one of them ever confessing, except of course to the maiden herself, that he was in love. To the maiden herself he says not only that, but a great deal more. But if our husband at the time of which I speak was not in love, the saints forbid that I should ever see him in that condition. I am sure when I heard his fiancée speaking of their devotion to each other and of the fond attachment of her heart to him, for she felt no delicacy in speaking to me, his wife, about such matters, I came to the conclusion that I had never known what it was really to love, and that my nature was too crude and unrefined to understand the mysteries of the tender passion. There was no love in the case, our husband repeatedly told us, all pure duty. There are some men, especially among the Mormons, and at certain times, who find this kind of duty quite a pleasure. Long courtships had become quite fashionable among the brethren in Salt Lake City, and I dreaded a long courtship more than anything else, for there is so much that is humiliating, and I might even say disgusting, to a wife when her husband is engaged in love-making to another woman, that I hoped as much as possible to be spared passing through such an ordeal a second time. As the accepted lover and affianced husband of Brother Brigham's daughter, our husband was, of course, constantly in attendance at the prophet's house. But he was not the only good brother who spent his evenings in Brigham Young's parlor, for it was then, and I suppose it is today, a regular rendezvous for middle-aged and young men and even boys, and there the prophet's little girls, as well as those who were grown or growing up, obtained an excellent training in the art of flirting and courting. It has always been said among the saints that Brigham's girls and the daughters of Daniel H. Wells were the boldest and least retiring maidens to be found in Salt Lake City, and that they presumed greatly upon their imaginary high position, which position nobody but themselves cared anything about. It is well known that the very people upon whom they look down are those who rightly should receive their warmest gratitude and respect, on account of the more than liberal support which they have given to their father, even to the detriment of their own children. But too much must not be expected of young girls brought up in polygamy. When first I heard that my husband had set his affections upon one of these girls, I felt convinced that he could not have made a very wise choice. Men are never very wise in such matters, but when they are influenced by the peculiar motives which actuate the Mormon men, they become doubly silly, and I could not help dreading that the mere fact of my husband having selected a daughter of the prophet as his future wife, would bring trouble upon us all. What shape that trouble would take, I could form no conjecture, but I felt sure that a change of some sort was fast approaching. My faith was almost gone. I felt the degrading position in which the celestial system placed me and my children, and it seemed to me that I could no longer endure it. My children I could not and would not leave, but it was impossible for me to continue to live as I had been living, nor would I think of bringing up my children any longer to believe and live in a religion which had so cruelly blighted all my own life. It was for them that I feared now. I felt that for their sake I must break away from this horrible system. My own life, I thought, was not worth caring for, but the idea of my little girls growing up and following in my footsteps and enduring as I had endured was more than I could bear. Something must be done to save them from such a fate. About this time, I procured a copy of the Revelation on Celestial Marriage, and read it through carefully and calmly from beginning to end. The reader may perhaps remember that when a copy of it was first given to me in Switzerland years before, I was so angry and indignant that when I had got only partly through it, I cast it from me in disgust as an outrage upon all that was good and true. From that time, although I had heard portions of it quoted and read, I had never perused it as a whole. On 2 occasions at least, my friend Mary Burton was very near reading it through with me, and had we done so, I have not the slightest doubt that my eyes would have been opened to the absurdity and wickedness of the whole system, and years of wretchedness would have been spared me. Such, however, was not the case. It was not until I had almost drained the cup of sorrow and degradation that at last I found an antidote in the deadly thing itself which had been the source of all my unhappiness. I was acting upon the homeopathic principle, similia similibus curiantur, and using a dose of poison to cure a disease caused by that poison. But if the reader has perused the Revelation, I think he will admit that it was a pretty big dose for any woman to swallow. As I read, I saw plainly from the wording of the document that if ever it was given to Joseph Smith, no matter by whom, it was given long after he had practiced polygamy, or something as bad, and to sanction what he had already done. I had read in the Book of Mormon, David and Solomon truly had many wives and concubines, which thing was an abomination before me, saith the Lord. Hearken to the word of the Lord, for there shall not any man among you have, save it be one wife, and concubines he shall have none. Book of Mormon, page 118. In the Book of the Covenants, given through Joseph Smith, and held sacred by every saint, I had read, Thou shalt love thy wife with all thy heart, and cleave unto her, and none else. Book of Covenants, page 124. And yet, when I turned to the Revelation, I found in the very first clause, Verily, thus saith the Lord unto my servant Joseph, that inasmuch as you have inquired at my hand to know and understand wherein I, the Lord, justified my servants Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, as also Moses, David, and Solomon, my servants, as touching the principle and doctrine of their having many wives and concubines, and so forth. What could I possibly think of a prophet who, after having the law laid down so clearly, and being told so distinctly that the doings of David and Solomon were an abomination, and that a man should have but one wife, should inquire of the Lord how he justified the very things which he had just declared were an abomination unto him? Then, too, what blasphemy to represent God as one day giving a revelation declaring a thing sinful, and the next day justifying it. I felt perfectly humiliated with myself that I had never before had the courage to look the matter calmly in the face and discover, as I must have discovered, had I only used my unaided reason, the shameful imposture which had been palmed upon us. I now made careful inquiry, and it was soon clear to me that evidence was not wanting to prove that the doctrine of plural marriages originated in the licentious hearts of Joseph Smith and those associated with him. When once I was convinced of that, the whole fabric of my religion crumbled before my eyes, and from that time I can hardly say that I had faith in anything that had been taught me. My husband's second wife was also very unhappy now. She, too, after the general rule, had flattered herself that she was his first and only love, and it was not pleasant to have her dream of happiness dispelled. But now that another jewel was to be added to our husband's crown, she could no longer deceive herself. She little knew, poor girl, when she married, that a Mormon's heart is like a honeycomb. There is always a vacant cell wherein another may nestle. Real trouble, too, she had. One of her children was taken very sick, and after a severe illness died. I remained with her night and day, and did what I could for the poor child. Had it been possible for me to have felt a greater loathing and detestation for that vile system of polygamy, that feeling would have been conceived while I watched at the bedside of my husband's dying child. It was there that I vowed that no polygamist should ever marry another daughter of mine, and resolved that to my dying day my voice should be raised against the unholy and unnatural teachings of the Mormon priesthood. I looked at that lonely young mother, who in her hour of trial ought to have had all her husband's sympathy, all his attention, to support her, but who instead knew that, however kind he might be to her, he was contemplating a new marriage, and his thoughts must of necessity be more or less with his purposed bride. All unkind feeling was banished from my heart. I forgot that she was my husband's wife, and remembered only that, like myself, she was a suffering woman, a victim to a false faith, and I felt very deeply for her in her time of sorrow and bereavement. My husband at this time had been a member of the Mormon Church for 25 years. He had lectured, preached, written, and published in Great Britain, Switzerland, and the United States in support of the Mormon faith. He had been a most earnest and consistent member of the church, and devotedly attached to Brigham Young. This attachment to Brigham Young he shared in common with all the staunchest of his brethren. For while the members of the church retain unshaken confidence in the new revelation, they naturally acquire a great regard for the prophet and render him unquestioning obedience. I believe that my husband would willingly have laid down his life if by doing so he could have shielded Brigham Young from harm or have been of essential service to him. But causes were now in operation which by and by detached him from the church and made it possible for me also to leave the Mormon faith. Hitherto, for my children's sake, I dared not leave the church without my husband, and I therefore anxiously watched for anything which might rescue him from the bondage in which he was held. As proprietor of a daily paper, his business had frequently called him to the Eastern States for several months at a time, and I observed that after those visits his editorials took a more liberal turn. My Mormon friends frequently said to me, "Brother Stenhouse is doing himself no good by his constant association with the Gentiles." And subsequently, when we did apostatise, our secession from the church was attributed to contaminating Gentile influences. Then, too, we had frequent visits from strangers passing through Salt Lake City. I saw with pleasure that this intercourse with the outside world was gradually undermining my husband's confidence in the teachings of the elders, and it gave me courage to hope that, after all, the day of liberty might dawn at last. Feeling as I did thus, it will not surprise the reader that I regarded with more and more distrust the proposed marriage of my husband to Brother Brigham's daughter, for I felt that then he would be deeper than ever in the toils of the priesthood, and I sometimes almost believed that it was my duty to use every influence in my power to prevent it. Putting my own feelings out of the question, it is probable that I might have done this simply for his own good, for I doubted not that some day the scales must fall from his eyes, and then he would be thankful that I had prevented the marriage. Our paths by this time had certainly diverged far asunder, and my husband had another wife and family. But I believed that he was sincere, though sadly mistaken, or I should not have felt so kindly towards him as I did. At other times, and observing his devotion, I almost myself began to think that perhaps the nonsense that I had heard was, after all, true, and that this girl was the only one he had really loved, and if so, of course he ought to marry her. In fact, so divided was my attention that I hardly knew what to think. I therefore resolved to act according to circumstances. Brigham Young, in one of his sermons, says that the first thing manifested in the case of apostasy was the idea that the prophet was liable to make a mistake. When a man believes that, he has taken the first step towards apostasy. He need only take one step more, and he is out of the church. This was spoken of Joseph and his saints, but it suits just as well Brigham and his. I knew very well that my husband had taken the first step, and I sincerely hoped that he might soon take the second. For my own part, I had for some time not only believed that a prophet might be mistaken, but, as Brother Heber would say, I knew it. My husband and his bride-elect, like all other lovers, had frequent little quarrels, I suppose for the purpose of making up again, and being then all the more ardent in their affection. But they now had a disagreement which lasted longer than all that had gone before, although I suppose that neither of them had at that time the slightest idea how it was going to end. They had been courting for 15 months at least, and after so much devotion on the part of my husband, and so much fervent affection on the part of the young lady, it really did seem too bad that so large an amount of love should be thrown away. It was hard that after such a long strain upon their religious and devotional feelings, for they were both very pious lovers, all their labor of love should come to naught. Things had certainly taken a twist, for I knew well enough that at one time they both firmly believed that their marriage was preordained in heaven, and that they were as completely one in feeling as mortals ever could be. The mother, too, who was a very pious woman, once told my husband that she had had a vision in which it was revealed to her that they were destined for each other in the eternal worlds. The lovers, of course, firmly believed her. But for all that, the estrangement still continued, and my husband was constantly making it wider by the articles which appeared in his paper, until at last certain of the sisters whispered that the heart of the lady had been attracted towards some brighter luminary. Long courtships often end disastrously, but when I heard rumors of the lady's presumed faithlessness, it seemed to me hardly fair, for the day had been fixed for the marriage, and the wedding dress actually made. Of course, I sympathized with my husband. Would any wife like to see her husband disappointed in his love affairs with another woman? I wonder. While under these natural feelings of indignation, I one day told Brigham Young that I thought, after all the courting that had been done, and it was not a trifle, they certainly ought to be married. He said he was willing enough himself, if they wished it, but girls, he said, often changed their minds, and as they could have but one husband, it was only fair that their wishes should be consulted. If Sina has really changed her mind, he added, I have plenty of other daughters, and they have all got to be married. Let him take one of them. If one won't, another will. The reader will see the liberal ideas which Brother Brigham entertains on the subject of marriage. It may perhaps seem rather strange that I should be anxious to have them marry, but after all that I had seen and endured in polygamy, can it be wondered at that I should no longer regard the father of my children as my own husband? Had I thought him a bad man, or had he acted as I know many of the good brethren do act? Had he brought home girl after girl, with the hope of alluring one or more of them into polygamy, or had he been utterly reckless of my feelings, I might perhaps have been able to cast him from my heart without a single regret. But I really believed that he was acting consistently with the teachings of his religion. And if I felt degraded by the life I lived, it was not his fault. It was the fault of the system. I therefore felt that if things came to the worst, and if I were driven to extremities and forced to separate from him, I should like to know that he had a wife whom he loved. I felt certain that there was now but little love between him and his second wife, and that some day a separation was sure to take place. The idea of divorce was so repugnant to my feelings that it was only in moments when grief overpowered me, and when my heart was wrung with anguish, and I felt utterly reckless, that I for one moment thought of anything like it. Even then, I only entertained the idea of a separate life, not divorce. That last resource of the unhappy wife was, however, spared me, and looking back, I thank God that in His all-wise providence He so shaped my life at that time that my husband and myself, no longer disunited by that disgrace to civilization and Christianity, polygamy, can now rejoice together that that last step was never taken, and that no false creed or superstition can ever again divide our interests or our hopes. Nevertheless, it was strange that the words of my talkative friend should be again verified, and that a second time I should be found persuading my husband to take another wife. End of chapter 38. Chapter 39 of Tell It All by Fanny STENHOUSE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Some curious courtships. Brigham ruins our fortunes. Belinda divorces our husband. The reader will see that, setting aside the fact that my husband was already married, there was nothing in his courtships to distinguish them from those of lovers among the Gentiles. But all courtships in Utah are not carried on in this fashion. Some of the brethren entirely omit the love-making part, and with them to take a new wife is simply to make a bargain. The better the saint, the less, as a rule, does he seem to care about the feelings of the woman whom he makes his wife. My husband, however, was still leavened with the fashions of the old world and the days of his youth, and like some of the other brethren of good standing in Salt Lake City, he fell into Gentile ways instead of keeping to the true style of Mormon courtship. I heard of one American elder who went to the young lady upon whom he had fixed his choice, and without a word of preliminary discourse of an affectionate nature, said, "I've 20 head of stock, 50 acres of good land, got a good log house, and the nicest old woman in the country. Now, sis, will you have me?" Whether the fair damsel was dazzled by this alluring picture or not, I am not quite certain, but no one would suppose that she ought to have been. Now, to balance the Yankee, it is only fair that I should tell you of a certain Englishman who lived in Cache Valley, about 100 miles from Salt Lake, and who was very anxious to find a second wife. He could not get one in the place where he lived, as the girls were all either married or, as the Mormons say, bespoke. So he came to Salt Lake City as a last desperate resort. To the first unmarried girl to whom he was introduced, without a moment's hesitation, he proposed in the following abrupt fashion. "Say, sis, my bishop told me to take a week's holiday and come down here and get a wife. Now, if you don't mind going back with me, I shall start tomorrow morning." The next morning at 7 o'clock, the young lady was to be seen standing by the Englishman's wagon, with a sunbonnet on her head and a bundle under her arm. They went to the Endowment House, got sealed for all eternity, and started for home. Hundreds of girls in Utah have been won for all eternity with just as little trouble. They must have been girls of rather more than average mortal intelligence, if, in time taken to form their decision, they could tell from the little they know of the men who had proposed to them that they would be willing to live with them for time, but to make a bargain for eternity with so little ground to rest upon certainly does seem a little rash. The Mormons, of all people, with their peculiar notions respecting the eternity of the marriage contract, should be careful whom they marry, but, to tell the truth, they are the most careless. There is living in Utah today a woman whom I know who has been sealed for all eternity to no less than 9 husbands, and if the divorces which she has obtained are, as Brother Brigham says, not worth the paper upon which they are written, she will be likely to have some trouble when she meets them all in another world. I know of several others who have been sealed to 4, 5, or 6 husbands. One of Brigham's own sisters was the wife of several husbands after this fashion. How all these matters can be set right, it is difficult to determine, but somebody will have work to do. Mormonism had been to my husband everything. It had for years grown with his growth until it had become a part of himself. Doubts had occasionally crept into his mind, it is true, but it required time to effect a change. The measures adopted by Brigham Young in the spring of 1869 for the purpose of controlling the commerce of Utah, as well as the property and faith of the people, caused great discontent. The teachings of the tabernacle were wild and arrogant, and Brigham assumed that it was his right to dictate in everything, even, he said, to the setting up of a stocking or the ribbons which a woman should wear. Many of the people, when they heard these words and witnessed the fanaticism created thereby, were aroused to opposition, but Brigham only became more fierce in his denunciations and more harsh in his measures. I could plainly see that all this had the, to me, much desired effect of alienating my husband from Mormonism, and I never allowed an opportunity of strengthening the impression thus produced to pass unimproved. The articles in his paper showed the condition of his mind, and brought down upon him the wrath of Brigham. At this also I rejoiced, and did not fail to make him feel that he ought to resent the prophet's interference. Brigham felt too certain of the submission of his slave, and accused Mr. Stenhouse of having published favorable notices of Gentile stores, also of having their advertisements in his paper, and otherwise aiding and abetting the wicked Gentiles, all which accusations my husband began to feel was an infringement upon his own private, personal rights as a citizen and a man. One circumstance followed another, and I could plainly see that his confidence in Brigham's inspiration was slowly but surely dwindling away, and that the day which I had so long anxiously watched for was breaking at last. Notwithstanding this, however, there was one bond which still united him by no weak tie to the church. He was a polygamist. The contemplated marriage between him and Brigham's daughter could, I believed, never now take place, but even allowing that he still had another wife, and now that I had entirely lost faith in Mormonism generally, and the celestial order of marriage in particular, I resolved that I would no longer have a partner in my husband's affections, as if he were a joint stock concern. I would have the whole of a husband or none. I had not yet, however, sufficient courage to speak to him of my feelings. I can imagine I see some strong-minded woman smile at the idea of a wife wanting courage to speak to her husband, but such women never knew what Mormonism is. Had they been born Gentiles, they would probably never have entered the Mormon Church. Had they been born in the Church, they would have been what John Stuart Mill calls subjugated. John Stuart Mill considered the subjugation of women among the Gentiles a hard thing, and he wrote a pamphlet and expressed his mind about it. But I fancy if he could have known the iron cruelty of Mormon polygamy, if he could have seen how the hearts of women are crushed and ground down by the celestial order among the saints, until not a spark of womanhood remains in them, if he could have seen the subjugation of women in Utah, he would have considered their case 1,000 times harder than that of their Gentile sisters, and would never have ceased writing pamphlets or expressing his mind. One Sunday evening, Mr. Stenhouse, when he came home, said to me, "Brother Brigham has given me a mission. He wishes me to go to Ogden and publish my paper there." This was very unexpected news, but with the vividness of lightning, a glimpse of what the prophet intended by such a strange proposition flashed across my mind. "He wishes to ruin us," I exclaimed. "You surely will not go." Now Brigham, of course, knew that my husband's paper had a large circulation in Utah Territory as well as in Salt Lake City, and that his business was in a most prosperous condition. He knew also that to do aught that might impair or destroy that business would be to bring misery and disaster upon all who were dependent upon it for their daily bread. And yet, for all that, he told my husband to break up his establishment, or in his own words, to pull up root and branch, and go to a place where the people were so miserably poor that it was impossible to make a newspaper successful among them. In all this, the crafty prophet no doubt acted wisely. The Daily Telegraph would in all probability become a power in the territory, and he feared that in a short time it would emancipate itself from his control. Brother Brigham has none of the far-seeing perception of the eagle, that perception which has enabled great men to forecast coming events, and thus, to a great extent, mold them when they came. He is more the cunning, crafty eye peculiar to cats, which are blinded when the pure light from heaven falls upon them, but are very quick indeed to perceive the very smallest thing which transpires in holes and dark places within their own contracted little circle of vision. No man can be sharper or more quick-sighted than Brigham in his own circle, and within range of his own mental powers. But his circle is limited, and beyond it his mental powers never soared. I do not doubt that long before this time he had noted that my husband was weakening in the faith, but he had waited for his opportunity, and now he considered that it had come. We knew very well that this was the way in which he had always acted towards those whom he feared or doubted. When he saw them growing weak in the faith, he ruined them, or did the best he could to that effect, before they finally left the church. I urged my husband to resist this arbitrary decree on the part of the prophet, and represented strongly the misery which would result from his failure, and the utter impossibility of success. But I soon found that although he doubted Brigham, his faith in Mormonism was by no means all gone. He, like many another, feared that in disobeying Brigham, perhaps after all, he might be resisting God. He could see the wrongdoing of the prophet, and felt that his conduct was unworthy of one who pretended to such great things. But he regarded this as the weakness of the prophet's humanity, at the same time believing that in the matters of religion he might be divinely inspired. He was still under the influence of the past. He could not yet break asunder the yoke and bid defiance to Brigham and the priesthood. He told me that now was the time for him to prove his obedience, cost what it might, and all the brethren urged him to submit, saying that the Lord would overrule everything for his good. Believing this, he broke up his establishment at Salt Lake City and went, as counseled, to Ogden. There he remained for several months, during which time he was losing money every day. Finding at last that he could stand it no longer, he asked Brigham Young's permission to return and recommence his paper in Salt Lake City, for no one then dared stir a foot without permission. This was granted, for Brigham had now accomplished his purpose. But some of our friends told me that the teachers, when making their weekly visits, were telling the people not to take in Brother Stenhouse's paper again if he came back to Salt Lake City, for he was apostatizing, and they must not sustain an apostate. Now, I thought, my husband will believe that I was right in my judgment of Brigham's motives. My own family and that of the second wife did not accompany my husband to Ogden. He was therefore quite at home when he returned. But the expense of transferring his business from one place to another was perfectly ruinous. He had not only purchased valuable property, as I before mentioned, in the city, but he had also realized quite a comfortable little fortune by the success of his paper. But now the property had to be mortgaged, and his fortune was, of course, utterly insufficient for these heavy daily losses. Just then the severe illness of my eldest son in San Francisco made it necessary that we should leave immediately to attend him, for we had received intelligence that he was not at all likely to recover. As it was my own son who was sick, my husband had very naturally determined that I should accompany him, but this brought on such a severe fit of jealousy on the part of his young wife, who already was by no means too happy, that when we returned after my son's recovery, she threatened to obtain a divorce. My husband told me of this, but I had so frequently heard of such threats from wives who were unhappy or neglected that I thought little about it. One day, not long after our return, I was quite surprised to see Mr. Stenhouse and Joseph A. Young drive up to the door, looking as if something of great importance had just transpired. Mr. Stenhouse jumped out of his buggy and hurriedly gave me a letter, as I thought, at the same time saying, "Take great care of this, for it makes me a free man again." Saying this, he left the house, jumped into the buggy again, and was gone, while I stood holding the paper, wondering what it all could mean. My husband had told me to take care of the paper. He neither said read it or don't read it, and of course I was not in the least curious. The envelope was not sealed, so I made up my mind that, though he had not said so, he must have wished me to read what was inside, and at any rate I resolved to risk doing so. To my astonishment, I found that the document which he said set him free was nothing else than a bill of divorce between him and his young wife. It appeared afterwards that she had been to Brother Brigham, had told him of her grievances, and had asked for a divorce. Now, when the wife of any man who is of good standing in the church, and whom Brigham wishes to honor, comes to him for a divorce, he generally sends for the husband first, tells him about it, and they talk it over together. The husband is counseled to make the matter up, and a compromise is effected. In the case of my husband, Brigham acted otherwise. The clerk had been directed to make out the papers, which the second wife signed, and as far as she was concerned, her marriage was dissolved. My husband was then notified that he was wanted at the prophet's office, and he had a very shrewd guess as to what the nature of the business was for which his presence was desired. He waited till the afternoon, when he knew that Brigham would be absent, and then, as he was driving out with Joseph A., the prophet's son, he drew up before the office and asked Joseph to accompany him inside in order to witness a little business which he had to transact. Joseph agreed, but when he found what the business really was, he strongly urged my husband not to sign the papers, or at least to take time and consult with President Young first. Mr. Stenhouse, however, never for a moment doubted that Brigham had expected by this hasty move to bring him to his feet, and he would not therefore yield. So asking the clerk for the papers, he signed them, and Joseph also signed them as a witness. The other witness was David Mackenzie, Brigham's clerk. Belinda had already affixed her name. $10 were then handed over as the usual fee. My husband took one copy of the bill of divorce, the wife had a right to the second copy, and the third was deposited in the archives of Zion. My husband had then, as we have seen, hastened home to tell me that he was a free man, and yet these two had been sealed to each other at the altar in the Endowment House for all eternity. This is the way that divorces are granted in Utah. There is not the slightest difficulty about them, if only Brother Brigham is willing. The reader would perhaps be interested in seeing one of these terrible documents. I therefore append a true, perfect, and exact copy of my husband's own bill of divorce. It is a facsimile, type, signatures, and all. This is a specimen of an orthodox divorce among the Bon Ton in Salt Lake City. Out in the settlements they do things in a much more primitive style, and some of their documents are rather amusing. The following is a correct copy of a Mormon divorce bill taken from the records of Beaver City. March 8, 1871, to whom it may concern. This is to certify that in the beginning of 1869, when I gave a bill of divorce to Sarah Ann Lowry, I gave to her for the good of her 4 children the following property: a parcel of land of about 9 acres enclosed all round, with a house of 2 rooms and 1 cow and heifer. William C. Ritter. I could, if space permitted, give many others equally interesting. I cannot say that I was much grieved at the sight of my husband's divorce. At the same time, long training in the school of trouble had hardened my heart and rendered me almost indifferent, and I cannot say that I was very greatly rejoiced. Nature adapts us morally, as well as physically, to the positions which we have to occupy in life. The hand of him who labors much becomes hard, and the unshodden foot grows horny, and the heart at which first is tender, and like the Aeolian harp, ready to answer to the slightest passing breath, by and by, beneath the rough hand of trial and the world, becomes callous and stony, and the roughest storms and the sweetest pleasures alike seemed to make little impression upon it. Thus it was with me when I received that paper. A few years before, a reliable assurance that my husband would never enter into polygamy would have been to me the realization of my best earthly wishes. But now my heart was almost dead, and I felt as if I hardly cared one way or the other. If I felt thus, who had still all my darling children around me, who had never missed one dear little face from the fireside or from the table, what must have been endured by those mothers who not only gave away their husbands to other wives, but who lost child after child, until bereft of all they loved on earth, they could but, like Rachel, sit down in ashes and mourn for the dead. But the more I thought over what had happened, the more doubtful I felt as to what the result would be. That there would be some great change in our life I felt assured, but to me the change was coming almost too late. Then, too, the young wife who in her hasty anger had obtained the divorce, I felt that her happiness must surely be gone, and I could not bear the thought that my peace should be purchased with the sorrows of another. Brother Brigham's part in the matter was also ever present in my mind. That he had resolved to bring ruin upon my husband, I did not now for a moment doubt. But if a weak woman's efforts could in any way assist in thwarting his designs, I fully resolved that he should never have the satisfaction of seeing those designs successful. I would stand by my husband, I would work for him and assist him, and would give not even a passing thought to what I might have suffered, or remember that he had ever loved others better than myself. I would be to him now the true wife that before God I had vowed to be, for worse as well as for better. And however I myself might have been wronged, I would for my part endeavor faithfully to perform my whole duty to my husband and to God. After I had formed this mental resolution and had begun to realize our new position, I felt as if awakening from a long dream of many years. I was released from the clutches of that frightful nightmare, polygamy, and I could once more take my place beside my husband as his wife. I knew that he would have much to contend against, and would need all the moral support that I could accord to him. Brigham's efforts in respect to my husband's paper had been far too successful, and although it was still carried on, fresh difficulties sprang up every day. My husband had been deceived by Brigham's oily manner and plausible way, but to others his intention in sending him away was no secret. A man named Bull, who is now and was also at that time employed in the Deseret News office, said that no one but Mr. Stenhouse had ever been deceived by what the prophet had done. It was commonly reported that Brigham intended to ruin my husband, and that when he prophesied that the paper in Ogden should be a great success, he was himself perfectly aware that it was utterly impossible that such should be the case. Whether Brigham was the deceiver or the deceived, I do not wish to say. Men who consider themselves inspired and go on day by day uttering all sorts of nonsense and blasphemy and giving impertinent and mischievous advice in the name of the Lord, at last become thoroughly impervious to reason, and daily and hourly deceive themselves. I hope for his own sake it was so with Brigham, for I would rather believe him a self-made fool than a downright knave, and in many of his transactions, perhaps I ought to almost say all, it is clear to every one that he is either one or the other. Of one thing I am certain, I was fully contented that we should lose all, if only my husband were taken, once and forever, clean out of the meshes of Mormonism. We might have to make a terrible sacrifice, but to me it was a sacrifice well worth the making. End of chapter 39. Chapter 40 of Tell It All by Fanny STENHOUSE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mary Burton, life's journey ended. Rest at last. It was about this time that one morning, very early, before I was well up, a young girl came to the house in a great hurry, asking to speak to me without a moment's delay. I threw a wrapper round me and went out at once to see her. She said she came from the house of Sister Mary Burton, and begged me to come directly and see her, for Mary had taken poison, and it was thought she was dying. Now I have been so much engaged of late in telling my own sorrows that Mary Burton has quite dropped out of my story, but it must not be supposed that all that time I saw nothing of my poor friend. On the contrary, I had seen her much more frequently of late than I used to when I first came to Salt Lake City. When I last spoke of her, it was when she was about to return to southern Utah, where she and her husband then resided. It was evident to me from her conversation, as it must have been to the reader, that her faith in Mormonism had even then entirely gone, that she felt her husband's neglect and unkindness most keenly, and that she had become a miserable, broken-hearted woman. It was very painful to contrast what she was now with what she had been when I first knew her, and then to think what a happy wife and mother she might have been if the spectre of Mormonism had not crossed her path. Mary and her husband, Elder Shrewsbury, left the settlements about a year after the time I last mentioned her, and took up their abode in Salt Lake City. Elder Shrewsbury had prospered exceedingly, and when he came to Salt Lake, he brought with him, besides Mary, his second wife, Ellen, who, as we before noticed, had become very much attached to her. The other 3 wives and their children were left at the farm in southern Utah. He would probably have brought them all with him had there been in the city a house large enough to hold them all. As it was, he purchased a good lot about half a mile from where we resided, with a comfortable house upon it, and there his first and second wives lived together. This was the man who had solemnly sworn before God that he would never practice polygamy. But I doubt if Elder Shrewsbury, with his comfortable house in the city, his farm and lands in the South, his fast increasing property, and his many wives, felt truly the 100th part of the happiness which he would have experienced in the devotion of one faithful heart, even had it been in the midst of poverty and care. He, however, poor infatuated man, did not think thus. He was actually even now courting a young girl of about 17 years of age, who the 2 wives daily expected would be brought home to aid in building up their husband's kingdom. I do not think Mary cared much about this. It was the taking of the first plural wife that was her great sorrow. After that, her love for her husband weakened until it altogether died out, and she did not care how many wives he took. Mary's high spirit was always urging her into rebellion. In married life, both husband and wife give way to each other in 1,000 little things of no consequence in themselves, but quite sufficient, without the presence of love, to sow the seeds of discord. But when love has fled, and the husband looks upon his wife, the companion of his youth, the mother of his children, not as the partner of his whole life, and the sharer of all his joys and sorrows, but as a person whose presence is a reproach to him, and who is an inconvenience rather than otherwise, and when the wife regards her husband as one whom formerly she loved with true devotion, but who has cruelly broken her heart and trampled upon her feelings, and who is nothing to her now but a tyrant whose very presence is painful to her, Can there then be any forbearance, any of those gentle kindnesses, any of those loving forgivenesses, any of those mutual tendernesses and sweet confidences which constitute the charm of married life and make it what the Apostle said it was, a type of the sacred union between Christ and His people in heaven? In giving up Mormonism, my unhappy friend gave up, as too many have done, faith in all else. She had lived, as she thought, a life of religion, and when she found what a terrible mockery of all that is holy that so-called religion was, she cast it aside, thinking that all religion was vain. She did not see that she would have acted just as wisely in rejecting all food because she chanced to partake of some that was poisoned. She did not see that, although the broken reed on which she rested was unable to yield her any true support, nevertheless the everlasting foundations of eternal truth which God Himself has laid can never be removed, and that though creeds and systems may fail and pass away only to give place to others equally unsatisfactory, yet those divine verities are established forever, are beyond the reach of earthly vicissitudes, and know nothing of time or change. Utterly miserable and sick at heart, Mary cared not whether she lived or died. There was nothing to bind her to life, and beyond the life of this world she was altogether without hope. A more wretched existence it is scarcely possible to imagine. While they were still in the settlements, she treated the other wives with the greatest contempt, sitting by them at the table or passing them in the house without vouchsafing a look or a word. Her husband, as might be expected, avoided her whenever it was possible, and the other wives returned her coldness and disdain, and in turn annoyed her as much as they could when they were not too busy looking after one another. It would be impossible to picture a house more divided against itself than was that of Elder Shrewsbury. When the two wives, Ellen and Mary, lived together with their husband in Salt Lake City, Mary, of course, had no opportunity of showing her hatred and contempt for the polygamic wives, but towards her husband she evinced a cold disdain, as if he were now nothing at all to her, as if her very heart itself had been withered. For Ellen, who since Elder Shrewsbury had taken his other wives, had clung to her with a childlike affection, and to her own little girl alone she showed that deep and constant love which she had once lavished upon such an unworthy object. She used to come to me and tell me all her griefs, and in a passion of rage and tears she would hurl defiance at Mormonism and curse bitterly the system that had wrecked her life. Then I would soothe her and speak calmly to her, and try to place matters in their best light, and she would sit and listen in a painful state of apathy, as if she cared for none of these things. Presently she would rise and go, and then perhaps I would not see her for weeks together, unless I chanced to call upon her at her own house. Sometimes for days and even weeks at a time, she would shut herself up in her room and refuse to see her husband or anyone else except her little girl, who slept in the same room with her, and who at such times used to bring in what food they wanted, for in these melancholy fits she would not even let the servants come near her. There was a little table near the window, and from the casement of the window could be seen in the far distance the lofty ranges of the Wasatch Mountains. And sitting at that table, gazing from that window with her cheek resting upon her hand, Mary would watch the whole day long, as if entranced in some ecstatic vision. Her little girl, a child of winning ways, bashful to an extreme and very pretty, but though so young, with a look of wistful sadness upon her childish face, had become accustomed to her mother's ways, and when one of those long spells of melancholy came upon her, she would either steal out quietly and wander away for a long walk all by herself, for she never played with the other children in her father's house, or else, as was more frequently the case, she would sit down on the ground near her mother and silently amuse herself with a book or some childish toy. To my mind, there was something inexpressibly painful in all this. When Mary did not come to see me, I would call round at her husband's house and try to draw her out from her melancholy seclusion. It was very seldom that I saw Elder Shrewsbury, and I cannot say that I wished to do so. He had, as his wife told me, undergone a complete change since I knew him in England. The open look, the upright bearing, the earnestness of speech, which then characterized him, were now gone forever. He was still a handsome man, rather portly, and evidently well-to-do in the world, but there were lines about his eyes which ought not to have been seen in the face of a man of his years, and his lips, without uttering a word, told their own story. I could remember watching those lips, rather full and voluptuous even then, in the old days when polygamy was unknown, and Mormonism came upon us all in its freshness and stirred our very souls to their utmost depths. Then they seemed instinct with the thought and intellect of the man, and their very expression conveyed a meaning almost as eloquent as the words which proceeded from them. Now they were listless and heavy, and if any expression hovered around them still, it was an expression of sensuality and selfishness. Was it, I sometimes asked myself, polygamy that ruined that man, or was there in his nature, hidden of course in early days, that which led him to polygamy, and which, had there been no Mormonism, would have developed itself in some other degrading way? Heartbroken and wretched, weary of life, and yet no hopeful assurance of life beyond the grave, poor Mary lived on, year after year, while those who seemed to dance in the very sunshine of existence were cut off like the summer flowers in the harvest field. Lately, however, I thought I saw symptoms of a change. The pitcher may be taken often to the fountain, but it will be broken at last, and this poor, weak body of ours, wonderful as its powers of endurance are, cannot last forever. With a mind at ease and happy, we can bid defiance to many of the ills which flesh is heir to, but when the mind is troubled, and the heart is weary, and the flesh also is weak, the thread of life is ready at any moment to be snapped asunder. I saw this clearly in the case of my poor friend. Every time she came to see me, or I called at her house, I noticed that she was perceptibly growing thinner and thinner. Her eye seemed brighter, and there was always a flush upon her cheek, which would have been beautiful had it not been for the seal of melancholy which was stamped upon every feature. But the brightness of the eye and the flush upon the cheek were not symbols of health, but the imprint of the finger of death. She did not know this. Though she longed to die, she little thought that death was so near her. Sometimes she would talk almost happily of the old bygone days. Then she would sit brooding over her griefs, and then again she would talk anxiously about the future of her little daughter. I had seen other wives as wretched as poor Mary was, I more so, for they had abject grinding poverty superadded to all their woes. But more than for any other I felt for my poor friend, and exerted myself to the uttermost to comfort her. In this I had been to a certain extent successful. She would appear for a time a little more cheerful, but it was not long before she relapsed into her habitual melancholy way. That which troubled me most of late in my intercourse with Mary was the fact that she was always talking about death. This certainly was no matter of surprise to me, but it was very painful. Over and over again she would discuss the question whether, under any circumstances, suicide could be justified, and whether if anyone in absolute despair were to take away their own life, God would ever pardon them. I would never enter into such subjects as these, for I considered that such conversation showed a morbid condition of mind, could not possibly be of any good to either of us, and would only suggest harmful thoughts. But again and again Mary reverted to the subject, and I really at last began to grow quite anxious about her. It was not, therefore, with surprise that I received the summons that morning. I did not wait to ask any questions about the poisoning, but hastened to the bedside of my unfortunate friend, trusting that I might yet be in time to render some assistance. I found her lying on the bed, partly dressed, and as it seemed to me at first, asleep. There was at the bedside, and bending over her, the second wife, who was in as much trouble as if the sufferer had been her own sister. The poor girl had been weeping and was evidently very much distressed. There was also present in the room another sister, whom I recognized as a friend of Mary's. The little daughter of the unfortunate woman was there as well. One person, whom everyone would naturally have expected to see at the bedside of a dying wife under such circumstances, was conspicuous by his absence. I mean, of course, Elder Shrewsbury himself. I sat down on the bed beside poor Mary and took her hand in mine. It was cold but damp, and her breathing was somewhat heavy. She was still unconscious. I asked the pretty, pale-faced girl, the second wife, who was bending over her, how it had all happened, and whether they had had a doctor. "Oh, yes," she said, sobbing all the time. "We went for the doctor, and he has only just gone. He said he had done all he could, and that we could let her sleep on now." She then told me what had taken place. It appeared that the night before, Elder Shrewsbury had gone up into Mary's room to speak to her about a matter of some importance. Although living in the same house, she had not seen him for several weeks, and the mere fact of being in his presence agitated her. He told her he had come to talk to her about her child, little Mary, called Mary after her mother. For some reason or other, which nobody then seemed to understand, Elder Shrewsbury had taken a fancy that the child should be separated from her mother. He wanted to send her to stay with his other family in the settlements, and it was for this purpose he came to see Mary that night. It certainly did seem the refinement of cruelty to separate the child from her poor mother, who would thus have become, as one might say, doubly widowed, and I am strongly inclined to question whether Elder Shrewsbury's motives were of the purest kind. It is, however, only just to state that subsequently, when speaking to a friend about the matter, he said that he had long noticed in his wife what he considered were incipient symptoms of madness, and he thought that his duty towards the child imperatively demanded that he should immediately take her away from her mother. He added, as was indeed true, that his other wives in the South would have taken the greatest care of her. Mary was furious when the proposal was made to her. She bitterly upbraided her husband for all his cruelty and neglect. She cursed him for his perfidy, and she vowed that nothing but death should separate her from her little girl. Elder Shrewsbury trembled at the anger of his poor forsaken wife, and he crept out of her room and downstairs. But Mary could not be appeased. She went to the room of the second wife, the only creature in the house besides her little girl, with whom she sometimes condescended to hold intercourse, and there she acted in a very wild and extravagant way. It was with great difficulty that she was at last persuaded to lie down and take a little rest. She would not go to her own room, so Ellen, the second wife, persuaded her to remain with her all the night. She lay down, but did not sleep. She muttered strange things, and by sat up in the bed and spoke as if people were present whom she had known years and years ago. Ellen was frightened, but out of love to Mary, and not wishing that others should see her in that crazy condition, she did not call for help, thinking that presently she would fall asleep, and in the morning all would be right. But the long night passed away, and just before daybreak Ellen fell into a sort of fitful slumber. It would seem that just then poor Mary discovered for the first time that she was not sleeping in her own room, and that her little daughter was not with her. Distracted as her mind was, she probably thought that they had stolen the child away and went in search of her. She found her way to her own room, and then what happened no one, of course, could tell. She must have seen that her child was safe, and it is not unlikely that, reassured on that point, she felt that she needed rest and thought that it would be best to take some sedative to produce the sleep which she believed would restore her to herself again. She had in her room a little leather medicine chest, a very useful article for anyone traveling or to keep in the house, and to that she must have had resort. Certain it is that when an hour later Ellen awoke and went to see what had become of her husband's first wife, she found the little medicine chest open upon the bureau, Mary lying upon the bed, apparently asleep, and with a faint, sickly smell which one better versed in such things would have known was the smell of opium, pervading the whole room. Ellen began to scream and call for help, and one of the women about the house, who was up at that early hour, came to see what was the matter. She, upon hearing what Ellen said, rushed downstairs, shrieking for assistance. Fortunately for everyone, Elder Shrewsbury, who had just risen, was standing in the hallway below. He took hold of the noisy woman and asked her what was the matter, and after hearing all she had to say, he sent her to attend to her domestic duties, with a strict injunction to say nothing to a living soul about what she had seen or heard. Elder Shrewsbury then went up to Mary's room, and there he learned that all that the silly woman had just said to him was quite true. He, however, betrayed no emotion. Very calmly he put the stopper back into the laudanum bottle, then looked at his watch and hesitated. All the while that pale-faced Ellen was looking anxiously at him, wanting to know what she could do. After a few moments of indecision, Elder Shrewsbury turned to Ellen and said, "Yes, go for the doctor." Ellen flew upon her mission. Meanwhile, Elder Shrewsbury looked towards the bed where poor Mary lay, Mary for whose love he had perjured his soul, Mary who never would have been his had he not given that sacred promise, the breaking of which made him an outlaw from heaven, and a thing to be despised of men. He looked for one single moment at his poor wife as she lay there, and then he turned upon his heel and went out of the room. For the wealth of all the world, I would not feel as that man felt, if the thoughts which then crowded upon his brain were what, for the sake of our common humanity, I trust they were. The remembrance of the life which his folly, or fanaticism, it matters little which, had blasted, the thought of that solemn vow which he had taken to love her only and forever. The sight of that dear one to whom he had once plighted his troth, now desolate, forsaken, almost maniac in her wretchedness. O God, what a curse was there for any man's soul to bear! The physician, when he came, administered an emetic and made them walk the patient about the room. Ellen and the friend of Mary who was present volunteered for this service. They supported her, one on each side, and paced her round and round the room, thus compelling her to exertion. and from time to time they made her swallow doses of strong coffee in which a little brandy had been mixed. When at length signs of returning consciousness were apparent, the physician left, promising to call again in the course of the morning. It was then that someone present thought of sending for me, and I arrived not long after the physician had gone. I was the only person outside the family, beside the friend whom I have mentioned, who knew of anything that had taken place. So careful were they that the matter should not get abroad, and I should certainly not have been summoned had it not been for the close intimacy which existed between Mary and myself, which made us more like sisters than friends. The reader must not, however, suppose that in relating this I am even now betraying a trust, for my friends in Utah know well as I do that so many unhappy wives have in their desperation been driven to attempt self-destruction, that having no clue in the name, which solely out of love for my poor friend, I have all through this narrative given her, they will not know who to fix upon as the person to whom I allude. Besides poor Mary's family, in every other instance, with the solitary exception of Sister Ann, my talkative friend, who is still living and is so well known in Salt Lake City, I have been as scrupulous in giving real names as I have been in stating only facts which I had either witnessed or knew beyond question were true. There is, however, one still living. He will know. Let his own conscience be his accuser. In about half an hour's time, Mary began to recognize those who were around her, but she did not seem disposed to speak. She opened her eyes and looked dreamily at me for a long time, but the slight pressure of my hand was her only recognition of my presence. I bent down over her and whispered a few assuring words in her ear, and for a moment a faint, weary smile lighted up her thin, pale face. It was not like the sweet smiles of the bygone days, which used to suffuse her whole countenance with sunshine. It was but the very ghost of a smile. Presently she sank into a gentle slumber, but I still sat by her on the bed, holding her hand in mine, and I remained there for 2 or 3 hours. Then, after seeing that everything was at hand which she could possibly want if she awoke, and assured by Ellen that she would not leave her until she was able to sit up, I left for my own home. At the bottom of the stairs in the hallway, I was confronted by Elder Shrewsbury himself. This surprised me, as hitherto he had most sedulously avoided coming in contact with me. He gave me one searching glance, as if to read my thoughts, and then said, "Sister Stenhouse, this is a most unhappy affair, but say nothing about it. No good can come of talking of such matters." I assured him that for Mary's sake, not for his, I would not speak of what had transpired. But when he held out his hand for me to shake, I affected not to see it, but wished him good morning, and left the house. For some time she said nothing to me about the sad event which had so greatly troubled us, and when at length she hesitatingly alluded to it, I was much relieved to find that the taking of the deadly drug was on her part wholly accidental. It was as I from the first suspected, for I knew and loved my dear friend too well to wrong her even by a thought. Cruelly as she had suffered, wretched and miserable as she was, bitterly as she felt, the instincts of her heart were too true to allow of her seeking oblivion from her troubles in voluntary and premeditated death, as I have known was the case with many wretched Mormon wives. She had only thought to take an opiate to soothe the feverish excitement which had almost bereft her of reason, and in the weak and enfeebled condition in which she was, the draught had been too powerful for her. Guiltless as she was, she dreaded that others might impute wrong motives to her in what she had done, and even to me she spoke of her sickness painfully and with hesitation. After this, I called day after day upon my poor friend until she was sufficiently recovered to walk about and even to get out of doors a little. The story of the unhappy attempt which she was supposed to have made upon her life by some means, however, got rumored abroad, and she heard of it. She said nothing at the time, but I believe it preyed upon her mind. Weak and failing in health, as she long had been, the shock which her system had received was too much for her, and it was evident to everyone who saw her that her earthly trials would soon be ended. She sank gradually, and life ebbed from her gently and without pain. A few days before she died, she sent for me, and I spent several hours with her. I might say that they were happy hours, for the near prospect of death seemed to have dispelled all those gloomy fears of the future life which had for so many years troubled her soul, and she now looked forward with peaceful resignation to her approaching change. Death came at last to her when she was sleeping, and she passed away tranquilly and without a sigh. I almost rejoiced when I heard that at last her weary journey was over and she was at rest. She had been ever very dear to me, and I loved her with the fondest affection. But I shall never think of her without bitter feelings towards that unholy system which brought her to an untimely grave, for she of all others was one of the fairest flowers which were ever blighted by Mormonism and polygamy. End of chapter 40. Chapter 41 of Tell It All by Fanny STENHOUSE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. My husband disfellowshipped. We apostatise. Brutal outrage upon my husband and myself. Notwithstanding all my own personal troubles and the difficulties which surrounded us, the loss of my dear friend affected me very deeply, and yet her story is the same as might be told of hundreds of other English girls who have been lured from their happy homes and have died broken-hearted and neglected in Utah. Now came that change in our life which I had so long hoped for, but which always seemed to me so very far distant. We had been tossed by many a storm, but the violence of this last gale was such that it forced us clean out of the sea of Mormonism and landed us high and dry upon the firm ground of apostasy. My husband had been so long engaged in the defense of Mormonism that it had become almost a part of himself. Its doctrines and observances seemed to him beyond a question. Its weak and doubtful points were ignored, and implicit obedience to the behests of the priesthood was with him an article of faith. When therefore I heard him with others talking over some of the questionable teachings of the church, criticizing Brigham's counselings, doubting some of his measures, and speaking of him as they would of any of the other brethren, I was satisfied that his days of faith were numbered. The point that I had all along been aiming at was to get him to think for himself, for hitherto he had been a mere tool in the hands of the priesthood. Long years of submission and receiving as divine inspiration all that a prophet is pleased to say unnecessarily benumbs the soul and withers its life, until unconsciously the victim becomes an abject slave. And this is the position today of many otherwise well-informed and intelligent people in the Mormon Church. They are mere automata. About the time when my husband returned with his paper to Salt Lake City, the Utah Magazine, a liberal journal just struggling into existence, began to call in question some of Brigham's measures, and the editors, who were all men of some mark in the Mormon Church, presumed to hint that the people had rights and privileges, as well as the priesthood. This was done in a very quiet, unobtrusive way, but it was, nevertheless, pronounced rebellion and apostasy. My husband's paper was silent upon the subject, and in consequence he was suspected of being in league with the enemy. This was another good reason why the people should be counseled not to take in the telegraph. Although he was not yet sufficiently advanced in thought to give much direct aid to the questioners of Brigham's authority, I saw with pleasure that he did not wish to oppose them. The tone of his paper was evidently changing, and the articles which appeared from time to time gave serious offense to Brigham Young. This, however, was not all his wrongdoing. He had of late been neglectful in his attendance at the School of the Prophets, a meeting which was then held every Saturday for the benefit of the elders, but which has now for a time been discontinued on account of some of the brethren turning traitor and revealing all that was said. Together with the editors of the Utah magazine, Mr. Stenhouse and one or two others were summoned to appear at the school on the following Saturday to give their reasons for previous non-attendance. This they had all along anticipated, and were therefore not surprised at the summons, but they hardly expected that Brigham would act so precipitately, for without waiting to hear their reasons, he disfellowshipped them all for irregular attendance. Brigham's assumption of the right to disfellowship men from the church because of irregular attendance at the school was a stretch of authority which startled my husband. "What will he not do next?" he said. "To submit would be to acknowledge him absolute and me a slave. There is but one alternative now, slavery or freedom. Cost what it may, I will be free." Those who have never been enslaved by a superstitious faith which mentally and bodily enthralls its devotees, as Mormonism does, can form no idea of the joy, the happiness which is experienced when, after years of spiritual servitude, the shackles are burst asunder and the slave is free. There is pleasure even in the thought itself that one is free to think and free to act, free to worship according to the dictates of one's own conscience, and free to speak one's own opinions and sentiments without the constant fear that some spy is listening to every word, and that the consequences may be far from pleasant. In August of the same year, my husband sent a respectful and kindly letter to the bishop of our ward, stating that he had no faith in Brigham's claim to an infallible priesthood, and that he considered that he ought to be cut off from the church. I added a postscript stating that I wished to share my husband's fate, little thinking that within 3 days my request would be answered in a too literal manner. A little after 10 o'clock on a Saturday night, succeeding our withdrawal from the church, we were returning home together. The night was very dark, and as our residence is in the suburbs of the city north of the Temple block, and the road very quiet, the walk was a very lonely one, and perhaps not altogether too safe. We had gone about a third of the way, when suddenly we saw 4 men come out from under some trees at a little distance from us. In the gloom of the night we could only see them very indistinctly, and could not distinguish who they were. They separated, and 2 of them came forward and stumbled up against us, and 2 passed on beside us. For a moment I thought that they were intoxicated, but it was soon clear that they were acting from design. As soon as they approached, they seized hold of my husband's arm, one on each side, and held him firmly, thus rendering him almost powerless. They were all masked, for it was supposed that thus we should not be able to discover their identity, and that if by any chance an investigation should subsequently be made into the doings of that night, it would not be possible for anyone to witness against them. I am inclined to think that these wretches, when they planned the attack, had not calculated upon my being present with my husband, and I imagine that when they saw me with him they supposed I should scream and run away after the manner of many women. In this, however, they were mistaken. I still clung to my husband's arm, but with my left hand caught hold of one of the ruffians by the collar of his coat, for I apprehended the worst, well knowing of what atrocities these men were capable. It is no secret that the police of Salt Lake City, for it is the police who there commit murders and other inhuman outrages, treat with the greatest brutality all the unhappy Gentiles and apostates whose misfortune it is to fall into their power. This also is the wretched effects of the fanatical teaching of the Church. These men believe that Utah is Zion, the kingdom of God, and that citizens of the United States are but intruders upon this holy ground, that they ought to be driven out and despoiled of everything, and even murdered if opportunity offers. They make no secret of these feelings towards the Gentiles and towards apostate Mormons. It is shown, if possible, in a somewhat stronger manner. The movements of the two men who held my husband were somewhat impeded by my clinging to his arm, and they seemed to hesitate for a moment. The other two, who stood a few feet distant from us, also hesitated. One of the men who held my husband said to them, "Brethren, do your duty." We recognized his voice at once as that of a certain policeman, a young man whom we had known in England when a child, and with whose family we had been upon the most friendly terms. In an instant I saw them raise their arms, as if taking aim, and for one brief second I thought that our end had now surely come, and that we, like so many obnoxious persons before us, were about to be murdered for the great sin of apostasy. This, I firmly believe, would have been my husband's fate if I had not chanced to be with him, or had I run away, they would probably have beaten him to death. They who I have every reason to believe were two of the regular and two of the special policemen. And then the next morning they would have discovered the body, and it would have been said that he had been murdered by Gentiles or apostates in a personal quarrel or a street brawl. My presence somewhat disarranged their plans, and it was that probably which caused the two men to hesitate, not knowing what would be considered their duty under present circumstances. A much less noble fate than assassination was reserved for us. The wretches, although otherwise well armed, were not holding revolvers in their hands as I at first supposed. They were furnished with huge garden syringes charged with the most disgusting filth, in the preparation of which they took especial pains. So kindred to their own base natures was such an act that I doubt not they found it quite a labor of love. The moment the syringes were pointed at us, my husband, thinking a shot was coming, moved his head, and thus to a certain extent escaped the full force of the discharge. I, however, was not so fortunate. My hair, bonnet, face, clothes, person, every inch of my body, every shred that I wore, were in an instant saturated, and my husband and myself stood there reeking from head to foot. The villains, when they had perpetrated this disgusting and brutal outrage, turned and fled. We ran after them for some little distance, but we had no arms and nothing with which to defend ourselves. In fact, we pursued them instinctively rather than with any idea of overtaking them. There was another man standing a little distance off in the direction in which they were running, and we could not tell how many might be concealed. The place, too, was dark and lonely, for they had gone behind the temple block, a fit corner for murderers to skulk in, a convenient spot for the commission of any unholy deed. I was burning with indignation, and longed to revenge myself upon the brutal cowards who had assaulted us. In my anger I called upon them to come out and kill us outright, for I would have preferred death to such an indignity. I almost wonder that they did not take me at my word and return and finish their foul work, for they have long acted upon the principle that dead men tell no tales. There were at that time in Utah a great many special or secret police who were always ready for any dirty, brutal, or murderous work. Just near our home in Salt Lake City, there is one miserable old fellow who has not yet been called to account for his numerous crimes and villainies. In his younger days he was one of these secret police, and to judge from his language, his only regret now is that he is no longer fit for active service. He has often told a neighbor of mine, who he believes is a good Mormon, that nothing would give him more pleasure than to serve my husband and myself as he thinks we deserve, simply because we have dared to oppose Mormonism. The wife of one of the men whom we had suspected not long after came to see me and told me that she did not doubt that her husband had been engaged in the affair, for she had accused him of it, and he had not denied it. It seems perhaps strange that any wife should act thus, but this poor woman had a great regard for me, but none at all for her husband, who treated her most brutally. I shall never forget that night. I declared that henceforth I would tear from my heart every association, every memory, every affection, which still remained to bind me to Mormonism. Not one solitary link should be left. Henceforth I would be the declared and open enemy of the priesthood. To the utmost of my power, weak though I might be, I would arouse the women of Utah to a sense of the wrongs which they endured. I would proclaim to the world the disgrace which Mormonism is to the great American nation, the foul blot that it is upon Christianity and the civilization of the age. I do not blame the mass of the Mormon people that such outrages as this can be perpetrated in their midst. I blame the priesthood, and I blame the leaders and their teachings. I know the honest hearts of the Mormon community at large, and that as a body they revolted at the atrocious wrong that had been done to us. Although no one who valued their standing in the church dared openly express what they felt, hundreds did so in private, while the whole Gentile community was aroused and indignant, and letters came from all parts of the country, and visitors daily called upon me to express their sympathy. My son-in-law, Joseph A. Young, on the night of the attack, offered a reward to the chief of the police for the apprehension of the ruffians, but we knew well enough they would never be discovered. A few Gentile friends also offered a reward of $500 for any evidence that might lead to their identification, but nothing, of course, was elicited. The Mormon paper, in order to divert attention from the guilty parties, insinuated that the outrage had been provoked by some family difficulty, and suggested that the brothers of my husband's second and now divorced wife were the offenders. This I knew was utterly false, for they were respectable young men who would have scorned such an action, and between them and my husband not the slightest ill feeling existed. I therefore sent a letter to Belinda, telling her what had been said, and asking her to write to me stating that it was all untrue. I felt sure that she would willingly comply with my request, and I proposed, as I informed her, to publish her reply and thus exonerate her brothers from all blame. A lady who was present when Belinda received the note told me that she asked her mother, who was also there at the time, what she should do about it, and that her mother said, "You had better take the letter to Brother Brigham and do whatever he counsels you to do." She did so, and Brother Brigham told her to pay no attention to it. Brigham did not care whether her brothers or anyone else were disgraced, or who was made the scapegoat, so that the vile minions of the priesthood might escape undetected. The suggestion that a personal difficulty or a family matter had provoked the outrage was by no means a new one. In the same way, the Indians had been credited with many a deed of blood when apostates fleeing from Zion were found murdered and horribly mangled in the canyons or on the plains. The same course also was adopted when Dr. Robinson, of whom I have already spoken, was assassinated. On the following Sunday, in the tabernacle, Brigham Young suggested that the doctor had met his death in a gambling quarrel, and that some man whom he had personally wronged had dealt the fatal blow. But everyone in Salt Lake City, whether Mormon or Gentile, Brigham Young included, knew that Dr. Robinson was innocent of any gambling predilections and was the last man to make a personal enemy. Then Brigham offered a reward of $500 for the discovery of the murderers, but subsequently, when several of the brethren had been arrested, charged with that very crime, and indictments against them had been found by the grand jury, he withdrew his offer lest, as he said, some evil-minded person might commit perjury for the sake of the reward. It was the same with ourselves. Everyone could conjecture with tolerable accuracy who it was that had planned the outrage, but the reward which was offered was, as well we knew it would be, all in vain. Good Mormons did not dare to express their thoughts, but we all knew that the outrage was the direct result of the teachings of the tabernacle, and that although the authorities might not, and probably did not, directly command it, they connived at it, and never took the first step towards the discovery of the wretched scoundrels who perpetrated the deed. End of chapter 41.